You know, I see his, just like he had like a ponytail and whatever, like a real ruthless, drug trafficker. And I'm like, I don't remember what movie that was. I have to look it up. And then I'm trying to watch Watership Down, and I'm like, I feel like it's like someone making a funny voice. I just couldn't get into it. And then later on, after I kind of forgot about it and watched it again, I'm like, okay, yeah, he did a really good job with that movie.
So I was catching up on Globebusters. I forgot which episode it was. I think it was a recent one where somebody mentioned, it was Kyle Adams mentioned that it's illegal in China to do your own surveying and to create your own map. I was like, oh,
Holy
that's
shit.
interesting. Let me go research that. And I did, and I found tons of information, and I posted it all over our home server. So, yep, the Chinese government says for national security purposes, citizens are not allowed to freely create maps. You have to get licensed, and they require all surveys to be done a specific way in accordance with the Chinese government's datum. That's it. So because they control map making by law and they control the datum, they control the globe narrative for everybody.
But why
They've
would
essentially
they lie?
made it illegal. They've made it illegal essentially to debunk the globe.
Really? Where?
Yeah, Chinese government. So, I mean, I can post it real quick. Give me a few minutes. I'm pulling into a driveway, and I need to copy and paste crap from Notepad.
I mean, it's basically illegal to debunk the flat Earth in your channel here, without getting muted.
Yeah, actually, that's
calling
not
hypocrisy.
true.
We can test that very
Great.
easily.
How are you doing, my friend?
So are you inside your worldview? Have you been muted because you're trying to debunk the flat Earth? It's illegal.
I've been what? I'm sorry.
So inside your worldview, has that happened to you?
It has happened a lot here, man. That's what I'm seeing. A lot of good guys, they make good arguments, and then eventually they get muted.
And then the channel, what would happen to the channel then?
They'll probably, most of the time they will start talking shit about him while he's muted, or she.
Yeah, and so we're just never running out of people, or the same people come back day in and day out and keep presenting the same argument.
I don't know. You have more information on that.
So you're just coming here just squawking about some vacuous idea that you don't really have a way of explaining or taking questions on.
What is there to explain? I mean, I made my point clear.
Well, are you able to prove Earth curve?
I would not say that you can make good arguments.
So you can't prove Earth curve then?
I couldn't prove. I don't think that one can philosophically prove anything, really.
You can't prove anything?
It's a brain in a vat.
What?
A brain in a vat, yeah. So if you don't know that you're not a brain in a vat, then you don't know that you have hands. You don't know that you're not a brain in a vat, therefore you don't know that you have hands, right?
He knows this
proof
channel
that it's wrong, for example.
It's
right?
hypocrisy because of the Chinese government, but he doesn't know that.
18 minutes past the hour, wall of text with sources and references.
He won't look at it. He can't. He's banned it. He's banned the content.
I can't read it and hold the talk button at the same time. Crit, I don't know if you're interested in reading the little article there.
Yeah, I'll check it out. But I mean, for right now, it's kind of pointless to read it out loud. Grim won't hear a word of it. His whole shtick.
Well, can we have Crit read
Yeah,
it,
this
please?
isn't for Grim. This is for the audience. It's a much bigger deal than Grim.
Yeah, please read it, Crit.
You can. And preferably to yourself.
I muted him. He's probably not good for audio.
Yeah. I will say, put yourself on mute and just read it.
Evening, Nathan.
Afternoon. Or good morning, wherever you may be.
All rise.
Morning.
Yep. Good morning,
rise.
sir.
I'm not a judge.
No, the king of the
Attention on
court.
deck.
The king of the
Do you
court. Yeah,
mind if I
attention
read
on
this
deck.
article about Chinese surveying laws real quick? It is illegal to conduct private surveying and mapping activities in China without government authorization. According to the Surveying and Mapping Law of the People's Republic of China, private individuals or organizations, especially foreigners, are prohibited from engaging in surveying and mapping activities within the country unless they form a joint venture with a Chinese entity. The law has been in place since 2002 and includes severe penalties for violations ranging from blah blah blah. The Chinese government imposes these restrictions primarily for reasons of national security. The law mandates that all geographic data collected must comply with specific coordinate systems like the Chinese government one here, which intentionally introduces offsets to geographic coordinates to prevent exact location pinpointing by unauthorized users. This system causes discrepancies between actual locations and those shown on maps using different global positioning systems such as GPS. Furthermore, no map material generated within China is allowed to leave the country without proper authorization, as this is considered a matter of national security. This restriction affects various sectors, including companies testing technologies like autonomous driving, which must handle all data related to maps with China differently from other countries. Overall, the strict regulations and legal framework ensure that all mapping activities in China are closely monitored and controlled by the government to safeguard national security and interests. There are 10 references for you to pick through. No, 14. Sorry. Thank you.
At least they're honest about it.
The obvious follow-on question is, why doesn't that happen anywhere else?
Why does it happen at all? Why the
Yeah.
necessity? You want to add something, Harp? Hot micing, if not.
The Chinese government, by law, makes it hard for Chinese residents and foreign nationals to debunk the globe in China.
Very interesting.
I think old mate dipped because he was mooted.
Who, Grim?
Yeah, he jumped out.
Well, I didn't trust him to keep his mouth shut while I was talking.
His only shtick there is to, basically join, call this place an echo chamber, and then laugh and giggle and do a bunch of act pretty weird until eventually someone kicks him and then says he proved his point. And come back in the next day and do it all over again.
So much pain. He has so
Which
much
Grim?
pain.
Grim the Concaver or Grim the Troller?
Yeah,
Troller.
the troller. Yeah.
As this is a small lull, I'm sure you all know the drill anyway. But first and foremost, please don't swear. If you're not talking, up, looking at you, probably stepped away from his computer, leaving his mic wide open. Mute if you're not talking. If you are in the middle of a conversation with someone, try to at least mute in between when you're not talking and they are. So it's clear.
Can I get a mic check?
Hello, Neil.
Oh,
And for Kemosabe.
It's T.
I prefer to say twadwazzle. It's just fun to say twadwazzle.
I've been using today as like a challenge. No foul mouth Friday.
I'll subscribe to that.
Really focusing on trying to cut down the amount of swear words I use. Like make it into a habit.
The good part is you get reminded by Nathan Oakley every Friday.
Yeah, it's like an accountability partner.
Thank you, Nathan.
It's more like thank you, YouTube. Yeah, sure. I'll take it. You're welcome.
No, I mean, yeah, it's like a rule that, like a boundary that you have set, and we want you here. And you also said, "Hey, cut the swearing." Yeah, it's easy request, easy to follow. And then now it's just working on it because unless people are purposely swearing, they're kind of being naughty. I
So
suppose.
would I be. I'd be swearing in the same probably vein that everyone else here probably usually does, right? Occasionally. But back in the day when I started, it didn't matter. You could talk however you liked. YouTube was YouTube, and you be you sort of thing. Now it's more like it's under TV regulations in terms of how they run it. So that's just how YouTube's evolved.
Oh yeah, for
It is
advertisers.
basically a company.
Yeah, because
Say it one more time. I missed it.
I'm saying it is a company. It used to just be run by a couple of college boys.
Exactly. So yeah, in terms of what YouTube now represents, it's obviously mass distribution by a massive company, and they've got rules for the world. Yeah, fine, we have to abide by that to a certain extent.
It's basically a corporate overlord.
Yeah, our corporate overlords at YouTube don't want swearing on their platform. Fair enough. I use their platform, so I have to kind of abide by that, which means that I have to be the bad guy and say please don't swear. But then again, I don't think it's that big a deal.
Yeah, it's something I want to work on. It's like swearing, but there's also kind of like the unconscious swearing, where you just drop a swear word into your sentence without really noticing.
They are very strict with their rules. They have been for a long time. Ever since 2016, I would say, is when YouTube started to really crack down, because there used to be what a lot of people would do is like commentary channels, which I would consider which I would consider you. You're kind of a commentary channel, basically. Not commentary on the level of you comment on other people, but you comment on your own topic, right? So they took a real sort of sledge to that.
Well, like a debate
Because
channel.
what would debate channel, which is kind of a commentary channel, but what would happen is like 6-7 years ago, a lot of these commentary channels would send like a lot of hate towards other channels, and some of these channels like small kids, like 10-12-year-old kids, or people that had like autism or some type of disability. Leafy and all that were like really bad for it, so they cracked down on them and made a lot of rules to decrease that, but it's also just kind of reverberate onto everyone else. I understand why they did it, because I don't think that our YouTube should be a platform that is helping and contributing to cyberbullying online, but sometimes I feel like they do take it a little bit too seriously.
It's taken seriously when it's given attention by the masses. So in the case of Leafy, he was incredibly popular doing that.
Yeah, but a lot of
some obscure YouTuber doing it.
Well, Leafy was, making money basically kind of off the, how could I say, the suffering of some people that might have not deserved it. Like, he sent a lot of hate towards this guy that had intellectual disability, autism, I believe, because he was simply trying to be a nice guy, and that he made sure someone didn't drop their groceries when not leaving the store. And the guy got cyberbullied, like, insanely bad.
I'm not defending Leafy, by the way.
Yeah, I'm just saying Leafy. I wouldn't defend Leafy. Leafy's definitely one of the worst contributors towards it, and he's one of the reasons why.
But he as an individual is a reflection of the popularity he garnered as a result of the masses' enjoyment of that type of thing. You know what I mean? So yeah, and you're right. YouTube have to do something about that. It is a reflection on society, though.
Yeah, yes, I know. Some people find enjoyment in it. Some people find, how do I say, some type of pleasure in it. Some people find, let's say, some kind of, camaraderie in it. People don't really get maybe that in their real lives, so they can go online and, let's say, have a community that kind of supports what they're doing. So some people feel, it's kind of like reverberating your personal, let's say, your hardship onto others.
Projection. It's called projection.
Yeah, projection. That's the word. Yeah, projection onto others. So that would turn, let's say, whatever was going on in real lives to other people. Like another person that was definitely a how I say, definitely had the masses going after him was a person named Misha. Misha was a kid who made a couple songs, pretty bad ones, but he was definitely one of the ones who took it very well. He was able to use that cloud and build himself upon that.
Fair enough. I like it when people of that inclination come to Flat Earth with the idea that they're going to take that route, deal with idiots. And don't get me wrong, in a lot of instances they might be delighted with the outcome. They're faced with some numpty Flat Earther. Not the case when they come up against us, which I find quite amusing when it happens. You know, their automatic assumption is this is going to be a walk in the park. These people are dumb. They've come to, you know, fix their narcissistic endeavours on Dumbos, like we're discussing with Leafy and others. So when they're suddenly faced with people who know a lot more about their own stupid belief than they do, they're often quite shocked.
But here, what's the best way to say this? People that have believed a certain viewpoint for so long definitely know the best ways to defend their viewpoints, even if it's totally bonkers. Like, some people have come to believe their own viewpoints, let's say with ethno-nationalism, and they have the right words to defend it and make it actually sound smart, but it's still bonkers.
That's how it is with heliocentrism. A lot of the stuff that people quote because it's part of the parcel of the Western world viewpoint and make it sane or in any way make sense, but people will parrot it out as though it's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
And because there's very few people on the outside looking in going, wow, that sounds crazy, people don't even realise the crazy nonsense that they parrot when it comes to the Western world religion of heliocentrism. They just parrot it out and, yeah, well, that's perfectly reasonable.
Yeah, these globers don't know who they're screwing with.
Oh, we are. We're a surprise because we are just flat earthers like anybody else. It's not like any of us are really well known. So, you know, today it could, you know, people, this server's interesting. They huddle their way into the flat earth server and go, you guys are all idiots, right? Because that's what they're hoping to achieve, you know, embarrass them with their weak and high school understanding of orbital motion or something. Suddenly they're having their ass handed to them by some random stranger who's telling them off at the end.
Yeah. Like, obviously, you know, we definitely have different viewpoints when it comes to the shape of the Earth, but I feel like I can, let's say, have a better understanding of how the debate sometimes will go and sometimes where it goes towards and maybe some of the words to say. But I'm more of just a weekend debater. I just come in here for fun, not as a professional, not as an expert, but as someone who can defend their viewpoints. And
What viewpoints that?
viewpoints that you know, my viewpoints, and that you know, can sometimes enjoy the, let's say, the debate. You know, some type of challenge which, you know, tests my, you know, my critical thinking skills, which I think is honestly helpful and will help me in my future life. So I come in here.
In this room, what's your side of the fence?
I mean, I'll call myself a glober.
Why?
I'll call myself a glober. Like, I feel like it's pretty clear in that there is a lot of science defending the viewpoint that the Earth is a globe and isn't flat.
There's a lot of what?
Hmm?
There's a lot of, and then I didn't quite hear what you said.
Science.
Science?
An expert, you know, expert, what's the best way to say it?
Consensus, expert consensus.
Maybe expert consensus and data that towards the Earth being a globe and not being flat.
Okay, well, let's focus on the former. What is science?
What is science? Is this relevant to the debate, or because...
Well, given that you said that you leaned on well, you could immediately throw the question back to me and then start talking through my response, but I will respond to what you've just thrown back at me. Is it relevant? You claimed it. This isn't going to go well if that which you could be quiet while I respond to you. You immediately threw back at me what I put to you based on what you said. This isn't going to go well if you say, why am I a glober? I go, because of the science. And I go, what science? And you go, is this relevant? This isn't going to go well, is it? Yeah? Are you already defeated? Do you want to sit down and just declare defeat because you don't know how to debate?
I don't really.
We just.
I don't.
High horse pretending to be a great debater.
I'm not just saying to be a great debater. I'm saying I'm just a weekend debater who comes in here for fun. That's it. I didn't make a claim of a great debater. Did I not say that 5 minutes ago? Do you not remember?
Okay.
I am
Don't
simply
debate for fun. Well, okay, fine. I've listened. Okay,
okay.
weekend
Now,
debater. My bad.
let me respond. I am simply putting the question that in the context of this discussion, I said, is it relevant? Because I think we both know the the terminology and what science is as let's say a field or as like a
That's
idea.
fascinating. Can you define it?
An idea of science. I think we both know, and I feel like it's just kind of going
Yeah, I
to
heard that
bubble
first time. You
discussion
said your answer the first time was that we could both probably define it. I absolutely, without question, 100% know what science is and can define it. Let's just get that absolutely clear. I didn't use it as a standard to claim Earth is flat. You did to claim it's a ball. Your belief, which I mocked in a laughing tone when I was like, why? You said science. Now we're at the nitty gritty where clearly, given it's been twice that you've told me perhaps we could both do this, no, you could do it and aren't. So I'm going to just make a bold statement. You don't know what science is. You've appealed to it and you don't know what it is.
Okay, well, science. Well, I'll give you the answer then if you want the actual terminology.
I've asked you
Science.
3 times.
Yeah, well, I'm answering now. Third time's the charm, I guess. Is a rigorous and systematic endeavor that builds and organizes knowledge in the form of testable explanations and predictions about the world.
Okay, what's a prediction in this context?
Prediction. A prediction is a thought, a belief that is generally grounded.
No, that's
in
wrong.
some-
That's incorrect. You don't know what it means. You've just read something off a definition, but you don't really know what it means. The prediction's got a specific title in science. You just don't know what it is, right?
Well,
Then
then
if you
in
yammer
like,
through me, I haven't finished. I'm asking you and addressing that which you clearly don't know and have just read off something you've Google searched, having bought enough time to do so. That's clear. We know the drill. I'm asking you about that bit you've just read off Google. Yeah. Okay. Predictions. What's that officially called if you were doing science? What's its title? You can say, I don't know, and we could move on quickly, because I do.
okay, I don't know. Enlighten me.
All right.
go
It's
ahead.
called a hypothesis. Have you heard
A
that term before?
hypothesis.
Yeah.
I've
AKA
heard of a
scientific. AKA the guy leading you knows and you don't. You could shut up after I start telling you things that you don't know. Understand that? Shut up.
You have to be a dickhead about it. Like, I'm trying to come here and just.
You don't need to
just
attack me
I just have-
personally, Mr. Ignorant.
no,
you
you
can
are
just
attacking
shut
me.
up
No, you
while I
are attacking me,
educate you about.
insulting me,
Can you
saying
just
I'm an idiot.
immediately This guy just immediately conceded defeat. He's lost. He's told me he doesn't know. He didn't know, past tense, till I educated him. And I'm trying to educate him with him yammering to the top of me. And what, objecting about me being a dick? No, you're just... Do I need to put on a big smile while I educate the ignorant? Okay, let's do that. Oh, you okay there, son? Let me just enlighten you with the brightest of tone I can muster. Your ignorance about science, having read it off Wiki, can be expanded on by me, a flat earther, who absolutely without question knows that which you don't. I don't have to be a dick about it. I could just tell you if you shut your mouth. But obviously that's proving difficult because I'm educating you, the globe believer, as a flat earth understander, what science is and you have appealed to. And my tone's not going to keep up that pleasant demeanour for long because I'm educating the ignorant. As an enlightened flat earther in this topic, you, the weekend debater, wants me to not be a dick when I'm dealing with the ignorant weekend debater who doesn't know anything about science. No, mate, you could just shut up and listen. I could have told you what scientific prediction, aka hypothesis, actually means. It's got relevance in this subject about the study of physical and natural worlds. That's us, that's physics, that's science, that's what we're talking about. Nature of the world. Absolutely without question relevant. You didn't even know if it was and questioned me about how relevant it might be. It's entirely pertinent to the subject. Physics is the study of the physical and natural world. Very much what's on the debate table here today. You, Mr. Weekend ignorant debater, haven't got the slightest clue about what you're babbling about when you express your belief based on science. You don't even know what the definition is. You have to look it up. You're clear? Shocking how the example of some ignorant guy who thinks he can come and flex his intellectual muscles here on a flat earth debate server suddenly finds he's being educated based on his ignorance by that flat earther, telling him off at the end for his ignorance because he insulted me and called me a dick and then started yammering through me after I had to take a tone with him because of his insolence and petulance. No, mate, I'm not dick. I'm just greater educated in this subject than you. You could just tolerate that and admit your ignorance with a little bit of humility. Instead, you chose to call me a dick. Not dick, I just know what science is, son.
Okay, well, here, let me ask you. My claim is that I'm
Oh,
going
you don't
through.
get to ask me anything,
Fine.
son.
Fine.
No, I already
I-
asked you mate, you're not leading the conversation, you lost. You sit down in ignorance now, and I lead the conversation, not you. You understand that? You have to
Fine.
earn your little victory to lead the conversation next. Yeah? If you'd have known what science is, you could be leading this conversation. Instead, you're ignorant. I had to educate you, prolonging this discussion
I simply
about how
asked
Earth is not proven to be a sphere by science. It's a category error. Now, you, who still absolutely without question will not know what science is and haven't been given an opportunity to educate you called me a dick. Meanwhile, you're still talking. Still talking while I try and explain that your standard of evidence when you said you got
Come
science
on,
was a category error.
5 minutes
Still
ago.
yammering
Come
from
on.
the top of me, so I've got to mute my Discord line so my audience can hear the conclusion. So
Yeah,
you've got
sorry about
science,
that. We'll get
the
on it.
nature of the measurement of a plane, an aspect of the world, is not a cause and effect question. It's a category error. You, being ignorant of science, laid down a standard that's cause and effect related for the nature of a plane that we'll measure. It's a category error to declare science in this subject. You didn't understand that. That's why you appeal to science, because you don't know what it is. Now I have concluded, after winning and having you yammer through me, call me a dick, generally be belligerent, intolerant of being educated, you're fairly standard, I think I'm really smart globe believer, absolutely torn a strip off by me, a flat earther who knows better. Okay, son? Now, I don't expect any response. I haven't asked you anything. I will tell you, given your ear as a weekend globe believing muppet who's got the outright outrage to call me a dick. Oh, bloody outrage. No, thank you. I don't need to deal with dicks and educate them in what science is, having learnt it myself. You go away with your globe belief after the end of this discussion and me tearing a strip off you just concluded. You don't launch into questions of me. First demonstrate you've got a brain in your head and you know some of the subjects here. Then we might listen to a question from you. You with your yammering on about what's what in YouTube, only to be demonstrated as totally ignorant of the actual forum you're in when it comes to your claims and category errors with science for proof of a globe. And numpty are you? Your geometric shapes proven with cause and effect reasoning? No, son, you're just stupid. Now I've tore a strip off you,
Pommy.
it's not inviting a question from you. Is that clear?
Hey, Pommy. Hey. Pommy.
You can call me Mr. Oakley.
No, what the
teacher.
hell? What did this guy do? What did this guy do?
Call me a dick. I was trying to educate him on what a scientific prediction, otherwise known as hypothesis, was after he defined it, having looked it up, having been asked three times the same question, and declared that I might know, and together, universally, we would know what this means, while he types it into Google, and then calls me a dick because he can't define the words he's just read off the page. Like prediction. That doesn't mean I'm a
usually
dick.
called the transition.
Doesn't mean I'm a dick, and it doesn't mean I'm a dick now while I have to raise my voice because you're talking over me. Make me a dick, it makes me intolerable of other dicks like you. Can't pay attention to what's just happened. Maybe listen and you'd understand my frustration, having just been called a dick for defining what scientific prediction is, or attempting to, as someone started insulting me. Of course I'm going to be annoyed.
Agreed with you. Would you still be angry at me?
What, for not paying attention? Not knowing what's
No,
going on?
I actually agree with everything you just said. Like, I don't know what that guy said, but he sounds like he's off his head. He doesn't sound like he's reading the book that everyone else should be reading. He's reading some kind of other book.
Of course not, he's come here to demonstrate how smart he is. Babbling on about
He's not
YouTube.
smart. That's not smart. That's not smart. But, hey, Pommy, mate, what's going on over there, man? You guys protesting? It's fucked down here in Australia.
Please don't
And
swear.
Yeah, dude, you're in
See-
the wrong topic. So no swearing, and we're not here to talk about protests. We're here to discuss the nature of Earth. So we'll unmute you and give you one more chance, but keep it on topic and no swearing, please.
Yeah, we're live right now at Saint Steel on YouTube.
We're
so
actually
there's...
not live, but we will be shortly.
Oh, okay. But just get in the habit of, no foul mouth Friday. In Jimbo, just if this that can be your conclusion, okay? You don't want to talk to somebody who has these traits that you've accused Nathan of having. So
I
don't
didn't
cry.
accuse anyone of anything.
No, I thought Jimbo in text chat is worried about getting unmuted, and
Yeah, I know they're going red hot. These blokes were on fire. I was like, NASCAR. Far out.
Yeah, I'd just
I don't
prefer to
know.
detail where physics is useful. What is
I think
relevant
we're
when
all.
it comes to the claim he made. But I mean, I'll never get to that in a calm demeanour with that guy because he's immediately
Yeah, no,
triggered
just
because he's been shown to be stupid.
when in doubt, block him out. Just block it out. He's not on the same level. He's not on the same level.
But he wants to
Hey,
think he
Pommy,
is.
what's Yeah, no, just block him out. When in doubt, block him out. Hey, Pommy, what's going on over there anyway? Are you guys having big like?
Okay, that's it. You're
He's
done.
just looking for a segue to do the
Yeah.
exact same thing again. Really? Wow.
Yeah, you're done, Saint
Motivated.
Steel. Having to tell you more than once to stay on topic is one too many times.
But if I just say a quick hello to my panel. It's just you'll get lots of audio through my line when I do, that's all. Hello Brian, hello Neil, hello Refracted.
Nathan, hey everyone. Hey, where we at?
Politics.
Morning.
Hey, Nathan.
Yes.
That's the perfect example of why we asked that question. It's sort of like a trap question, right? Is there any scientific evidence for the globe? And all I have to do is say it falls outside of the scientific method. But they still don't get it.
Well, I never got to that stage with him. He wouldn't tolerate it. Right? Because I'm obviously taking a demeaning tone when I'm demeaning his ignorance. That's how it is. He doesn't like it, so he wants to brace against it and call me a dick and focus on my tone and attitude towards him as an individual I've never met and couldn't give a crap about. No, I've got an audience recording this so I can publish it later to an audience so they can hear the useful nature of the claim made inappropriately by my opponent of science. Now, I could take him by the hand, ignorant that he is, and explain what a cause and effect reasoning prediction, otherwise known as a hypothesis, is useful for and applied thusly with an example. Didn't get there. No. I don't know what it is. I took 3 attempts too because I don't want to look stupid by saying I don't know. So I'll keep you all strung along for a few more sentences. Well, obviously both of us know what science is. Definition of science. Typed into Google. You don't think we know what's going on? We've been doing it for 10 years. Dick thinks he can just stroll in at the weekend and show everyone how smart he is. No, you're not smart. I'm exposing how unbelievably stupid you are and ignorant of the subject you claimed you would appeal to for your faith in a globe. People don't like that. No, I am smart. No, you're not. Shut up and listen to what a hypothesis is, you stupid idiot. Don't like my tone? Well, then don't be dumb. Come here thinking you're smart and telling everyone about how YouTube works with Leafy, demonstrating your level. Yeah? You're just a thicko. Another globe-believing thicko, pretending to be smart. Yeah, we've seen it all before. You're not special. Shut up if you want to learn what science actually is. Oh, you don't? You want to tell me I'm a dick? Then you're going to get my heckles up right quick and get shouted at. But when next man asks why you're annoyed, yeah, well, because me, in my learned position of knowing what science is, was about to endeavour to tell a total stranger who's used the word incorrectly what it actually means. I'm getting called a dick.
Yeah, that checks out. That's what they usually do.
It's so funny that they claim science so fast and then they don't even know what it is. Like, do they realize they don't know what it is when they say it? I don't know.
No, it's a power word. That word has power, and they know it.
They don't know it. The guy saying it didn't know it. He's been duped with it. He's just regurgitating it like he did after his Google search. He doesn't understand any of the words he's parroting off the text black and white on his screen. He didn't know what science was when he parroted it as a proof of globe. And I try and tell him it's a category error. He's not going to listen to it. Certainly not going to listen to me expand on why it's a category error, is he? No, because he's made to feel dumb. Therefore, bad Nathan. Dick. Okay, that's the level of your intellect. Right? Absolutely zero humility then. Just want everyone around you in the server to go, oh, isn't this guy smart? No, you were exposed within about 4 minutes of being in discussion with a flat earther. Isn't that shocking?
Well, that's what the television does. John, go ahead.
The funny thing is what they believe is science still appeals to a flat plane.
Yes.
Even after they're in a category error, they still have to utilize the Earth as flat.
How so?
For example, the curve calculator that they would say was science, scientific evidence of curvature of the level, requires level to be a horizontal flat plane. It means surface level or sea level must be a horizontal flat plane.
Oh dear.
So we got a few Globers in here tonight. Any of you guys want to speak up? Any evidence for the globe? We got AT in the house, Coco Bish. Who else we got in here? Hyper, I believe. I could be wrong there. We don't know what St. Steele's position is, but he can't keep it on track. And we got Trigonometry Man. Trigonometry Man, you got any trigonometry for us for the globe?
Alrighty then.
How do you
So
do
afraid.
trigonometry on a globe?
You'd need a flat Earth for it. Alberuni, measuring the height of the mountain.
So no trigonometry on a globe then.
You're going to need a horizontal reference to start that trigonometry.
Yeah, like Nathan just said, Alberuni, the height of a mountain.
I can almost guess that his argument would be that the star's height can't be calculated with trigonometry.
Yeah.
No, it's
No
the
way.
height of the star, John. That's what they. You know if you know the base length, then you must know the opposite.
See how the feast of nonsense all ties together now? You can get people asserting a 3,000 mile high sun because they gobbled it up from the feast of nonsense and regurgitate it out as a standard piece of rhetoric as a flat earther. Then you can hold them to task when it comes to this argument, can't you? Everyone's got... Sorry, Dave, just going to get pinned to it. Dave Weiss, right? He's got his sun, moon and zodiac clock app. It's got the sun as a physical entity moving over the top of a flat plane. Okay, does it match with the time? Yeah, it does a pretty good job. Same as Gleason's would. Then you can ascribe an angle measurement to that sun because it's in a fixed physical location and can have angle measurements result in heights. Therefore, you can have whoever it was that first postulated, let's say it's Eric DeBay, saying it's 3,000 miles high. Okay, now we've got everything they need to say, how'd you get the height in this process? Suddenly it's not about whether or not celestial navigation works and is employed by everyone always, and all of the globe mathematics are derived from these measurements of a flat plane. No, it's suddenly about whether or not a flat earther, not a navigator, can get the heights. What they say proves a flat earth. Fails because you can't get the heights. They say it's 3,000 miles high to the sun. You get that measurement? No, you can't. It fails. That's a nice little false dichotomy that ends in the globe believer at that time using a flat plane measurement to claim he's got a globe in a winning position, therefore it's a globe. That's how the feast of nonsense has been laid out at the table for us to regurgitate, so that all of the claims a flat earther would typically make on their road to flat earth belief nicely stacked up in false dichotomy against garbage claims that the globers will make when they're using flat plane measurements to make them. It's their flat plane that they say proves a globe versus our flat plane that they say fails in this instance because we can't get the heights. that you need them to traverse the flat plane you're measuring. There you go. It's a nonsense. That's what it's there for.
It started
Well,
with the
I
borders,
believe-
though, that 3,000 mile. 3,000 mile claim started with the borders like in 2015. It was them that started doing that, basing triangles on the Gleason's maps and claiming that if you do the trig, then the sun is 3,000 miles high. It was them that started that. Flat Earthers took the mantle, or took it up stupidly. I never did, but other Flat Earthers did. And started claiming
Flat
that
Earth?
3,000 miles high, not realising, not knowing what they were talking
I
about.
didn't know that.
Yeah, it was
What's a flat
Globus that
Earth?
did that. They started with the Globus. A lot of this stuff
Hold on a second,
started with them back years ago.
Go on, Byron.
Brian, but yeah, cheers, mate. What's a flat Earth?
It's a flat Earth, a navigatably and measurably flat plane that we all dwell atop.
Oh, sick.
Well, we actually do have Trigonometry Man in the house that wants to ask Nathan a couple of questions. Trigonometry Man, you want to unmute your mic and have a chat with Nathan?
Yeah. So my question would be, if there is containment required for gas pressure, how is there a gradient? Like, why is the gas not equalizing if there's a container?
That's a malformed question, because you're saying, do we have a gas pressure gradient if we've got gas pressure? One's delta X. I haven't quite finished responding. One's delta X. You can't have a gas pressure gradient without first having gas pressure. You can't have gas pressure without having something to press on. You need containment to have gas pressure to then have gas pressure gradients. Answer your question.
So, is there a demonstration of having a gas pressure gradient in a container?
All of them.
Such as?
All of them.
You can't create a pressure gradient without a container.
Can't start to achieve
Yeah,
pressure
gradient.
to have it gradiate, as Brian's just said, unless you've first got a container to form pressure for it to then form pressure gradation. So all of them will require a container without exception.
But if you have a
The
container, then
pressure
that means-
gradient is the pressure
Hold
gradient
on,
is
Brian.
created by a
Brian,
dynamic system.
Brian, chill.
All right.
Head, my friend.
I'll go quiet.
Byron, go ahead.
Yeah, if you have a container, like, what is the mechanism keeping that gradient stable? It's just my
Why are you asking me this?
I don't know. It was just an interesting question that I think.
Do you? Okay, fine. You don't know why you're asking. That's cool. No worries. Sometimes people do that. You understand that we need containment, right?
I think it creates more problem than it solves.
Right. Without exception, to develop gas pressure, you must have containment. Just went through this like literally 30 seconds ago. Are you now saying that you don't understand that prerequisite? Something to press on to be at pressure. Are you decrying that? Because you just said it causes more problems than it solves. No, it's a prerequisite. You must have something to press on to form pressure. I'm asking if you understand that so I can then move forward in my discussion with you as I lead you.
I wanted to just know the mechanism of what causes the gradient. I don't really like.
I asked you why it was relevant and explained that it was delta X. So we've already covered this. So you just need to rinse and repeat the same question that we've already covered without acknowledging. To form pressure, you've got to press on something. That's containment. You won't concede that. You'll just re-ask your delta X question I've already addressed. So are you done? Is that it? The best you got, you've done, because you seem to be repeating yourself. I'm trying to move on. I need your concession that you understand that to press on something, being at pressure, requires something to press upon. It's a container. I haven't conceded it. It's my fourth attempt.
Yep. So sure, you have a container. So
okay, I'm leading you, son. I'm leading you. It's just a closed question. I'm leading you. It doesn't mean waffle now. I make my conclusions after leading you and getting a close answer. Yes. Can someone mute him? Pricks like this, now that I'm winning, decide that no, you're not going to take this as a win. Now I've conceded, yes, we must have containment. I am going to incessantly yammer through the fact that debunks outer space. Because apparently, no,
spoke
it
louder,
gets
so
pressure.
therefore
It's
I
going to
won.
definitely get yammered straight to the top of about 5 people because there's globe believers in here. Me pointing out that the moment you understand implicitly that there's a prerequisite for a container, then space is fake. Because your heliocentric model with a sky vacuum around it that you ain't travelling to doesn't have any containment. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Gas filling space, entropy, dispersion. Gas would fill your sky vacuum, and you seem to think that rockets traverse the high pressure without containment into a 10 to the minus 17 torr sky vacuum. Now, that's all fantasy. Yeah, this is me winning, by the way, all the people who decided that they were going to chant through the top of me. No, it's me, the flat earther, pointing out how your religious belief in a sky vacuum with little men in it. It's a total fraud. When you actually understand the principles of gas behaviour and containment, and after we've dealt with your appeal to Delta X, all that's left to concede is that outer space is fake. Can't have gas pressure like we all breathe without containment. And in your fundamentalist zealot belief that the sky is a vacuum, we would all be dead based on natural law.
Yeah, so at what point do we need the container? Like, at what height would we need it? Can it be like 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers? Like, just what's the height at which the container needs to be at in order to keep the gas pressure down here?
Nobody's ever measured the height.
So it could be like 1,000 kilometers up the container?
I don't know.
He's probably just starting his show, Trigonometry. So he'll probably speak to you again in a minute. He jumps on and starts his own show to his own panel, and we get muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that question is assuming that the sky is a vacuum and the barrier is needed for the sky vacuum. The sky is not a vacuum, man.
I actually never claimed that it was a vacuum. No one has.
So why would we need what you are claiming, what you are asking? A height for?
I was just asking, like,
welcome
at what
Flat Earth Debate live. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcome back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now we are joined by Refracted Curvature, Brian's Logic, Neil, and a whole bunch of people in the absolutely fantastic Politics Discord server, so welcome one and all.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello.
How are you?
Fantastic, thank you for asking. How are you?
Very good Friday.
Oh, that's good to know. Good to know. Let's warm you all up with the housekeeping question on topic, based on the pre-show. Any evidence you can have gas pressure without the necessary antecedent of a container to press upon?
No, but I would like to hear what Brian was going to say in the pre-show when it comes to that question.
He could have just answered.
There's no point.
Thank you for the drum roll. Go ahead, Brian.
Wait, what?
Was that directed at me or Neil? This is not a good start.
Well, I tried to say it earlier, and you didn't want to know. So
No, I just wanted the other guy.
Now? That was when the guy was asking the question.
Yeah, well, I was in back and forth with the other guy. I just didn't want it to be 2 versus 1, so I shut you down, so it was fair on the other guy. That was all. Don't take it personally, please. Also, I did kind of want to undermine you as we were recording, and it was clear demonstration of my dominance over you, Brian, so there was that too.
Anyway, gas pressure gradient. I'll throw that out.
You want to know why we have a gas pressure gradient here?
Correct.
Okay, Yeah, you can have a gas pressure gradient in two different systems: a closed static system or a closed dynamic system. A closed static system would be like a bottle of gas, right? Your average bottle of gas. But if you heat one end or one side of that bottle of gas, you will have a gradient if you heat the end or heat the top. The reason is you have a temperature differential then. You have a temperature gradient. Temperature gradient creates pressure gradient. What we live in is a closed dynamic system where we have a moving heat source, which is the sun, creating heat wherever it goes, and then the heat dissipates when it leaves. That's a constantly changing situation. And because of the sun doing what it does, we have gas cycles. If the sun didn't do what it did, we wouldn't have gas cycles. We wouldn't have convection. We wouldn't have convection cells. We wouldn't have boundary layers, all these things, weather, all this stuff. So it's all created by the sun. And the fact that we live in a closed dynamic system. Closed means contained. You can't have a gas pressure gradient without gas pressure, and you can't have a gas pressure gradient in a gradient without a temperature source.
Furthermore,
and a temperature gradient. You can't
furthermore,
have it. It's impossible.
You can't detail what it is to be gradiated through altitude without a flat plane to reference in the first instance. The description of the gas pressure gradient is, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, is described from sea level.
Well, we should be able to...
Yeah, but you don't need a flat plane to have a pressure gradient.
Exactly. You don't need a flat plane to have a pressure gradient, no. I'm saying in terms of how we describe it with respect to a horizontal plane of reference, that would be sea level. And we describe the altitudes of the gradient of the pressure for Earth. That doesn't mean you require a plane of reference to have a gas pressure gradient. That isn't necessarily what I'm suggesting. You could have it in a bottle garden, and you don't need a plane of reference for it to develop a gradiated system. I mean, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the way we do mathematically describe it, interpret it, measure it, is with respect to a horizontal plane of reference when we talk about Earth.
So if we claim
we measure it by a horizontal plane.
If we claim temperature being the cause of the gradient, then we should be able to calculate the work being done in the gas, right? To keep it in that gradient.
Calculate the work. That's what you just said. That's very expansive. Tell us more about this. Calculate the work being done on the gas. Sounds like you're a physicist.
What?
Sounds like you're actually denying it, which is unreal.
No,
What's the G in PV equals nRT?
What's the what?
Where's the G in PV equals nRT?
Well, it's not in there, but you can use barometric altitude, and that has G in it.
And so in any gas law, is G involved in any gas law?
Well, don't lead him that way. What's the V stand for?
Why not? That's
Because it's deviating into G. No one's mentioned it.
But that's what
you brought up PV equals NRT. Let's just.
That's what he's trying to deny pressure. He's trying to deny temperature creating a pressure differential.
Well, he can deny all
and you know what he's trying to insert.
Right, but it's in regards to
you
space
deal with
being.
it then.
Because this is one of those times where I'm going to keep it right on the topic of the housekeeping question, because the housekeeping question: why do we have gas pressure without a container? Segued away with delta X gas pressure gradient, explained by you by dynamic systems. Denied by, and then I got to put my brakes on at some point and go, no, stop. Where I had him in the pre-show, need containment. Outer space is fake. You want to know more? Okay. What is this? The meteorology channel? No. Flat Earth debate. Once I segue on to how we can prove Earth is being dealt with as a flat plane to reference the altitudes, we have proved Earth is measured flat for the altitudes. The gradient. It needs containment. See, that's the end of this argument. Outer space, a very fundamental part of the heliocentric region when you think you're on a ball, is debunked. We want to educate these people now further, Brian. As grand as it is when we're on our own show to listen to you educate me in the ignorant position about this, I welcome it. Now, no, not a real politics server. You don't know this guy from Adam. Why are you throwing your pearls to swine like I just did?
But there's listeners too. There's other people listening, Nathan.
There's people listening, that's why. It's obvious why he was denying that a temperature gradient will create a pressure gradient.
Well, then you should be able to calculate the
I
work
know
being
exactly
done.
where he's going.
You should be able to calculate the work being done on the gases if you think that the temperature is the
Well, you
one.
can because it's temperature.
Well,
What
go
I-
ahead. Go ahead and calculate it.
Sure, you can because it's temperature. You know what I mean? Temperature creates. You're denying the temperature creates pressure. You're denying
what I'm
the
trying to
kinetic
say
energy?
is that you should be able to calculate the work being done on the gases in order to keep it in that gradient, right?
And the kinetic energy. Look how much kinetic energy the gas has. What would you use to do that? Would you use something like PV equals nRT?
Yeah,
Would that
you
be the
just
kind
have
of
to do.
calculation you'd use?
You just have to do it over like many steps in altitude, right?
Would you? Based on the temperature
Yeah.
and based on the temperature and the pressure, couldn't just use PV equals nRT?
Yeah, I mean,
Reason
you could
it's
also find out the
do you know what I
volume
mean?
of like the total
yeah.
gas on Earth if you were to do that, right?
Volume requires a container. Can't
Yeah,
determine volume without a container.
You keep saying that, but if you had a container, then the gas is just fully
I'm
equalized.
not saying that. That's just a fact.
That's the V.
I'm not
That's
saying
what I
that,
asked
that's
him
just a
about.
fact.
Hold on. That's exactly where I interjected last time. What's V? Volume.
V is the volume of
what?
the system, so you should be able to calculate the amount of volume.
We'll
that
need.
there-
Well, all right. Well, we don't. Sorry. For a heliocentric world, what's V when we talk about gases?
I would.
It would be. Let me enlighten you. It would be the volume of outer space. That's what it would be. That would be the area that we would describe. Why am I being talked through straight away? Yeah, that would be the volume. That would be the area, volume available to the gas. All of space is where the gas would disperse into. That's what gas does. It disperses into the volume. PV equals nRT, you say. What, the volume? Where's the volume? Perhaps you had a misapprehension about some arbitrary Kármán line without containment that stops gas expanding into volumes, defiance of natural law. No, the volume for you with a globe belief is space. We'd all be dead. Because as soon as you apply these mathematics, the volume would be vast, wouldn't it? We'd have no gas anymore. Gas would all bugger off into space. The volume. You know, volume, a space, amount of space. It's curious that volume and space essentially equate to the exact same thing. In this instance, your space is outer space. It would be an area for the gas to fill, and fill it must. It's a law of nature, dispersion, second law of thermodynamics, entropy. Space is fake because we are at pressure. For us to have this discussion about gas pressure gradients, we're at pressure. We must be contained. And have gas pressure without containment. Not like it causes more problems than it solves, as you stated, idiotically. No, far from it. It's a prerequisite, as I stated. You didn't acknowledge it. And then when you finally did, we seem to have segued away from the glorious victory that debunked space, when you conceded that we must have containment. Now, you don't just take arbitrary volumes up to the Kármán line. No, outer space would be the volume, and we'd all be dead.
So why?
Let's see if we can have some. See if, in conclusion, we can have some concessions from this globe believer.
So
in
why
terms
can't
of the understanding without a complete yammering through the top of me?
Because you just
inviting concession. Perhaps if he hears me introducing the idea that I might want a concession from him, it's best if he starts talking straight through the top of that, because that will overcome the fact that I'm going to ask you for concession. I need you to understand that space is fake, because you can't just traverse the Kármán line that isn't a container into an area of volume that gas isn't filling. It violates several natural laws. V in volume would be outer space. Ergo, outer space is fake, and I'd like you to acknowledge that fact.
Gas does fill the volume beyond the Kármán line.
We'd all be dead. Heliocentric model debunked. Excellent. Welcome to Flat Earth. There is no globe in a vacuum.
The molecules just don't have enough kinetic energy to all go out there, right? And
you know what elastic collisions are? You clearly don't understand gas behavior. Sorry, no. Not have enough kinetic energy. Nothing reaches absolute zero, ever. It will always have enough energy to disperse in whatever direction it... Still talking. It will still have enough kinetic energy in all circumstances to disperse in whatever vector it is travelling until it collides with the walls of a container. That is what gas does. It never reaches absolute zero. It will never run out of kinetic energy. You are wrong and don't understand gas behavior.
I never said it would run out.
His rebuttal, Nathan. Sorry, 1 second. Your rebuttal is kinetic energy. When earlier you were denying kinetic energy because you were denying temperature.
I was never
gas
denying
kinetic
temperature. I was
energy.
asking.
And gas, yes, you were. Yes, you were. You were questioning it. And kinetic energy, when a gas has kinetic energy, it has elastic collisions, which means it doesn't run out of energy.
Yeah, I wasn't denying temperature. I was
And your claim that the gases go off out into outer space is a violation of a violation of the second law, not just as your claim a total violation of the second law of thermodynamics and the third law of thermodynamics, but it's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Because what's recreating these gases that are lost to this heliocentric space?
Yeah, so if gas fills all available space, then why doesn't the container just equalize?
I asked you some questions there.
Because I've already answered them, and you just keep on
What's recreating
monologuing.
the gases that are lost to the heliocentric space?
Nothing is recreating them. Okay.
Well, you've just debunked heliocentrism. You've just shown how it does it, because the first law of thermodynamics clearly states that neither matter nor energy can be created nor destroyed by nature.
Yeah. So why does the pressure gradient exist?
No, there's no follow-up question. Shout out to Unitox Femu. That's it. Globe debunked. Can we compare size of the atmosphere with vacuum? No, Unitox Femu. Thank you for the super chat, but no. Oxymoronic sphere-shaped air does not exist. Gases take the shape of their containment. They don't arbitrarily take the shape of a sphere around a rock in a massive volume that gas isn't filling. That's a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. They use this word atmosphere, oxymoronic sphere-shaped air, like it does suddenly not fill space and take the shape of a sphere. Thank you for the super chat.
So you don't.
Iron's wrong, by the way.
Law in
I want the intro.
Yeah, you don't.
Yeah, give me a second here. The intro.
They don't have a
Succulent.
volume. Sorry, Chris.
Okay. Oh, do you want to move on to the next caller, or you got some wrap up you want to do?
Well, I'd like to say to this original person that open systems don't have a volume. Only a closed system can have a volume. He's claiming an open system, so he doesn't have a volume. He's claiming that we're losing gases to heliocentric outer space all the time, which is the heliocentric claim. That's a violation of the first law of thermodynamics. Because if that was happening, we'd be constantly losing air pressure. If that was happening at all, then all the gases would just go there, diffuse into the available lower pressure volume of basically no resistance.
You're wrong about the Earth, Brian.
When he claimed denied temperature, then he tried to use temperature when he tried to claim kinetic energy with Nathan. I don't know what's going on with this guy, but I'm sorry, buddy, but you need to learn a few things before you go.
You're wrong about the Earth, Brian.
Quick
The
shout
Earth
out
is a
to
dynamic system.
Unitox Femu says just to imagine. Okay, I mean, imagine atmosphere, sphere-shaped air, oxymoronic, not filling containment because it isn't in containment. I struggle to do that, Unitox Femu, but thank you very much for the super chat.
You're on, Nathan.
Well, we got Jimbo. Hang on, Jimbo. Nathan, we got Jimbo here. You did speak to him in the pre-show. Jimbo, just keep it calm, dude, and stay on topic. And then Brenda, we'll see what happens after that. Jimbo has been waiting, Brenda.
Okay. What is containment?
Did you have a claim you wanted to make, or did you want to challenge something I'd made as a claim?
I want to question one of your claims or challenge you on something. That's the best way to say it. What is containment?
What claim did I make?
No, what is containment?
What claim did I make that you're challenging?
Containment of the gas.
Did I make...
I'm just asking, what is containment? You said that there's no space, so what is containment?
You're challenging the idea that we have containment for gas pressure. That's your challenge.
No, I'm not asking what is your view
What
on
are you
containment.
challenging?
No, I'm just. No, I'm not. I'm asking a question, not challenging. I'm just asking, what is containment?
Okay, why are you asking it? This isn't a dictionary. You can look it up like you looked up what science was.
Well, I mean, you said you studied this and you know this very well, and you're very educated. So, what is containment?
Something that's required for us to have gas pressure, ergo debunking outer space.
Okay,
Don't have an outer space. There's me answering him, and there's him immediately chanting through the terrifying response. The reason we describe the antecedent consequent relationship that is gas pressure and containment is that you have a claim that there isn't any. If you're a globe believer, you want me to define that which is a prerequisite antecedent consequent to have gas pressure. No, I don't have a positive claim that requires me to define what containment is. What am I claiming that requires me to define it? This is us refuting your positive assertion that there is a sky vacuum. I'm not making any claims in that regard. That's why I'm getting bullshit when you ask me to define things.
Okay.
Yeah? What am I claiming? Am I claiming a sky vacuum? No, I'm not. I'm refuting your global. I'm nearly finished. I realise that my responses that undermine your religious belief are triggering, and you can't wait for your time to talk. You're not really listening to me. You're waiting to talk. Yeah, pin your ears back and listen. Yeah, I have no positive claim me to facilitate or require me in any way to define what containment is. I don't have a positive claim about it. What I do is undermine your fundy religious belief fed to you by liars who claim to be floating around in Narnia, outer space, a volume that gas isn't filling in violation of natural law. That doesn't require me, a non-claimant, to define bloody anything. So I ask you, what's your claim? Oh, sky vacuum? Yeah, that's fundamentally debunked. Because gas would have nothing to press on. What's that? What's a container? What's something you haven't got, mate? Gas would fill the fantasy sky vacuum you have in your religious belief. What's that? What's the sky? Ask nobody of me. Yeah, it doesn't matter what I define it as. I'm not making a positive claim about the sky.
Okay. What is Narnia?
Narnia is an imaginary place, like a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. A place where fantasists believe you might be able to traverse if you went through a wardrobe, or went through the Kármán line that isn't holding gas at pressure because it's not got anything to press on, but you wave goodbye in this fantasy Narnia-like land of sky vacuums to the gas pressure so you can look back on it. Or take pictures of paintings, whatever you want to claim. But anyway, you look back at the Earth with its yummy gas pressure not dispersing into the area you're now floating around in as a liar at NASA. The area you believe in. Yeah? Fantasyland. Like Narnia. No one's going through wardrobes to a snowy land with witches, and no one's going to a sky vacuum in violation of natural law. Hence my accidental comparison between two completely fictitious and fantastical worlds that you definitely aren't going to, but men claim exists. It doesn't. There is no sky vacuum. Space is fake. And you not being able to tolerate an actual conclusion, just waiting for your turn to talk. Space is fake. Your belief in it is ludicrous to me.
Okay, then what is above us?
I didn't make any claims about it. Was that not made abundantly clear to you?
No, I'm just refuting. So
reaching out to me is just reaching out to me as a guru. Now you realise your religion's wrong. So no, I didn't. I'll say it again as he's asked me again. No, I didn't make any claims about it. I don't need to make any claims about it. I refute your garbage beliefs about it. That doesn't mean I'm going to become your guru as you interrupt me incessantly as I try and explain things to you. I'm not your guru. In fact, I don't like you very much. I'm not going to use a horrible word like you used against me, like dick, but I find you quite insufferable, and I don't want to educate you. I'll tell an audience that's paying me that space is fake and use natural law to prove it as you incessantly waffle through the conclusions.
Are you a grifter?
Did I hear that you'll never reach absolute zero?
Oh, the guy said it would run out of kinetic energy. That was a rebuttal to it, I believe.
Well, then you have to prove absolute zero, right?
He has to prove the gas would run out of kinetic energy. It was in response to the claim that gas runs out of kinetic energy. Were you paying attention to the discussion as it went back and forth?
Yes, because absolute zero would refer to the container.
Container?
Yeah, you said that we have to have a container, correct?
It's an antecedent consequent relationship. It's not up for debate. Unless you can show us, maybe you can, perhaps, I say it's not up to, can you show us gas pressure? Gas pressing on stuff, right?
Can
Without
can
a
you put
container.
a gradient within that container?
No, I was nearly there with my question. It's almost like he's going to be put into a position where he has to justify his non-belief in this antecedent consequent. Can you show us gas pressure without a container? Nearly there. Second attempt to ask the question to the guy that thought he was having a conversation with me till he was getting asked something, and then he's decided to talk through me. Try a third time. Given that I've said it's absolutely unequivocally an antecedent consequent relationship, you seem to be challenging that. Can you show us gas pressure without a container? Could you show us that?
Yeah, can you show me a gradient within gas pressure that's contained?
We dealt with this earlier. It's a delta X situation. First you have gas pressure, then you have gas pressure gradients. Obviously, when I asked you if you were listening to the flow of the conversation and didn't get a response, I can now infer the response because that was discussed about 7 or 8 minutes ago by Brian explicitly. He went through it in detail. Obviously,
Yeah, but I
you weren't
brought it up
listening.
2 days
So
ago.
obviously, now that I'm pointing out this guy's inability to comprehend and listen to a conversation that's only 7 minutes old, he's going to talk through the top of me also. That's perfectly reasonable for a guy who literally can't pay attention to the conversation that's taken place thus far in the last 10 minutes.
It's actually older than
no
27
worries.
minutes, sir.
Like I
It was a
say,
few
I
days
find
ago.
people like this fairly intolerable. My declarations of that will also be interrupted, and maybe I'll get called a rude word as I declare how intolerable people who incessantly interrupt answers to their questions that are largely irrelevant. You know, someone's claimed gas will run out of kinetic energy, and there's been a response in terms of absolute zero. The claims being ignored, the rebuttals being focused on. There we go. Meanwhile, space is fake. Happy Friday, Nathan. And thanks for the politics server, your ace. He means thanks to the politics server, you are ace. Thank you, Himsake, for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
I just want to point out that these arguments are getting more and more pathetic. They're asking about definitions of container now. That's what they have to resort to.
And the gas that is closer to a heat source will lose energy.
Do I get to go now? Brian was incorrect. The Earth is an open system, and temperature does not cause the gradient on Earth.
Demonstrate.
I was not correct. I was not incorrect. I stated that you were claiming that other lad was claiming an open system, and temperature does cause gas pressure gradient. If you're claiming a gas, just so you know, Brenda, if you're claiming a gas pressure gradient without a container, then you're claiming gas pressure without a container. That'd be something you should be able to demonstrate, then, isn't it?
I'm claiming that
That's
the
a direct
Earth.
claim of gas pressure without a container. Gas pressure gradient without a container is a direct claim of gas pressure without a container.
The Earth is an
Have you got a
open.
demonstration of that?
The Earth is an open
Have you
system.
have you got a demonstration of a gas
Brian,
pressure
you've
gradient?
got to stop
Well,
at some point.
no, this is hang on, Nathan. Also, I need you to, I want to know if you got a demonstration of a gas pressure gradient without temperature causing the gradient. There's two things I need from you, Brendan.
So the Earth is thermodynamically open. It receives the same amount of energy from the sun during the day as it dissipates at night, right? So
Thermodynamics can't exist outside of a container.
And that's false.
Temperature or gas pressure without a container. You're claiming it's a completely open system. There wouldn't be any thermodynamics. There wouldn't be us. There wouldn't be anything, Brendan.
That's incorrect. That's incorrect. Thermodynamics is about systems.
No, that's incorrect. Yeah, no, you're incorrect, Brendan. Not me. You're incorrect. Thermodynamics, the laws of thermodynamics based around a system that is enclosed.
No, that's false. It also deals with open systems. The Earth is open.
So the second law of thermodynamics, 1 second then, Brendan. Okay, the second law of thermodynamics, right? High pressure will always go to low, right? And hot will always go to cold. Right? You agree?
What was that again?
Second law of thermodynamics states that high pressure will always go to low and hot will always go to cold. Do you agree?
That's not what the second law states, but that's an interpretation of the second law.
Stated in the second law. That's clearly stated in the second law. Anyone can Google
It's
that.
literally not what it says, but that's an interpretation of it.
Brendan's just after telling a total lie. Brendan's after just telling a total lie, stating that it doesn't state in the second law of thermodynamics that high pressure will always go to low pressure and heat will always go to cold. They're the two most well-known things from the second law of thermodynamics. It's literally stated. When you look up the second law of thermodynamics, that's the four things they are telling you.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah. But the problem is that that's in defiance of their globe model, with it defying that law, so it has to be fundamentally denied.
In fact,
It's also
entropy of gases,
it's also
Brian,
based around any
Right,
fluid system.
So Brian,
Yeah,
the second law states that
actually, Brian's 100% correct, and one of the most widely stated irreversible changes is entropy of gases.
I've released several university lectures from Yale and Oxford, and I can't remember the other one, that all dictate to their students what entropy is in terms of entropic dispersion, and they use gas in most examples. Yeah, gas fills space. Brenda is a liar. She's here to lie.
Yeah.
Why? Well, because the second law of thermodynamics doesn't comport with her religious belief in a sky vacuum. Therefore, gases in an open system won't disperse. Well, that's a defiance of the second law, and she will literally lie about what the second law is to Brian and a live audience because she's a glurf. You've got to lie to glurf. She's stamped that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong through the top of Brian, making his point nice and clear. Total lie, he wasn't wrong. But he's been interrupted by a glurf liar several times. He's been proven and demonstrated to be a liar now. Thank you, AJ.
Yeah, so it's incorrect. It states that entropy increases
Now she's
over
going to
time.
chant, you're incorrect. And now, Brenda, it was put to you by Brian that it's a very well-stated principle in the second law that gas fills space, and he further qualified it by describing how high pressure moves to low pressure, hot moves to cold. You denied that. Just makes you a glurf liar. In other words, I wouldn't at all blame Brian if he just, that's it, it's his victory. The moment you're just shown to be a disingenuous liar, why would the conversation continue? No, you're not worthy of talking to us anymore. You're not a worthy opponent. You never were, but this isn't my server. I wouldn't have you on mine. You suggested that my kids should be taken away from me, so I wouldn't have you on my server. I permanently banned you. Obviously, we're not there now. This is open to anybody. But, me viewing you as a disgusting human being based on your attitude towards me and my family isn't anything to do with your total lies and ignorance of the second law of thermodynamics when it comes to this audience. But there we go.
Yeah, the second
Why
law
are
of
we into the
thermodynamics
second
doesn't
law of
apply to the Bloom
thermodynamics?
model.
Yeah, they can't even get into the second law. They appeal to gradients that starts at sea level. I don't know what they're even doing in this topic.
Exactly.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I segued it the first time we had this do-si-do go around to a flat plane of reference, the sea level that's used. You're describing the altitudes of these pressure gradients. You need a flat Earth to describe them. That's a fact.
I just must point out that Brenda also lied when she said that temperature does not create the pressure gradient or a gas pressure gradient.
Intrinsically
That's a complete
linked.
lie.
It's obvious, Brian, to everybody with half a brain, but we have to debate these things.
Yeah, it's just what we're debating is either people who don't know what they're talking about or people who do know it but are just straight out lying. And the first guy didn't know what he was talking about. The guy was talking, he didn't understand it from what I could gather. But I know for definite Brenda's just lying.
Yeah, the 14.7 psi starts at sea level.
So outer space is fake. I'm glad we covered it as a housekeeping question early on. Meanwhile, once you get to the Fundy's point where he understands gas pressure requires containment, suddenly we're being asked about why gas doesn't run out of, what was it he was claiming, kinetic energy. Well, suddenly we're the arbiters of these things. No, it's just space is fake. That's it. That's my job done. Well, you want to know all sorts of other things. Did you not have Google when you were looking at what science was? Oh yeah, you did, didn't you? Off you go. Space is fake. Don't forget it.
Why was that man arguing against temperature to only then use kinetic energy? That means either he didn't know what he was talking about, he didn't know what gave the gases what gives the gases kinetic energy, or he was just being dishonest because he was switching from talking to me to talking to you.
Again, a fundamental
Well, I made it
ignorance of
sound
the
smart by saying it works.
a fundamental ignorance of the intrinsic link these things have. And when he uses words, as you say, like kinetic energy, you demonstrate admirably to people who do understand the intrinsic link. You don't understand that, which is intrinsically linked by your own bloody words. When you deny it, it's pathetic. You have to break these things down so slowly, whilst being called a dick. Obviously being yammered through by a liar like Brenda saying you're wrong, while you're trying to explain these things, Brian. That's how it goes for us as flat earthers, isn't it? It's the life we lead.
Well, for
Yeah,
our
I mean,
own,
even with the other guy,
Hold on, Brian. Sorry.
So-
Go ahead, AJ.
for our own YouTube audience here in Discord on the politics server, I've just dropped a citation in the side chat. The most widely cited example of an irreversible change is the free expansion of gas into a vacuum.
exactly, AJ. What we're dealing with is like with that other guy earlier on. He came in with it was a very expansive physics type question, but surely you had to calculate the work being done, this kind of stuff. And then
Yes.
I asked him, so where is G in PV equals nRT? He said it isn't in there. Where is it in any gas law? And it wasn't in any gas law. And we asked about how are you going to calculate? Well, we'd use PV equals nRT, one of the other gas laws. G is not involved in. You know what I mean? We're using, like, so how are we going to calculate, how are we going to determine the work being done through the very thing that doesn't involve the thing that you need to involve, which is G.
I'm going to
There's
read
no
a,
gas law. Go on.
I was going to say, I'm going to read a quote from Professor George Porter, who's a Nobel laureate. You'll be familiar with it as I read it out. Now let us look at some examples of spontaneous change and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now one, perhaps the simplest of all of these changes, is the expansion of gas into a vacuum. I have in one of these bulbs some bromine, and in the other I have a vacuum. And if I open the tap between these two, you will see spontaneously the bromine rush from one to the other. Now that is the simplest change we have, perhaps, because all that we can have is a change in entropy. In this case, the expansion into a vacuum, nothing else is involved. There's no change. There's no energy change. There's no temperature change. There's no change except entropy. Professor George Porter, Nobel laureate.
Isn't that the video you played?
Yeah, I
Nathan, you're
play him
wrong.
actually saying, yeah, when he demonstrates it with the two bulbs, one's got a vacuum in it, the other's got a gas in it. He opens a tap between the two, and the gas fills the space.
Video is on the Discord chat.
Everyone,
I have a question.
Was that?
If everything that goes up must come down, where's down on a gas molecule?
Yeah, exactly. Gas is expanding in all directions. Everything doesn't come down. That's their assertion. They need you to believe is
So
the
gas-
case to assert we've got gravity.
with gas, there is a flowing up and down with convection. That's caused by temperature and controlled by temperature. Well,
But gas forever expands, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, but temperature
Okay.
depends on temperature. Temperature will the cooler convection is cooler, a cooler and warmer fluids replacing
Point
each other.
gradient.
So as warm gas rises, cooler gas will flow down. That's why we have weather, high and low pressure systems.
That's why we also have a buoyancy
Like a low
gradient.
pressure system.
It doesn't seem to be listening to you, Brian. He seems to be waiting for his opportunity to chant the next thing. So I don't know if he's actually
Yeah,
listening.
it's not an opportunity.
If what goes up must come down.
You're just talking straight through the middle of me and trying to say stuff, but you're not.
Yeah, that's the problem. I assume from that little outburst through the top of you that he's got a fundamentalist globe belief, and what you're saying is troubling. What goes up must come down isn't true.
Horizontal plane of reference is irrelevant.
That's correct.
So John's just said that to describe the up or the down, you'll need a horizontal plane of reference. Absolutely correct. But in this instance, to say what goes up must come down. No. Look at clouds. They're not coming down, are they? Part of a gas expansion, phase change. They'll come back down as rain, not gas. The gas has gone up. Is that what you're saying? What goes up must come down, not unless it changes phase. If it doesn't, it's just going up. It's expanding from ground level upwards. What's that? Gravity doesn't exist in this context, does it? Oh, there's another Fundy chanting through the conclusion.
No, that was
I assume.
AJ. Sorry, I was going to say.
Sorry, AJ.
Unfortunately, he's run away. He's run away from you. Yeah, the weekend globe debater dipped.
Fair enough.
Weekend warriors, huh?
He was here to flex his intellectual superiority in a room full of dumbos as far as he was concerned. We even detailed them and gave examples with people like Leafy as a segue. And then when it actually came down to him defining why he got a globe belief that I smirked at, he said science, and then the moment I point out it's a category error, it's rumpusing and I'm getting insulted and called a dick. It was great. Perfectly timed, as we'd literally discussed that very Dunning-Kruger scenario prior to him having it. It was epic.
Yeah, I find with a lot of the Globers, they come in with not the ones who are seasoned, the ones who aren't seasoned. They'll come in with these big, massive, expansive questions that are big, loaded with loaded words. But when it comes down to it, they can't back up any of the stuff that they want to talk about. That's been my experience in 9 years. In 9 years, once you they're paper thin. Once you press on it, your finger goes through.
You know what I find hard? Something as simple as you can't have gas pressure without containment, right? Instead of them realizing that, intellectually thinking about it, no, they'll look to find the answer how you can have gas pressure without containment. And there is none.
There's a
But
question.
they'll believe whatever heliocentrism dictates.
This is an unusual circumstance that doesn't normally befall us. There's actually a question that one of my chat participants has put to you guys in politics. So I don't know who might answer this, but I'll ask it anyway. So Iron26, who's one of my patrons, says, do 24/7 suppliers support hotline for Globers who are suffering?
Yeah, they can come in here 24 hours a day and speak to us about their issues. We can counsel them.
See, Nathan, this is 1 decade. This is the problem. What I'm noticing at the moment is it seems to me like these Globers are going through a psychological dilemma. They're being presented with the truth. We're demonstrating how the Earth is measured flat and horizontal and level. We're explaining about gas pressures. Now, they can see this. They understand it. But the moment they admit it's true, they have to get rid of the globe belief. And that's a psychological dilemma for them that they're in. That's the way I'm looking at it.
One deck. I'm experiencing it personally with my oldest son, Jacob. Every single day. He's in serious, serious pain.
Oh, bless them all.
Well, I'm just going to throw it out there, yeah. If any Globers out there need a bit of counselling, we've got Crit here in the room. Crit is will be very gentle with you guys.
Can I just a call to action to my own audience? Sorry to break up the flow. If you have been affected by the issues discussed here on Flat Earth Debate today, you can call 1-800-SAMARITANS if you are a Globe believer.
It's really good to break down this idea.
I think we're being a bit cold.
It's good to break down the idea where they think flat Earth has harmed humanity in some manner, shape, or form. Because then they'll come up with some sort of shtick. They'll say, I would have a flying car if it wasn't for flat earthers. Or something along those lines. And once you get them to say something so over the top ridiculous, then you can actually get to some sort of conversation about that. Like, why do they think this is, like, why do they put
Let me get this
earthers?
straight. You think that once they can reach a point that they can claim victim status for something that a group that's been ascribed to the nature of the territory in terms of how it's navigated and expanded the known world makes them a victim, and therefore they can, put their hand out and cry? And is that really what you're suggesting?
No, because I didn't articulate well. Because they'll come here and say flat earthers are a fringe minority group who do not matter. They're so minuscule. They're completely irrelevant. And they're to blame for everything wrong in the world. Once you're able to get that contradiction, then they'll have to either play the victim card and be like, you're harmful, and they'll say, well, why are you here? Or it'll defuse the situation, and they'll start
yesterday from Dom Jolly and Fight the Flat Earth. They're a joke. I use them as entertainment. Simultaneously, though, they are actually the gateway drug to much more serious things, and they should be taken extremely seriously and dealt with. And I do take this very seriously.
Yeah, it's a very contradictory, broken worldview where they want entertainment and they're looking for it, they're seeking it, and their actions are harming the world because they're advocating for more content of the same type. So they want
No,
to
it
blame.
just hurts them. That's more projection. Right.
Yeah.
They think it's really funny. Flat earthers are stupid. We know we're on a globe. Into flat earther, challenges their belief and puts them in a position of cognitive dissonance. You're evil. You're making the world a bad place. No. You feel bad because suddenly your belief's been challenged and you blame me for it. Oh well. Don't care. Meanwhile, they might be right. We might be, if you consider us part of the group, a very small minority. Okay. Does it change the nature of the world? Does it make me wrong? Does it mean my arguments fail? No, none of those things. Your appeals to consensus are irrelevant. Doesn't make any difference to how I argue. I feel like a minority in flat earth. Just so, you as the outsider, as a globe believer, looking at me as a combined group member of flat earth as being small and insignificant. Yeah, imagine how I feel. I'm in the minority of minorities, my friend. Does it mean my arguments don't win? Does it mean the nature of the plane we measure is any different? Nah, not at all. What's that? How do pressure gradients work? Why am I a weatherman? Space is fake.
Just on the back of what Chris says there, it's not. It's in line with it, but it's not exactly the same. I have been accused in the past, more than one time, of holding back the progress of humanity.
We expanded the
I
new
have
world.
1,400 subscribers.
As an individual. Flat Earth, that is to say, the fact Earth is flat, is the basis that expanded the known territories. Yeah, the new worlds were discovered with flat Earth navigation processes. So, what do you want to say? We've held back the world? No, we've expanded it with flat Earth measurements. What are you talking about?
That's
you
correct.
You could even
You're
suggest
absolutely right, Nathan.
again.
I said you're absolutely right. We did advance humanity.
We didn't. The fact that Earth has been measured out and mapped and expanded out in terms of what we discovered that was already in existence, that's not us as a group being able to be ascribed as benefiting humanity in terms of us because we know Earth's flat. The fact that is how we've just navigated the world and expanded the world is matter of fact. I can't take any credit for it. I can't relinquish any credit from Globers for it. It just is what it is. We have factually expanded out the world flat. That's how the known territories were navigated to, and that's how we found our way back from them. There is no ambiguity in terms of how it was done, and it is still done that way because Earth is flat. It's not like, well, look how well I've done to expand the Western world because I'm a flat earther. Me, aren't I great? No.
If we're going to get blamed, hold on. If we're going to get blamed for something, then we're going to take credit for everything.
Take credit for telling people they've been deceived. Don't become their guru. Don't suddenly pretend you know what the sky is. You'll be all right. If you open your eyes to somebody that they've been lied to and they suddenly turn on you, then unfortunately that's the end of that relationship because they suddenly think that you exposing the lies that they have fallen short of recognising your fault as the messenger. No. Or that you've got to somehow fill in the gaps that the lies have now left in their life. No. I'll tell you it's measured flat though. I'll tell you that it does get measured flat to expand the territories. I can demonstrate how the known world was expanded out to the new worlds, formerly in outer space, as we travel towards the horizon, measuring a flat Earth as we did so. These are all facts. Nobody can contest any of it.
Yeah, the other guy wanted a guru. He was asking what the sky is, then what's above us.
Yeah, his question was formulated as, how does the pressure gradients with respect to sea level form? And you're so far away from heliocentrism at that point.
That's why I keep
Why
putting
are you asking me that?
Exactly. As much as Brian's very, very knowledgeable, and as I said at the time, if We're on our own show. I'd let it go for 5 hours. I have done it recently, right? But in this scenario, it's like, no. Let's just cut to the chase here. Put the brakes on. Earth's being proven to be a flat plane for reference in terms of altitudes of these pressure gradients. And furthermore, they wouldn't be at pressure if the sky was a vacuum. Fundamentally, categorically undermining and destroying the globe paradigm in every single respect. And furthermore, proving that Earth has been measured flat. That's it. That's the end. Game over. That's flat. You didn't know already, now you do.
Yeah, but when someone comes with a smart-ass question like he did, I think we should unleash Brian on him.
You see,
like he had some sort of knowledge.
It's only a smart-ass question when it's from an opponent that hasn't conceded containment at that stage, when you're in debate about it. And it's Brian and I discussing it. Well, brilliant. Or you, Neil. I just mean anybody that's not might be adversarial in the discussion, like the other day when we were discussing the intricacies of heliocentric orbital motion for the moon. Again, that was the discussion that went on for 5 straight hours, right out of my wheelhouse, right in the heliocentric paradigm, figuring out the geometry derived from flat planes into orbital motions, and now they'd function if we assume the moon was moving about a universal axis, simultaneously rotating about its own axis in their claim once in a 28-day period. Does that mean it does rotate about its own axis if it's tidally locked to the globe? That discussion went on for 5 hours. Not even flat Earth proving. Occasionally, John gets the chance to pop his mic open and say, well, you'll need a flat plane of reference for all of these descriptions. We're in La La Land. Ultimately, these sorts of things can be discussed so we can advance our own heliocentric understanding. It's very, very worth it. But when it's some tosser that's just come along and started telling you you're wrong and telling you you're a dick and challenging every word you say with ignorant positions to challenge them with, you're becoming more and more irritating as I talk to you. Why would I discuss what the sky could be by speculation? You're just going to use it against me. It's not because you actually want me to be your guru. You want me to be wrong in my speculation so you can use that as a tool against me. Again, we've done this for so many years. We know the MO of every single opponent. Nothing's new.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the same guy. Sorry,
Neil,
go ahead.
go ahead, whoever it was from Discord.
On the flat Earth, when you're standing still and you get ready to take a step forward, right? And you take a step forward, does your body go up and then back down to your foot?
I understand your question.
Are we just slithering across this flat Earth, or are we stepping?
Are we slithering or stepping across the flat Earth? Is that really your question?
So when you take a step, does your body motion go up and then back down?
A little bit. My hips too. What's the point?
I don't know. What kind of shoes you got on today, Nathan?
Bouncy ones. What's your point?
Running barefoot.
Does this have a point attached to it?
Walking is a movement
You're
forward.
flat Earth over a distance, right? But you're using technology to do it. You're not actually walking it, right? Because when you walk, you go up and then back down. So how, therefore, can
No,
it
you
be
don't.
completely flat?
No, you don't. You push a step forward when you walk.
Hold on.
Is this guy a Bev?
Can you both just a second?
I mean, y'all are going to skip.
We're immediately into audio chaos. We haven't even got clarity on the question. He's talking straight through the top of the host. Ryan, I just need to get clarity on what he's actually claiming and what he's suggesting we might have claimed for him to challenge, or if he's challenging something. So, just one more time, my friend. What exactly are you suggesting? Because I'm not clear.
We put him on mute. I think it's a Bev sock. Somebody coming in here to do the.
I can unmute him, but Brian was correct. Yeah, he's trying to say you leave the Earth and come back down when you walk, and Brian says no, you're pushing yourself forward, propelling forwards. He would actually be describing jumping if we were going to leave the Earth and then come back down. But what the point of this is on a flat Earth, I got no idea.
Well, this is the psychological dilemma.
What this is ordered to?
Now we've got audio chaos from Neil. Guy was talking. Fair enough. I don't care what camp he's from. I just want clarity on what he's asking.
I wasn't saying we were jumping. When did I say we were jumping? I said when you take a step forward, your body goes up and then down.
Body goes up and
Or
then
is everybody
down.
just
That's what I got.
hovering upon
Now you're
it?
yammering through me. You left a pause. I started responding. Now you're talking again. What I got as you started talking through someone else was the body goes up and down. What I need is a clear and
Dude, you're a
concise.
goofball. There's my talk food.
Again, is it just me, audience?
No, he's in a
Is an inability to
psychological
communicate. I start appealing to my audience in the gap, and then this guy starts talking again. These people aren't reasonable. It's not like he can communicate in a reasonable fashion with another human being. He asks something, leaves a pause, someone else starts talking to respond, he starts talking. It's fairly standard globe-believing MO. But all I want, I'm trying to help him. I'm trying to get clarity from him. I'm trying to help him expand on his question so we can reply to it. He doesn't even want that. Yeah, there's not reasonable people in this discussion, it seems. Try again. Last attempt. I think it's the fourth. What exactly are you claiming?
He's gone. He dipped, yeah. He comment
he
over
ducked
the
out.
top and he jumped. Yeah.
He only wants the audio chaos. Okay.
Can I clarify his claim?
That we're bouncing up and down? Go ahead if you feel necessary.
I is my body when moving forward, going up with respect to a horizontal plane of reference and down with respect to a horizontal plane of reference if it is a horizontal plane of reference.
If you're moving forward, you're going forward. On the horizontal plane of reference.
Please help me.
That was his question.
Okay.
That was his
That's
question.
no point though, does it? What's the relevance?
On a plane to describe it, maybe? I don't know.
I don't even know how you could clarify him as a Bevite. I don't even know what he was talking about.
He's in a psychological dilemma, obviously.
Either way, it didn't make sense.
Like my son.
Didn't make sense to me, so whatever. Fine. Moving on.
He wasn't claiming you go out and then back in as you move forward. That wouldn't have made sense, would it?
That was my question. But working like a man, so I got to keep working, guys. Can't be to every attention span that you need me to be.
Nobody required anything of you.
Okay, you're providing that flat Earth is at a relative position of not moving, standing still.
Can I respond without you immediately chanting through me?
Delite.
Shh, Neil. No, that's not a positive claim. Yeah? There's a positive assertion from globe believers, Earth is moving. That is the positive assertion. Saying something isn't moving isn't a positive assertion. It's not something I'd defend as a claim. There's no need to. Not a claim.
Okay, I just used your claim. I said flat Earth represents that, did I not?
No. Flat Earth is
So now flat Earth is moving?
There we go. There's me answering.
Yes,
Flat
sir.
Earth is a description of it. There's the second attempt. Flat Earth is a description of an aspect. In the words flat and Earth, there's no I also positively assert that Earth is not moving. Number one, you wouldn't need to do that. It's a non-positive claim, second attempt. Furthermore, that's not contained within the words flat and Earth. So no, it's just seems like now, given your insistence, it's just a straw man you want to respond to. It's not a positive assertion.
It's not a straw man.
Yeah, it is if you keep attacking it when I'm making it abundantly clear that it's not a positive assertion. It's a non-positive claim.
A non-positive claim. So when you say that when we're standing still, the Earth is not rotating and we are at a stationary fixed position, correct?
Do you want to give me a quote where I said that firstly, but further to that, to say Earth is not rotating is a contrapositive to the assertion that we are rotating. The positive claim now I'm pointing out for the second time is a positive claim. Let's put that slightly differently. An outrageous claim that needs substantiation. Yeah, not spinning. What you mean? Not the positive claim that we are from your side. No, not spinning is incorporating a fundamentalist zealot belief that I don't hold that you need to substantiate, not my non-positive claim in rebuttal to your affirmative assertion that we are spinning. That might have been a lot of words, but hopefully that conveys the point. I don't have a positive claim of anything in this regard. You do. You need to prove it's spinning.
You just gave a positive claim that I said that it was spinning.
Yeah, you asserted that I said it wasn't. Again, a reassertion of the obvious position you do hold to assert that I would declare that something isn't happening that you make the positive claim of when you use the word spinning. Not spinning. Yeah, that's you saying that.
Does flat Earth come to an agreement that you're on a stationary plane?
It's a fourth attempt. Non-positive. Not a unicorn. Prove it. I'll try and reiterate how this is. Sorry. Are you suggesting for 1 second Earth's not a unicorn? Sorry, prove your burden absolutely being reasonable that Earth is not a unicorn. Prove that standard. Non-unicorn. I mean, it's not like I'm saying it is a unicorn here or anything. It's not like a unicorn would be the outrageous positive claim. And non-unicorn, like you obviously positively assert, prove your non-unicorn Earth. You see how that's unreasonable?
What's the circumference of your unicorn, sir?
Exactly. You're someone picking up on this absurdity. Thank you.
Keep running, Nathan. Keep running. Because your whole assertion is that flat Earth is a stationary plane.
The Earth ain't flat. This guy knows
not
it.
an assertion.
Right, dude.
He's a grifter. He's a child abusing grifter.
I'm only
Go
talking
beat
to
your
one
kid.
guy, and now I seem to be yammered through by someone shouting. No, dude, I've tried to explain to you, I think this will be the 5th time, that it's not a positive assertion to say something isn't something. Yeah? Like not being unicorn isn't a positive claim I can hold you to. Reasonable. You're saying not spinning, prove it's not spinning. No, that's not how this works. The burden of proof is on the person making the positive claim. The outrageous claim, your positive, outrageous claim that Earth is spinning has no burden I have to justify or satisfy when you demand that I say it's stationary. It's non-positive. 6th time. Is this all you've got? Because we're just going around in the same do-si-do over and over again.
Kick him out for what he just said. Kick him out.
No, that was someone else, dude. That was Rob Noxious who came in and yelled all that out over the top. That wasn't the guy that you were talking
Also,
to.
Rob
Noxious
comes in and says something stupid like that. You should never be allowed back in here for that statement.
Thank you, Neil. You've now latched onto whatever it was doing. I wasn't paying attention to. I don't care. Either way, success, mission accomplished by whoever it was.
Well, I want to go back to chasing and say, well, maybe he can prove his positive claim, which brings us back to some of your opening questions. Who's ever measured this rotation of the Earth to prove it exists in the first place?
You'll need a flat plane for that. Axis of rotation with respect to a horizontal plane. To describe axial rotation needs a flat plane.
Your flat plane would represent 0, correct?
My flat plane would represent 0. What would 0 do you mean?
Well, you have to have a definition of 0, right? Start.
Like sea level.
No, you said
Zero's
flat
your
plane,
source
not
when we're
flat
talking
ocean.
I was just
about
talking to one guy. I've clearly triggered 4. Like sea level.
You said flat plane, not flat ocean.
Try a 3rd time. You said I'd have to have a 0. I said what for? What kind of 0? You said for the ground, for the flat Earth, and then now he's chanting through me. It seems he's already lost. Immediately defeat by my opponent. Summarising his loss, chanting through me. Obviously, you've lost because I'm now summarising my win. What, like sea? That's like all the oceans and that, like covering the whole world and that. Yeah, sea. Yeah, level. What, having no part higher or lower than another and referencing everything in terms of elevation everywhere for all things ever on Earth? Yeah, I do have a 0 mean sea level. Yeah, it doesn't seem after the 4th attempt that I'm going to get that through concisely without someone deliberately and intentionally just trying to wind me up by chanting through me, because they're triggered. What, you thought you had a little win with you? You must have a 0, and then I referenced something that's got the entire world as a reference, as a horizontal plane, known as sea level. Maybe 5 attempts to yammer that through an attempted refutation, what, by chanting through the top of it? Oh, mate, I do! We use it quite frequently. You'll need it too when you make your globe claims. Yeah, a level plane with respect to a vertical datum with a 0 point on it. Yeah, that'd be sea level, mate. Maybe if I say it 7 times, you'll tolerate it and accept this 0 that you thought you had a little gotcha with. You didn't. Embarrassing, right? Maybe chanting through the top of my win will overcome that embarrassment. It weren't a gotcha, mate. Do you want to respond?
No, he's dipped again. He might come back.
It seems
because he did come
every
back
time
last
someone
time.
suffers an embarrassing loss, they decide that they'll just run away rather than concede the devastating loss that they face at the hands of flat earthers here. They'd rather run like cowards.
Well, even in the Earth curve calculator, you reference your 0 as mean sea level. That is, it's that what they call a tangent. And the imaginary line into space is actually labeled sea level. The imaginary line is the curved one drawn beneath sea level that they believe the horizon will appear on.
Yeah, that didn't revolve in the conversation beyond somebody who thought in the back of their mind that they could have a nice little gotcha with a flat earther in a Discord server that they'd probably never been in before. Oh, you've got to have a whole 0 point for your whole flat earth, haven't you? Yeah, I have. Sea level.
Hey, AJ, Rob Noxious should never be allowed in here again.
She'll be in your
Yeah,
band
he's-
for. Rob Noxious is a troll.
He's been banned at the moment, and
I'll tell you
we'll-
later
we'll
what
just-
he said, Nathan.
Yeah, I know exactly what he said. It's all good.
Something about
Don't
child
stress.
abuse. Said something about child abuse. I assume he was calling me a child beater, something like that.
I didn't want to say what he said, but since you did, yes.
Right, again, immediate concession of loss before even entering into the debate forum. Called an ad hominem attack.
Don't focus on what trolls say. The surface level in our curve maths, the surface level is actually a tangent. They're calling surface a tangent. You're standing at the beach, looking out to the horizon. Especially on a calm day, you can see the water nice and calm. They're saying you're standing on a tangent. That's what they're trying to tell you. Stupid they are.
Yep. And that when they try to refract it up to surface level, you can never mathematically reach horizontal from a curved line as long as it has R in it. If there is an R, it is not a straight line. By definition.
Exactly. What they actually do is when you're standing looking out at the horizon, they're claiming that what you're standing on is a tangent line, right? A straight tangent line that goes from your feet straight out. And they're over 6R, right? Whatever degree they need to, depending on the distance to the horizon, will lift up their horizon to meet that tangent line that you're standing on, giving you the impression that you're standing on a flat plane with an horizon.
So let me get this straight, right, Brian. Let me get this straight. They don't admit that the Earth is horizontal stationary, but they admit that they're standing on a flat horizontal imaginary line.
Yeah, and that the horizon has been lifted up from below that line by an over 6R non-refraction, and to meet that line, giving you the impression that that line and the horizon are all one. What John
Which is
just said,
mathematically impossible.
yeah, because there has to be a curve between you and it within their maths. So that they're flattening out their globe as well as expanding it via its radius while you're standing on a tangent.
Yeah, they keep on trying to blow that balloon up to make it flat, but it's just not ever going to be flat.
I mean,
if it's curved.
if the horizontal plane of reference is standing on is imaginary, then it's possible it could be curved as well. Maybe.
Not if it's a horizontal plane or a straight plane, because their whole mathematics is based around. Mathematics is all based around where the horizon is. They're over 6 or whatever it is, where it be 7, 10, 50, 100, as I've showed, over 3,000 over 6 or for over 3,000 over 6 or for one observation. They have to go off the distance to the horizon. That's what they have to do. So they determine via this height on a globe what horizon is this far away. But the horizon is further than that, because it's always further, then there's no such thing. There's never been in existence an horizon that matched our geometric globe edge in distance from the observer. So what they have to do is all have a constant mathematical refraction added in to every observation. And it's depending on how far away the horizon is based on the other, as well as the use of the observer height, they then calculate how much over 6 hour they need to add to make their horizon on their globe be that distance away. But then they're also having you standing on a tangent, meeting this point, taking away all curvature. And even as John said, it's mathematically impossible, because there still has to be the tangent. Then would have to become, John, you would concur, that tangent would have to become a chord line at that point with what they're claiming. But they're not. So they're still keeping a tangent, but letting it one deck.
So the refraction is. I'm just saying. So basically, they're using refraction to turn the horizontal into an apparent location, not physical.
No, they're not. The horizontal is a tangent. There's no claimed refraction involved at all. What they're doing is they're claiming a mathematical refraction that is not refraction, that's based off an R value that's never been measured, because you can't measure it because of the refraction, the non-refraction that's mathematical refraction that's based upon it. Do you know what I mean? It's a circle of nonsense. And then they're claiming that the tangent you're on just happens to meet the horizon at whatever distance the horizon happens to be in reality. That is the amount of over 6 hours they're going to add to make that horizon that distance away from you as the observer. And that tangent meets that horizon, giving you the impression you're on a massive flat plane.
The horizon is a circle, Brian.
Then, two-dimensional.
Yeah, which makes it mathematically impossible to be curving. The R value of that circle can't be curving.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that, Brenda?
What I mean by what? The horizon is the circle. It's the point at which the Earth curves away from itself and blocks your line of sight.
No, 360 degrees. Your eyesight will give you a 360-degree circle if you spin around. The horizon's not a circle.
You see it all the way around when you turn around 360. Therefore, it's a circle. It's not a straight line.
That's your eyes. That's literally like the barrel distortion of your own eyes.
No, it's not an artifact. It's not an artifact.
Curved away from itself. That's so nonsense.
And that's what I mean. That it obstructs itself.
So that's the physical location, that circle, is it, of the horizon all around you, Brenda?
It's a physical location on a geometric horizon. Yes, it's a physical location.
I think you mean tangible, Brenda.
I mean physical.
Well, physical.
Black Swan.
Brenda.
I refuted the Black Swan. I took it away from Nathan.
Come on, Neil, please. Just don't give her an opportunity. She's after saying the Earth gets in its own way.
Yeah, that's what happens.
So that's like you obstructed. You want to walk in. You want to walk through a doorway, but you are obstructing yourself in front of yourself. That's basically what she's saying.
The reason you can't see the other side of a baseball is because the front side gets in the way.
What has that got to do with your claims concerning the horizon?
That's what a horizon is. The Earth gets in the way.
What's the horizon? The geometric edge of a globe.
Globes don't have edges. They're curved.
So the geometric edge of a globe. Is that what you're claiming? Because they don't.
It doesn't have an edge.
There's no horizon of the globe. Horizon is a rate of slope 0.
Right, I've just got to interject. So up until 2020, the globe, and still to this day, if you look at the actual rhetoric of a globe, is that there's a physical geometric sphere edge at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height of feet that blocks your feet and inches value of distant items. That would be the edge that obscures those feet and inches that are claimed in the Earth curve maths. Because it's been debunked by the Black Swan, and just denying that the globe has an edge to block things like boats and buildings at a feet and inches value as laid down in the maths. Essentially, she's denying her own Earth curve maths.
I debunked your Black Swan.
Black Swan, why'd you stop me?
Hang on, no. Find it. Right. What is the horizon? Is it the geometric edge of a globe?
The horizon is the point where the Earth comes between you and the rest of the globe.
So it isn't. You are claiming it's the geometric edge of a globe.
You can
claiming
Johnny.
it's the
Just wait
geometric
for
edge of a
Brenda
globe.
and Brian. Let me just get some order. I'm sorry, Brenda. Yes, Johnny. After Brenda and Brian are concluded.
Spheres don't have edges.
Brenda, you are claiming it's the geometric edge of a globe, Art.
No, there's no edge. Globes don't have an
You
edge.
just said it was. You just said a minute ago it was.
No, I didn't. I said it's the.
What the horizon was.
Okay,
You said
I made my summary, but I'll have to do it again. I'm really sorry, Brian and Brenda. It's not an edge blocking boats and buildings. Brenda's denying her own claim.
No, I'm not. I'm saying the
you
Earth
said it
gets in the way.
So is it an edge blocking boats and buildings? A geometric edge, Brenda, blocking boats and buildings.
It's a point beyond which objects are obstructed from your view, depending on your height above the Earth.
So it's beyond the obstruction. You just said it's a point beyond which objects are obstructed from their view. That'll be an obstruction, and then the horizon is past that.
It's
So
relative to your height.
Let's say an oil rig is obstructing my view past the oil rig, but there's an horizon past that. Is that what you're talking about? Like in the Black Swan image.
No, I'm not talking about the Black Swan.
You just described that.
I debunked your Black Swan. I refuted it.
So even the leading edge of a globe, the leading geometric edge of a globe, it's a closed question.
I refuted your Black Swan, and you're still not understanding.
Is the blockage geometric, Brenda, then? Okay, is the blockage that you're claiming geometric?
It is the Earth physically coming between
Is the blocking
you.
you're claiming geometric, yes or no?
Yeah, on a sphere necessarily.
Is the blockage you're claiming geometric, yes or no?
I was explaining it. It is necessarily.
I need an explanation. I just need a yes or no. I didn't ask you for an explanation. I asked you to answer a closed question. Is the blockage you're claiming a geometric blockage?
Yeah, you don't get to dictate the conversation.
Oh yeah. So is that a yes?
The Earth comes between you and the distant object.
So is the blockage you're claiming a geometric blockage, Brenda?
It is necessarily geometric. Yes.
So it's been debunked by the Black Swan.
I debunked the Black Swan. I took your Black Swan away from you.
Let's just go through it for the audience's benefit. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 59 miles, then every distance to the hill, geometric sphere edge horizon, Earth curve, every distance to that hill could be measured no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's dictated by Earth curve maths, where it's got a geometric hill edge in the way. Distance to horizon in the Black Swan is beyond the limitations of a geometric sphere edge hill in the way at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Therefore, horizon's not a hill in the way. Earth's not a sphere based on the claim that there's a hill in the way. Earth curve.
Where did you get 1.22 from?
Based off your Roy height, that horizon will be 1.225 times the square root of your Roy height.
Where did you get 1.22
That's
from?
where he got it from. I'll just answer her. Your Earth curve maths.
No, you didn't. You got it from.
No, Johnny,
you got it from the Green Flash's website, right? Where he's talking about there not being an atmosphere, didn't he? You're deliberately lying, Nathan.
That's your geometry of your globe, Brendan.
Yeah, does it take that refraction into account?
Just address what she said. I'm sorry. She said, I'm not paying attention to somebody who's describing oxymoronic sphere-shaped air without containment. That's an oxymoron. The gases take the shape of their containment. So to suggest that I should be paying attention to a different set of formulas that aren't the well-established Earth curve mathematics laid out in many different places that you're decrying because you don't want there to be an edge that's been debunked by the Black Swan because of atmosphere, well, that would mean that I had to accept that we've got atmosphere, oxymoronic sphere-shaped air. We don't.
Gas pressure doesn't require a container. That's false.
Okay.
I really don't know what to say. I really don't know what to say about
Yeah, there's your argument.
I mean, Brenda, what is the point of you turning up somewhere just to tell total lies every day?
Because I'm right and you're wrong.
Every single time I've ever spoken to you, you're around a good few years. Every single time I've ever spoken to you, there hasn't been one conversation or exchange where you didn't tell a straight out total lie.
Well, I've always told the truth. Everything I've said here is the truth. I am right and you are wrong.
That's another lie. I've always told the truth. It's another lie. After you just told a massive lie.
Yep.
Brenda, you can go and look at any sailing. You can look at any sailing manual, Brenda, and it's going to tell you the distance to horizon at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's in sailing manuals. Just jump on Google and have a little read for yourself.
That's a good point, and I will also give a point to Brenda. She cannot be physical as like Oliver Newton-John. That's just a fact of reality. You cannot block the reality, Brenda. And okay, in other words, the Earth has been measured flat, and all of this talking points that you see in the air just now is meaningless because it has been proved that the Earth is measured flat, and I can tell you how it is done. And if you don't understand it, maybe you have to go and educate you, Brenda, because the elevation angle needs a line. It's two lines in the beginning, but it has to meet in the end that we call triangulation. But it's not triangulation of height. It's two
breaking up, Johnny.
With all the measurement together to know where you are in a point on the ocean, for example. You can only do that if.
We've lost you again, dude. But we do have Rich Evans who would like to contribute to the refraction discussion from our chat. Rich, you want to unmute your microphone and actually discuss what you're putting in the chat here? No, he's okay, thanks. He just wants to spam the chat.
I'm just wondering if Brenda understands what I'm talking about. If Brenda can give any debut against it, of course she can, or he cannot do that because she cannot do that because it's overwhelming knowledge. So now Brenda is not saying anything because she really have to think. She cannot have any debut against it. Cannot say anything against it. That's what I was saying.
He's probably not saying anything because he's server muted.
Probably on mute.
Is he muted? Yes.
What's your response, Brenda?
Okay, take it on mute. Let's see if he can say something against it.
What's the question?
Oh, so you were not listening. I said, you have anything to say against the flat Earth measurement using the elevation angle, and you need two lines, and the other lines is 180. 180 against the elevation angle. That is to GP, and GP goes up to or the star or whatsoever you can take it down with the instrument that we call sextant down to the horizon, and then you get circle of equal altitude around the GP, the ground position. And listen to the word. Circle of equal altitude is equal altitude of a big area. And if it is, it cannot be a curved area then. Do you understand that, Brenda?
Now, it's hilarious that you think that's what it's hilarious that you think that that's what the circle of equal altitude is. You haven't got a clue. Nathan doesn't know what the circle of equal altitude is.
Hold on, stop, everyone stop. Please, can you stop? Please, Neil, shut up. Neil, can you shut your mouth? Why are you bringing my name into it? You're talking to Johnny, who's a former navigator, a ship's captain. When you're now bringing my name into it, like you're not talking to Johnny, or what's going on?
So Nathan Oakley's a lying bitch, you fucking bitch, child abusing bitch.
Neil, can you please stop getting so triggered? Because you're just throwing as much fuel on the fire as they would like you to. Please, can you stop doing that?
I was trying to say Johnny's a navigator.
Neil, please can you pop yourself on mute and just I'm down for a minute. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just wondering how Bernta can say right over over the internet and to my ear how wrong I am about the circle of equal altitude. It's very nice to listen to explanation what circle of equal altitude is.
You don't know what it is, Johnny. You don't know what the circle of equal altitude is.
Okay, tell me about it. I am open ears.
Right, it's the locus of points at which a given celestial object is at a given altitude above horizontal, right?
Yeah, what is horizontal?
Perpendicular to your zenith.
What is the reference? It's a reference to plane, right? So
no, the horizontal is the plane. It's perpendicular to your local vertical.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Welcome to flat Earth. It doesn't prove flat Earth.
Say that.
Okay, take it easy. There's all the way there. If Brenda don't understand this, then maybe Brenda has to understand that if you are from one distance from the GP, you shall be able to go around the GP and have the same distance in the circle.
No, that's not true. That's not true.
Really?
Right? No, it's not true.
If you have something from the middle point and you take a round of it, you get a circle, right? It's like a 3.14 of pi, you mean? Yeah.
Some circles of altitude are not, perfect geometric. Are not a fixed radius from the GP.
You're making fool of yourself.
Right? You don't know what you're talking about, right? The circle of altitude is a set of points.
Anyone who wants to know.
Yeah, she's lying.
Wants to know, I'll take her apart here now.
Yeah, you still don't understand how the moon rotates.
You just said to Johnny a second ago. Could you please do something for us? You know this horizontal you're claiming? How is that established, Brenda?
What?
How do we establish this horizontal you're claiming is perpendicular to Zen?
Yeah, John, the only way we don't have to talk about it for the audience, and just for the audience, if you put a string in the middle of something and go around it,
she's not denying that, right? Johnny. She's not denying that.
I am denying that.
It's not the Earth.
I am denying that.
I say it's not the Earth. So I'm asking her to define how this horizontal she's claiming is established. Brenda, how do you establish this horizontal?
You can. If you're on land, you can put a pan of oil on the ground.
I said from the deck of a boat with a marine sextant. How do you establish the horizontal?
You could use a bubble sextant if you're in an airplane.
Not on the boat. You can't use a bubble sextant on the boat.
That's correct. That's correct.
Establish the horizontal.
Right. You make
the horizontal with a marine sextant on the deck of a boat.
On the deck of a boat, then you take the dip to the horizon, you subtract that, and then you can get your horizontal.
How do you know the dip, Brenda?
That typically is in the books these days.
No, how do you know it? How do you know? How do you know what the dip should be?
You can calculate it based on your height above the sea.
It's not calculated. You don't calculate a dip.
Yes, you do. It's a calculation.
You measure your height above your port.
No, it's a calculation.
If you're above the water underneath your boat, see, do we have to talk to me now because I'm about to annihilate you. measure that port is 35 feet above the water underneath your boat. That means the water that's at the horizon is also only 35 feet below your oil line. If that horizon is 15 miles away from you, that means the water from underneath your boat to the horizon is a horizontal. That's horizontal.
No, it doesn't. That doesn't
There's no other way to
logically.
establish that horizontal.
That doesn't follow
What are you talking
logically.
about? All you're doing, you're trying to lie your way around it.
It doesn't follow logically. What you said.
No, yes, it does.
No, it
see
doesn't.
The way you keep, see the way there's all this talking going on as I'm trying to talk. I'm trying to tell you. At port, you measure your height of void. If that height of void is 35 feet above the water below your boat, then when you're out to sea, when you take your angle between the horizon, the visible sea horizon, and the celestial body, you only subtract for that 35 feet.
No, the
Because
dip to
the water
horizon.
at the horizon the water at the horizon is presumed to only be 35 feet below your oil line also.
Dip
So that's
to
why when you go to
horizon.
the almanac, the corrections in the almanac, the dip corrections in the almanac, that's why they fit a flat plane and not a globe.
No, they don't. Right, the dip to horizon isn't
They
your
don't
height
fit a
above
globe,
the
Randy, They
ocean.
fit a flat plane.
You're
When
just
you do it,
wrong.
They don't fit a. No, they don't.
No, the dip to horizon is
50 foot
not.
oil height, a 50-foot oil height on a globe would be 0.2, is it 0.24 degrees? I think it is, or 0.024 degrees. Whereas the correction is 0.016 or 0.017. That's not a globe.
Dip to horizon is not your height above the
Even the
above the ocean.
mathematics that you have to claim, even the mathematics that globers have to come up with to try and address that involves a dip correction off of a tangent plane. Your dip is off of a tangent plane, which is we assume to be a straight line out from underneath your boat.
The dip to horizon isn't your height above the ocean.
That though, I'm going to say first and foremost a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord, Politics Discord, and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible, and of course a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980. Oh, it's still live, isn't it? In Nathan Oakley live stream for smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and all that good stuff. Stay tuned if you are watching on an after show. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
Right. To sum up, I refuted the Black Swan. I took it away from you. I refuted.
It will not change the reality, Brenda. And you're still a man. You might think you're a girl. You might think the Black Swan is not this and that, but it is. Just
Brenda,
because
all
you
I've heard
want
all
it to
night.
be, it will never change anything. You cannot change the reality like that.
Johnny B, don't listen to these guys, Johnny B. They're fucking making fun of you, bro. These guys are morons, dude.
Yeah, but why not tell them again?
Brenda, all we've heard is hand wave dismissals, yeah, and that somehow you've refuted the Black Swan and taken it away, but we don't have any evidence of any of this, yeah? It's just always dismissals and claims.
How'd you steal my
Well,
Black
if it
Swan?
comes in a show
you
staff
should
and you
not be
put
allowed
focus
in.
on it, it takes it away from whatever is going on.
Oh, he should not be allowed in ours anymore.
Listen, he's banned.
It's a dead horse.
I'm
you
sure
mess
AJ will ban him
the
now.
earth flat, nobody can say anything about it. It's so logical. No, everybody should know that. That can use his brain. And the earth is measured flat with the elevation angle. That's so easy to understand, really. If you just try to use your brain.
Old horse or something? You
Yeah.
yourself on mute.
Killing the old horse again and again.
Yeah, my bad. I thought Cooper was going to speak up and pick up the torch. He looked like he was lighting up. The chef has had a lot to say lately.
I'm saying mic is open. You can hear the road noises, so it always lights up. I just think it's really weird how you guys keep like talking to Brendan but with him on server mute. It's really spineless. I don't like it. You guys should. You're going to talk about him and talk to him. You should probably let him respond, or her. I'm sorry. I don't know what the pronouns are, but whatever.
Why don't you worry about yourself, Chef?
Sure. Let's talk about the stars in the sky.
I'm pretty sure Brenda was responding just fine. Brenda got loads of time to talk. When did Brenda not get a chance to respond?
Guys, sorry. I just put Brenda on server mute because when you guys jumped out, the minute you guys left the room and couldn't defend it, she started claiming again how she had taken the Black Swan away from Nathan and that she had disproved it. And that's why I had muted her. And I was addressing that when you guys jumped back in, when I was stating that all we've had is hand wave dismissals and nuh-ahs, and I've refuted this and I've taken it away.
Free
that we have
speech.
no evidence. So, Cooper, it was me that
AJ,
did it,
you
and
don't
that
have
was
to.
the
You
reason
don't have to
why.
explain that to us. You mute whoever you feel needs to be muted, or unmute whoever you feel to be muted. You're very, very fair. What's wrong is that,
Yeah,
you know,
no.
especially with someone like Brenda, nobody needs an explanation as to why Brenda got muted.
I felt
You know what I
like
mean?
she
Yeah, who
waited
cares what
until
they
you
say?
guys. I felt that she waited until you guys left, where you couldn't defend the Black Swan, and had to throw in that last claim for the audience that she had refuted the Black Swan and taken it away. Yeah, so she was trying to get that last word into the audience to try and lead them astray. Yeah, so that is the reason why I muted it, and that was the reason why I said what I had said in after that.
Brenda,
Nice
take
job.
advantage of when we can't speak. That would be kind of like as if we're kind of muted, isn't it? So she was trying to say stuff when we were more or less, you could say more or less muted because we couldn't speak or respond.
Exactly.
Right.
Sounds like
So Brenda
rejection to me
claims her-
from this guy coming in saying we're not playing fair. When we ever playing fair, Bora? Come on. When we ever playing fair? Come on in. The person with the problem.
Should you allow someone who claims to refute logic to debate logically? Should you allow someone who refutes logic, supposedly, to debate logically?
Is it Cooper or Chris?
I
or
wouldn't.
One of the two. It did sound like they wanted to actually engage in a different discussion about the spars. Or was it you, fallen friends?
Cooper.
Yes.
So I use logic to refute your bad argument, right? I am correct. You're wrong.
Goodbye, Brenda. You realize you were speaking to a sailor who navigated his whole life. You realize that, right?
No, she made it about me. That's where I stepped in last time. She's obsessed with me. So when she was talking
I'd
to a
like to hear
sailor who
about
had
her
followed the
talking-
process, she decided that she was going to make it about her refuting me. She's literally talking to Johnny, who's employed the process.
I'd like to hear about Brenda's Black Swan, how she took away the Black Swan. I'd like to hear that. That would have to be funny.
It was on Jaren's show.
No, she didn't do it on Jaren's show. Jaren used the Black Swan against her.
Yes, he did.
Ended her there and then.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah, just it was over. Like, no, the day
I'm
ended
not
in no
watching
point.
Jaren's show.
Again?
Oh, I said I'm not watching Jaren's show.
Fair enough.
Well, Brenda, so tell us about how you took away the Black Swan. Tell us all about it. Give us all the details.
Oh yeah, it commits
Ryan,
a
are you
foul.
looking for entertainment?
Neil, do you not know in To Keep Your Trap shirt? It's obviously not clear to you.
Right, it commits a fallacy. It's a fallacy of equivocation between the geometric and apparent horizon.
You only got one.
Apparent. There's two horizons. All horizons are apparent, Brenda.
No, they're not. There's the geometric horizon, and then there's the visible
Where's
horizon.
that? Where is this geometric horizon? Where is it?
It's defined in the Green Flash's website. Look
Where
up the
is I
definition.
don't know who Green Flash is. Where is this geometric? I asked you, where is the geometric horizon? Not where it's defined. Where is it?
Oh, the geometric horizon is going to depend on the curvature of the object you're standing on and your height above it. It's a geometric relationship.
Where is though? This geometric horizon. And I didn't ask you. You're telling me more about it. Where is it? Where do I go to view this geometric horizon? Where can I measure to it?
Right? It's a geometric relationship between your height and the curvature of the Earth.
A geometric horizon. That would be geometric. Would be physical Earth. Where do I
Yeah.
go to view and measure to this horizon?
You can't go to it because it extends when you walk towards it.
Where do I go to view this horizon? Where do we go to view this horizon?
You would go to an Earth without an atmosphere.
How could I go to an Earth without an oxymoron?
You calculated that.
Without containment. How could I do that? How could I possibly do that? It seems to me that your logic is getting in the way of you understanding a logical consistency argument.
It's an
That's what it seems
actual.
like to me.
It's a mathematical
I've yet to
relation.
hear
It's a mathematical relation.
mathematical.
Bro, who
Yes.
recognized
your geometric
a
horizon is
disk
only
in
mathematical.
space, bro?
Hold
A
on.
disk,
So your
a disk
geometrical
is
horizon is only
completely
mathematical then?
unnatural, bro. The form of a disk,
So
okay,
your
in
geometric horizon is
space-time
only
is
horizon.
completely
Sorry, you said
unnatural.
that.
Hold on,
Sorry.
Brian.
Completely
Sorry,
unnatural.
there's a globe believer wanting to share his pain about what he believes flat
Okay,
Earth is
yeah,
through the
leave
top of
him
your
say- so-
discussion.
so-
Sorry,
so
Brian. I just
can
need
this
to,
man tell me
need to-
where
Brian,
his
I
geometric
must
horizon is?
be able to retain control here. Nothing personal. It's everyone, not just on my panel, on the Discord panel too. So I've got to, if I don't acknowledge this guy, that's it. Audio chaos ensues indefinitely. Must be able to retain
Yeah, I asked
control.
him a question, Nathan.
I know, but there's a
As he
guy
wanted to step
chanting.
in.
There is a guy chanting through you, and I've got to take control of that, Brian. Otherwise, nothing you say is going to be heard from this point forth. Yeah, there's a guy chanting about discs in space and how absurd it is through the top of this discussion that he's obviously not listening to, because he desperately needs to share his pain about what he believes a flat Earth is through the top. Now, hopefully there's quick conclusionary points and we can get on to a different fundy. We'll see.
What about the geometric horizon that's been
We
claimed?
don't
by
have
Brendan?
one. She said the way you'd see it is on an Earth with no atmosphere oxymoron. You've addressed it.
It's a
Doesn't exist. You
mathematical.
can't see it. Doesn't exist. Then she went on to say it only exists in the maths. So Earth curve only exists in the maths.
So all she's
Not
describing is a
geometric,
reification fallacy. She's just reifying her maths into some sort of reality.
I
Pardon
don't
me, but it
understand
does
how
not.
something can be geometric if it can't be shown in reality. Don't understand that. Because I can draw any geometric shape and then show that shape in reality. But I can't do that with this geometric horizon.
Yeah.
She's saying.
It's like
Can't
say the Earth is.
Ryan,
Okay, let's just take her at face value so we can round this out. Who's doing that? Take her at face value. Okay, so according to Brenda, light always refracted, not never, no atmo day, ergo, we haven't got straight lines to anything. It's always bent. Okay? Well, on
No,
screen.
we don't have a geometric horizon, Nathan. That's
Okay.
what that means.
Well, I was just
Or the
about to-
globe. There is no
I got that, I got
geometric
that.
horizon. It means the horizon is not the geometric edge of the globe. It means our curve is debunked. So is the globe's claimed geometry. It means there is no globe and no heliocentric model. That's what it actually means.
Brian, relax, Brian.
Not light is bending.
You're not helping Johnny and you're not in charge either. Johnny, thanks. Yeah, don't need that.
Okay.
I'll do that. Thanks. Yeah, thanks, Brian. Yeah, it debunks the entirety of the geometry. As soon as you say that, well, we've got no straight lines to anything, it's always in an atmosphere, oxymoron, sphere-shaped air without
No,
containment.
that's not. No. It's not about straight lines. All lines of sight in their paradigm are straight. It's that the straight line of sight to the horizon you're viewing, the horizon is not the geometric edge of their globe. That's what debunks their geometry.
Right.
But the claim is that Earth is curving. You can't, if you're going to state there's a geometric horizon, it's in the math. Surface level is a horizontal plane in that mathematics. Why is she saying it's curving?
Can I also say on technology that we are using?
Well, she was unmuted, so we could hear her response to that.
Okay.
Oh, she was speaking with me, and one of you fundies came in to have a problem.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Remember that?
Okay.
Just to remind you what actually happened.
Cooper and Johnny have decided. No, Brian.
Just to remind you,
Brian. Cooper and Johnny have decided. No. Conversation's over. We're going to interject with our two pennyworth and colour commentary. You're appealing to the fact that you're having a discussion with Brenda. Is neither in it there to the people who've decided they're going to talk.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Subtlety isn't Johnny's. Definitely not his strong suit. Subtlety for Johnny. That means, yeah, Brian's desperately trying to appeal to the conversation that he was having with someone completely different. You've decided otherwise.
Brian, I love you, but you don't give all the chance. I was in the middle of the sentence and you starting. Okay, but that's what I'm trying to say.
I mean,
It's
nobody
overwhelming
understands
truth.
you.
Everything
No
has
offense,
been,
man.
everything have to be. Oh, you're doing it again. Everything has been said. Yeah, we have all the technology. We have the radar over 500 miles that can reach in a straight line. Oh, that should not fit with 3959, the radius of so-called sphere. So we have that. We have this. We can keep on and keep on and keep on. But we don't have to do that. We don't have to do that really, because of the elevation angle and how the Earth is measured flat. I don't have to. I can talk about sonar and submarines. They use sonar over long distance. It cannot be if the Earth is spherical, then they have to. Then they will not be able to do that. Yeah, I can keep on and keep on and keep on. But in the end, the Earth is measured flat, and Nathan Oakley is absolutely right about that. It's finito. Thank you.
Right. There was a dude that was expressing his pain. It was like in disc in space or something.
No, he dipped as well. Just another troll jumping in to cause some chaos.
Hey, Brenda.
Conclusion, Brian.
That's all it is. But the thing about it is that Brenda's well able to take care of herself. She doesn't need any of these. Brenda will just lug her way around it or whatever. She doesn't need any, in fairness. Did I hear there was a guy called Old Hoss in the audience there?
Yeah, Old Hoss.
Yeah, is he around?
Yeah. Old Hoss, you there? Old Hoss Radburn.
I'm here but busy. Well, I can listen while what's up.
It's okay. That's not the person I was thinking of. No, sorry. Sorry for calling you out there. That's
No problem.
different Old Hoss. Always. Thank you. I know this other guy is a European.
It was Cooper.
Hi.
Yeah, I think it was.
What's up?
Sorry, no, I mixed up. I thought I heard Nathan say Old Hoss, and I thought that was another guy.
He was hot
European
micing
guy.
at the time.
Sorry about that. My mistake.
Right, we're going to hang around for another half an hour or so in this server.
A few housekeeping questions.
Housekeeping
Ball rolling
questions?
again.
Yeah.
Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
We do that at the beginning. We did do one. We did gas pressure without a container right at the beginning of the live show.
Well, I have proof of molten iron core.
Yeah.
Yeah. Guy said it was, what did he say the last time?
Now you're asking me.
Because I drawn a blank, but he said something about, oh, shoot. I'll think of it.
That's wonderful. Thank you, Neil.
Magnetism.
TBT Darla, you're hot micing. I've just server muted you. I'll take you off shortly and see how you go.
Electric charge, that's what it was. That the Earth has an electric charge.
Okay. And?
You agree that the Earth has an electric charge?
Electric charge, do you mean as an inference because there's a magnetic field that's somehow electricity driven? I mean, those two things can be shown to be intrinsically linked. But I know we've got a magnetic field, so what?
Therefore, molten iron core exists. Because it makes it spin. And because it's spinning, it's becoming a molten iron core. There you have it.
Well, I could have
I
stopped you.
just answered a housekeeping question.
Could have stopped you at the first non sequitur. Unicorn Earth because magnetic fields. Why? Well, because we've got magnetic fields. That proves what?
I didn't say anything about a
Earth's
unicorn, Nathan.
Sorry, you interrupting my absolutely awesome proof that Earth's a unicorn. How? Well, magnetic fields, Neil.
You're going to need the radius value for your sphere Earth with the magnet in the core.
Oh dear.
It's on screen now. I kept it up for just this moment. You say what molten iron core like the centre of the ecliptic in this example. Are you measuring an angle off a flat plane in the middle of it? It'd be very hot to measure this angle.
Nobody got Johnny's joke when he said Olivia Newton-John. I got it, Johnny.
Any evidence of the R value, the radius?
I think we've tuckered out all the fundies. Are there actually any globe believers still in here?
Yeah, we got Brenda in the chat telling us that the R is measured. Do we want to hear how it's measured?
Yeah.
Might as well.
All right.
Maybe she means the R that you need for your elevation angle, for your circle of equal altitude to find your latitude. Maybe that's the R value that she's referring to of a circle.
Okay. Well, you've got the flat Earth claim on the table.
How's this R value measured, Brenda?
Well, there's a number of ways.
You tell one of them.
Geodetic surveyors can measure the circumference of the Earth. Yes, its curvature.
And they? How did they do that?
How?
Yeah.
How did they use? What's the processes?
By spherical excess. The triangles that add up to greater than 180 degrees, right? You can quantify that and get.
How did they?
I was in the middle. I was in the middle of explaining. I was in the middle. Of explaining.
No, but you just said spherical excess. That's not. You just said spherical excess. That would require an R value to begin with, so that's not a measurement of an R value. So spherical excess.
Yeah, it is.
How did they get the spherical excess, Brenda?
By measuring triangles. By measuring triangles.
God,
No.
sorry. We'll whistle past the graveyard, shall we? I asked you for a measurement of R. You beg the question. Spherical excess. What? You've already got the spherical R value to make the excess calculations with? I'm thinking no, that's just straight up begging the question fallacy.
You don't know what begging the question fallacy is. You don't understand it.
Assuming your outcome.
No, that's not it. That's not what it is.
I'm trying to explain what you've accused me of not understanding.
You're wrong.
Assuming your outcome. Say if I say unicorn Earth, it's proven because if the Earth's a unicorn, then we'll have magnetic fields. Yeah, that's me begging the question that Earth's a unicorn in my first statement. That's begging the question, assuming the outcome. Spherical excess, you say? All right, so we're definitely spherical then, assuming that we're spherical because you've said it and you're begging the question fallacy.
Right, you got it wrong. That's not what the begging the question fallacy states.
No, we're not debating what a begging the question fallacy is.
Oh.
It's assuming your outcome. When
No,
you
it
say
isn't.
spherical excess for a measurement of R, that assumes we're spherically basing this radial value that you're measuring.
An assumption isn't begging the question, Nathan.
Now we're going to debate about what a begging the question fallacy is rather than begging the question fallacy of a spherical R value. Lovely.
Because you accused me of begging the question and you got it wrong.
Did.
Right,
As soon as
because
you said
you're
spherical.
wrong.
You did.
You're wrong.
You did. You're here to debate the Earth's a sphere. The moment you say spherical excess, you're automatically assuming that which you're here to debate about. Oh, still not getting it?
Anything but an R measurement.
Assumptions don't beg the question, Nathan.
That's precisely what they do. They assume the outcome. It's an assumption by
wrong.
definition, and I don't want to debate what begging the question is. You begged the question of a spherical Earth when you said spherical excess. You're here to prove sphericity, not assume it by way of begging the question. I absolutely, without question, expect the fifth rendition of her telling me to debate about what begging the question fallacy is, rather than addressing her use of that fallacy when she assumed sphericity, that which she is here to prove, by way of assumption in saying there is spherical excess. Measured from a flat plane. It's from the equatorial plane. That's how you get your PZX triangle, to say they add up. They're not triangles anymore if they're curved lines meeting at vertices. That's not what a triangle is. So you can't get a spherical excess triangle measurement when you take a PZX triangle from the equatorial plane measured out to the spherical radial value that's already assumed in your premise, aka begging the question. You've been done, thwarted, eaten.
Okay, can somebody in the panel or in the house educate me how something can go around its own axis in our physical world?
Shut up, Johnny.
In classical rhetoric and logic, begging the question or assuming the conclusion is an informal fallacy that occurs when an argument's premises assumes the truth of the conclusion. Begging the question.
So like if you were here to prove Earth's a sphere, and you started off by saying, well, if I measure spherical excess, that's sort of begging the question.
Correct.
Just so the audience knows.
Yeah, they measure flat Earth elevation angles first. Then they do their primary calculations to calculate their sphere to come up with their spherical excess. But they start with an elevation angle from a flat surface.
That's right. The PZX angles are projected out from the equatorial plane. Go ahead, Brian. I know you've been trying to get the actual conclusion. Go ahead.
Yeah, what they are, just so the audience knows that we're not just hand waving away this thing. Not that it doesn't deserve to be just hand waved away. Spherical excess, nothing to do with a measurement of an R value. And spherical excess is they measure actual triangles. As I said before on the server, my mother's partner is a retired geodetic surveyor. He was a geodetic surveyor for 3 or 4 decades. And they measure actual triangles. Let's just say between 3 mountains, an actual triangle. And then mathematically, when you place that actual triangle, there's only 100, none less, no more, 180 degrees of internal angles. When you place that onto a convex curved surface, it then bows out those lines and increases the angles, but also creates an area in the center of the triangle that doesn't exist in reality. That was what they call spherical excess. If they want to use any of those things, they again have got to unbend it and bring it back to an actual triangle in reality to use it in any way practically. That's what spherical excess is. There is no bendy triangles. There is no spherical excess. It's all mathematical belief nonsense. That's all it is. In reality, they measure actual triangles. Geodetic surveyors do.
I don't see how they come up with the concept that levels curving to give them any of these claims. But it's just contradictory. It's flat out contradiction. Can't curve level.
I have a question of possible ignorance.
Feel free. Ed?
Go ahead. Sorry, I got to push the screen to talk, and I got grease on my fingers. You look up to Polaris and measure, right? That's the measurement to look at Polaris.
That's latitude, yeah.
So we're looking up now to prove flat Earth.
You're measuring the baseline. So at the end of the measurement, you've got GP position for Polaris. The end of the baseline, GP being the ground position. If you were directly underneath Polaris, it would be above you at your zenith, right? You're measuring your latitude. You're taking a line along the ground to the ground position below Polaris. That's a flat baseline measurement. And the second line is up to Polaris. The baseline is a prerequisite. You're measuring ground positions on the ground, on the flat ground that you're measuring with this angle.
So you're
You know,
saying it's an
the flat
assumption
ground
of
that up
GP as
is
well,
an
right?
assumption.
Come again?
So it's a relative close assumption to GP as well, right?
It's a prerequisite for it to work. Work it does. It's utilised daily and has developed our mapping system.
Right. So again, we're
When
looking
you're
up
looking
to
up,
establish down, right?
No, second time's a charm. Measuring a baseline to ground positions with one of those lines, it seems you're ignoring the ground positions and line along the ground called a baseline for the angle. It's two lines. One is up to the sky. The other is the one we'll
There
be
you go.
utilising for navigation, and it has a ground position, GP, at the end of it, along the ground that we're going to measure. Obviously, you didn't listen the first time. Seemed like you did because you didn't say anything. Second time, you chanted through it.
It's
We
crazy.
are,
Listen, it's
we
crazy.
are measuring the ground and ground positions with this measurement. Third time.
And I just have to say, the ground is
Why? When I'm in discussion with a different guy. Why, Johnny? Why?
Because
Clearly in a
they
discussion
don't
with someone else.
understand.
I've just repeated
Okay.
something.
Yeah, okay,
Johnny,
I'm
if you
sorry.
can't shut your trap, you're going to have to be muted by one of the server operators. You're now chanting through someone else's discussion. Because it's got juicy, suddenly Johnny's got to get involved and ruin it. Mate, ground positions, along the ground. Fourth time's a charm.
It's an assumption of position, yeah.
An assumption or a measurement of an angle. No, not an
So it's
assumption.
Polaris.
There was me responding, and there's you being triggered. Shocking, isn't it? How me, the
Dude, it's
flat
not
earthers,
triggered, it's
explaining
called
how it's a
conversation, but you
measurement
don't
of
know
an
how to
angle,
have it.
and yet I'm being told it's an assumption of an angle. No, it's an angle measurement. It's called an elevation angle measurement, not an elevation angle assumption, because you've got a globe belief where the ground curves away from you. I would assume you appreciate that this is defined and justified as a measurement by definition. Do you not appreciate that? Because if so, I can define it for you.
So Polaris is absolutely non-deviating in position.
Non-responsive.
I'm asking the question. I'm asking the question.
Oh, really?
talking-
You're leading me, are
Answer the
you? I
question.
don't think so. I think I'm leading you when I say no, ground positions. On the ground for an elevation angle measurement you said was an assumption. No, I've responded to that last thing you said. You just haven't acknowledged my rebuttal and want to move on and lead me with a different
I'm
question.
going to acknowledge it.
AKA subvert the question by now chanting through the fact I'm highlighting to my audience that you're subverting the question with a new question. You put
No,
something
it's
to me
gonna
that was an
answer the
assumption.
question.
I rebutted it. You ignored it and decided that you were going to lead the conversation after that, which you stated an assumption of no measurement.
You're
to respond
so-
to that which you've been refuted with, or are you just going to keep chanting through me?
I'm not chanting. I'm trying to talk with you, Nathan.
Talk through me when I point out that you've ignored my rebuttal when you said it was a assumption and I pointed out it was defined as a measurement. You thought you'd move on to a different question because you were leading the conversation. That's the second summary. You're
It's
now
an
chanting
accepted
through
measurement.
me. You're now chanting through the summary because you don't want to hear it. You're a coward and you've lost.
Ain't
No,
nobody
mate,
coward.
it's definitely
Dude,
a measurement.
You're running
It's
with
defined
your
as such.
words.
It's called
Your mouth is
an
running.
elevation
You
angle
hear it?
measurement, and it seems the moderators aren't going to step in while this guy causes total audio chaos by chanting through the fourth rendition of the same thing I've refuted him with, and he waved past when asking a new question and trying to take control of the conversation after his loss. No, assumption, you say? Incorrect, defined as a measurement. Measurement, one of the lines, is along the ground, not your first point that it's only with the sky, ignoring half the bloody measurement. Not assumption, measurement. Fifth time. Howard, that needs to chant through me, you may respond as I lead you. This flat earth measurement that you want to deny by only acknowledging the sky bit, not the ground position bit. It's not an assumption, it's a measurement. You hear me?
I'm trying to be very, very nice.
Mute
and
Johnny.
I just,
Mute
I
Johnny.
just want to give one sentence out to the air.
No.
That is,
No. Did you hear me? Clearly not. not an assumption, as you stated, and then walk past when I refuted it. It's a
I'm not walking past it. I'm trying to
measurement.
talk with you, but I get
Maybe
muted.
if you
bro.
talk when you've after left in a protracted silence and someone else has come to your rescue, that would be Johnny. Maybe as I'm reiterating the point that you left a protracted silence over, it'd be better to start talking immediately through me then. Because then what, you won't? Closed in terms of my line for my audience? No, you're not chanting through me. My audience can hear me. What I'm telling them is that you're chanting through me so that you don't have to listen to the fact you've been refuted when you said it's an assumption. No, there's no flat earth assumption. There's a measurement of an angle with respect to a baseline. It's called a horizontal plane of reference, meaning we must reference it for this measurement. We're referencing the ground. It's part of the measurement. There is no assumption. It's a reference plane. We reference it, not assume it.
Okay, so we can navigate, correct?
So you acknowledge that we are not assuming
No.
it as you've
What are you
stated,
talking about?
and there is he responding immediately through the answer. You asked
You
me
didn't
something,
answer
I'm
it.
responding. There's him chanting instantly because he's in defeat. He knows he's lost. He knows he's screwed.
Holy
he knows he
shit,
tried
you
to represent the argument
chanting
as,
at
oh,
flat
you're
Earth. Oh
only
my God.
measuring the sky to prove your flat Earth measurement. Oh, it's not a measurement. It's an assumption for your measurement. Yeah, and then when I reiterate my win, he chants through me. Gummy, globe believers, it's the only way you can seem to get a win when I point out it's not an assumption. It's not just a measurement to the sky. It does very specifically include the word ground when making this measurement because we're measuring ground positions along a flat baseline. It's a reference, horizontal in nature, aka a horizontal plane of reference for the angle measurement. Refuting is crap, like stamping all over his stupid face with his stupid nonsense that I've refuted. I would expect somebody losing to me, the flat earther, to just chant straight through the middle of every single conclusion. All 7 of them.
I will wait.
Did you hear me? Flat earth required. That doesn't require any other person than the guy I was talking to actually answer me. Now I've actually got it through in clear airways without him chanting through it 8 times.
No, I had to mute him because he kept chanting through you and he dipped out again on the last one. So that's the 3rd time he's been in and dipped out and come back. So he'll be back.
It's only a situation where upon losing, they will only tolerate continual audio chaos or leave. That is the only roads they're prepared to take.
We got him back, so I'll take him off server mute and you can ask him the question.
No worries. You appreciate that when taking horizontal planes of reference for an angle measurement that has GPs specifically in reference to that angle measurement, it is A, not just the sky, and B, not an assumption. It's a plane of reference, meaning we reference it in the measurement. On screen for my audience is this horizontal plane of reference, straight, not curved, to a GP in the diagram from this navigation manual. GP is on the ground. Obviously, it's a ground position. Is the second line the guy denied when he claimed it was just the sky? Nope. Is the ground position on the ground, on the horizontal plane of reference, not assumed, measured. This bloody demonstration of the measured angle. So I've refuted every single scrap of your garbage, mate. Do you understand?
Do you claim a celestial sphere?
Non-responsive.
I know you don't have an answer for that. I'm just asking.
Also non-responsive and ad hom. Policy use. You don't understand plane of reference. My audience understands it's on screen for them. I've detailed it to you verbally. Ground positions, horizontal planes of reference to reference, not assumptions, not a single line to the sky. Do you understand I've refuted both of your 2 claims that I've took apart 9 times?
But you're measuring Earth, so why are you looking up?
Non-responsive.
Okay, I guess you ain't got an answer for that again.
No, you're
So you don't
non-responsive.
understand
You're
how
not
you would measure
responding
an
to me
angle.
pointing out that I've refuted that which you've claimed 10 times by pointing out A, not just the sky, your first gambit, and B, not an assumption of a flat ground, a measurement of an elevation angle with ground positions. Measured. That's 2
Using
points you
something
raised,
upward.
I have refuted, and now you are chanting through. That's why you get muted by the operators, not because I'm unreasonable, because you can't tolerate being proven wrong when you dictate to me that it's an assumption, and you are wrong in that assumption when it's defined as a measurement. And I can show it in navigation angles with the words or letters GP, meaning ground position, on the ground for this process. You think it's an assumption for one of the angle halves, not just the sky, that are measured, not assumed. Refuted everybody your crap 11 times. You think you need to ask me something because you're a coward who can't respond. Do you understand that's which I've responded to you 11 times with?
Can you define chant for me, Nathan?
Chant means talk through the top of somebody else so that you don't have to listen to what they're saying and respond to it, like you've just done with your non-responsive answer. You haven't acknowledged that I've refuted your 2 points about it just being the sky. No, it isn't. It's 2 lines. And not being an assumed anything when you're measuring an angle. That's 12 times. Did you want to give me a 5th non-responsive answer?
Thank you for proving that chant can be silent.
Non-responsive. On a 12th rendition, coward?
Yeah, I mean, you're saying measurement of Earth, but you're assuming by looking up, correct? But you're accepting the position.
No, measuring, not assuming by looking up. No, we look through a tool that measures things. It's called a sextant in the example on screen for my audience. This is from a navigation manual, not just looking up. At your hand wave that I've responded to 12. This is chanting. This is what I define as chanting. This right now. This is chanting right now. This is what he's doing. He's chanting through me. As I point out that it's been 12 times I've refuted that first point and defined that it's his first point about just being the sky. That's 13 times I've overcome your argument, my friend.
I think it's a dead horse. Maybe I want to talk with Brenda.
Johnny on mute? Why isn't Johnny on mute as I bask in victory? Why isn't the silence being ringed out instead of Johnny's voice being through it? What's going on? Mate, I've refuted you 13 times. You keep rinsing and repeating the same point by saying it's just the sky again, presumably because you chanted through the first 12 times I said it, so you didn't have to listen to it and then ask me what chanting was instead of responding. I pointed out that your response about what chanting is non-responsive to my point about it not being an angle to just the sky, or as you put it, just looking up. No, it's an angle measurement with a tool that measures things, and what you're measuring is a baseline, a horizontal plane of reference with ground positions on it. That's 14 times I've refuted your position, globe-believing Fundy. Is it not embarrassing? Maybe you'd like to run away again or go to a non sequitur so you can non-responsive your way away from this point I've refuted 14 times.
Quit saying I'm running while your posse mutes me. What are you talking about?
Non-responsive.
I know you have no response for it, Nathan. That's the issue we're trying to achieve.
Non-responsive and projection. Projecting a non-responsive answer onto me. Non-responsive and projection. You can't accept my 14 renditions then. In conclusion, this man's a fundamentalist religious zealot who cannot in any way tolerate that which opposes his own belief. In his mind, he believes the ground is curving away at 80 miles squared. In terms of how it is measured, that he cannot accept that. Doesn't matter what I show him. He'll ask me a non sequitur every time I put it to him. No matter if I put it 400 times. I've done it with people like Conspiracy Cats in excess of 100 times. Different points that they fundamentally cannot accept and will chant their zealotry through the top of as many times as it comes their way. Earth is measured flat. This is taken from a navigation handbook. This is a demonstration of an angle with respect to a baseline with a ground position on it. Measured 15 times.
He's gone. He'll be back.
Option 2. So when I was correctly identifying him as having an option to run away, he took that option. After telling me he wasn't running away, he was getting muted. People were stopping you chanting that which you asked to define in order to be non-responsive. He said it correctly that time.
My son's been saying the same thing, though, with this celestial sphere. Just ain't getting it.
And sorry, I had Johnny on mute, but I did unmute him after a little while, hoping that he'd just chill out for a minute until the conversation was over, but he didn't do it.
Yeah.
May I point out to him that his question initially was malformed because he invoked up, which is a reference to a horizontal plane, and then he said we're using up, which is in respect to a horizontal plane, to prove the horizontal plane. It makes no sense as a question.
Oh dear.
Well, I would point out actually that what he did was he came in claiming ignorance and asked the question, and then when being given the answer, he decided to argue against whatever the answer was going to be from a position of pre-assumed knowledge. That's not really asking. That's not someone who actually sees themselves as ignorant of a topic, is it?
I was just going to ask you then, how can that be ignorant? Sounds like he was a little bit deceptive there.
Can you take Johnny off mute? I absolutely don't mind if he interrupts Brian and Neil.
Keep your trap shut.
Sorry, Johnny. It's just I'd rather the silence rang out than your interruption in the middle of a stony silence after 14 attempts to get someone to concede something. You're taking it as an opportunity. Oh, there's a gap. No, pay more attention, Johnny.
No, I'm with you, but the monologue was too long and saying the same thing again and again and again. It's boring.
Yeah. I'm seeking concession, Johnny.
I was trying to give
it's
you...
not verbal diarrhea. I'm not stuck in a loop. I'm asking my opponent to concede the point he's raised. He says assumed Earth flat. I say measured Earth flat. Give him an example. He says, what about blah, blah, blah? And I say, no, Johnny, no. We're not going to just whistle past the fact it's measured flat because you say it's assumed. I point out it isn't. And then you just move on. It doesn't get to. You can see that as my verbal diarrhea. It isn't, though.
What I was trying to say is in the chat, and Brenda and some people were trying to say, oh, ankle doesn't have any baseline. Yeah, the baseline is the line you're standing on and taking the elevation ankle from. Therefore, we call it a baseline. And that was I want to point in because of people who were talking about that in the text chat and so on and so on. And it's very, very important.
Fine. Yes,
Johnny, that was my point to Brenda earlier on concerning the dip correction. 1 second, Nathan, sorry. That was what I took a Brenda apart with earlier. That you have the earth has to, like, sea level has to be horizontal. For the process to work. That's the whole point. And he's just back to trying to promote a narrative. That's all it is. That's what the ballers do. They go back to promoting a narrative. Promoting a narrative, even though the narrative has been shown to be faulty. They keep going back and trying to promote the same narrative.
Brian. We are talking about deep correction, and they think a deep ankle is something. It isn't. It's from Tangen plane. It has nothing to do with celestial navigation like it is done with sextant. It's just made up. Oh, because we don't know what they are talking about in the first place. What we are talking about is, and the baseline is from the height you are taking the elevation angle from. Then, if you are higher over the sea level, that is the zero, then you have to make deep correction to the zero to make it absolutely right. If you don't do that, you might come on the right place, or maybe 5 miles away, or maybe more, something. But you don't have to make this deep correction. But if you will be very, very exact, yes, you really have to.
It's less. Don't say that because I doubt it, but I'll just say it for humorous effect. That'll trigger Brian. It did 2 years ago. It won't now. Everyone's on the same page.
Yeah, but see, that's because people are misunderstanding. Let me just put something clear here. I'm not here to debate celestial navigation. I'm using a process within celestial navigation that proves that sea level, right, has to be a horizontal. Right? Foregoing waves and swells has to be a horizontal. There needs to be a horizontal through those waves and swells for the process of celestial navigation to work with a marine sextant at sea. For that to happen, sea level has to be horizontal. Same for bubble sextant and for artificial horizons, it's the same thing. But that's the point of dip correction. You're referencing the actual Earth, and you're showing that the Earth has to have a horizontal baseline for this to work. That means the Earth has to be a massive horizontal plane. That's what I don't care about, even though I understand it and I've had to learn about it. I don't care about the rest of celestial navigation. I'm only interested in the part that proves that the Earth has a horizontal baseline.
Awesome.
Okay, Brian, or you can say so here. If you're on the surface and you will get success to come to the place that you want to go to, it has to be a horizontal plane, and horizontal plane is the same a level plane. Level and horizontal is the same. You say, oh, it can be level. No, it cannot be level if it is not horizontal. That if it's not level, then you have to use the word angle from the level.
I get what
That's
you're trying
the
to do,
only
and
way
there's
you
no
can do
need.
it.
Johnny, just stop one sec.
Yeah,
you're
but
saying there's
you're missing
the
the point,
level when they claim it's not level, as in comporting to the outside edge of a sphere, can't be the case when they say level isn't level, because level must be horizontal for it to be a plane of reference. You're right, but there's really no need, because at this stage, because we're going to duck out of politics service shortly, in the next couple of minutes, unless a massive row ensues, and then we might hang around if someone asks us something.
The whole point of why I've stuck so hard on dip correction for so many years, since 2021, I think it was 2020, 21, when I first learned about celestial navigation from 10th Man. It's because it proves the water at the horizon. We don't know how far away that is. Look at the Black Swan. Look at the 1 foot observation that BLMSB 69 made to an horizon 31 miles away, right, from 1 foot. You don't know how. I know because I've been out to sea myself, right, many times. You don't know how far away the horizon is at sea. But let's just say you're on a boat and you're 35 feet above the water below your boat. You're doing dip correction. That means that the water at your horizon, which could be 15, 20 miles away, you don't know, that has to be only 35 feet below your oil line also, which means that's horizontal water.
I have to complicate
That's
this.
not possible
What
on
you're
the
trying to
globe.
say, Brian. You have to wait now. Just take it easy now. Yeah, you
I'm
don't.
about
You
to.
say,
Well, before you do, Johnny, I've just literally announced I'm going to duck out of this server so we don't overtax the moderation team, and they're still, keen to have us back next week.
yeah, I
Can you
will
keep
be
it to
fast.
under a minute?
Yes, that is. You said that you didn't know how far it is. Yes, you know it is so far at this meeting the GP in the straight line that you take the elevation.
I'm talking about the horizon, though, Johnny.
I'm talking about that. You might not know how far it is, but you are making this instrument. Therefore, you need the table. You need all of this math. You need the map of the almanac that you have all of the information, and the almanac has the tables and position of the star over the time. Therefore, you have to mark the time also. Everything has to work together. You have to do it right, and that's the answer. And I'm trying to be very, very short. So,
Okay,
there you have
perfect.
it.
Well, with that, I want to say a massive thank you first and foremost to the Politics Discord server for hosting us today. So thank you very much to all of you, especially the moderators.
No problem.
And,
Thank
we
you.
Thanks, everyone.
Happy to have you here.
We'll see you next week if that's good by you.
Yep, no problems. I won't be in next week, but the other mods and everyone will be in here. It's my son and daughter's birthdays, so I've got to have a dinner. But
It's fortunately, because it's a good server, it's not all on your shoulders, it seems. You've got a good team of moderators. You're just one of them. I don't want to decry you by saying that, but you know what I'm getting at.
No, 100%. We've got a great team of moderators in here. We've got Critton here, who's been helping out as well tonight. We've got Mr. Amish. I think old Hoss is also. Yeah, Quad. There's a few of us
Yeah, I
in
gotta
here. So.
agree. You did great with Rob Noxious.
I hope that wasn't a backhanded slight. Anyway, thank you guys. We will see you next week.
No worries. Thank you, Nathan.
Okay, maybe you can take Brenda off mute so she maybe will understand what I'm trying to tell her. She was talking about angles doesn't have a baseline. Yes, it really has. If you have a instrument like sextant that use the horizontal baseline.
Angles only consist of a point and two rays. They don't have a baseline.
It's not a race, it's angle. 180 is angle, and the baseline is the 180. You're standing on 180, and therefore I'm right. And I'm trying to let you understand it.
In an angle, there is two straight lines. One of them, you can take it as a baseline, but it's two straight lines.
An angle is two rays. Two rays.
Why are you calling it rays? That's
straight
not
lines.
really the right term.
Hold on. Not just an angle. We're talking about elevation angles. It requires a baseline, a horizontal plane, for the elevation angle to happen.
And the elevation angle is 180.
No, the baseline that's the horizontal. That's the horizontal.
Oh, sorry,
horizontal
I said wrong. I mean the baseline is 180.
Yeah, we know
and the
that.
elevation angle is. I said wrong. I was wrong there. The baseline is 180. That's what I was trying to say.
The baseline is not 180.
Of course, it is.
No,
you cannot have
it's not.
You cannot have an elevation angle if it is not 180. What is? Okay, tell me about it. What can it be? Can you tell me what it can be?
It's 90 degrees from the zenith to the.
No, it's 90 degrees from the GP. That's the 90 degree.
And 90 degrees to you.
No.
That's why in celestial navigation, the height of a star is in degrees up to 90 degrees, never more than 90 degrees. You will always have an acute angle to a right angle.
Right. So elevation angles are taken from line of sight to the horizon and line of sight to the celestial object, and then you make corrections. You correct for astronomical refraction, and then you correct for your dip to the horizon.
How can you have a line of sight?
Hold on a second, Johnny. So, Brenda, what is the co-altitude angle? Because you didn't mention the co-altitude angle. What's that?
That would be the elevation angle subtracted from 90 degrees.
Why didn't you mention it?
Why would I need to
Because that is what gives you the distance, isn't it, Brenda?
No. The dip to horizon is not the co-angle.
Not the dip. I'm not talking about the dip. I'm talking about the co-altitude angle.
Yeah, the co-altitude
angle. You have an acute angle to a right angle, so you have to deduct your acute angle from the right angle, from the 90, to give you the distance. You're going to multiply that co-altitude angle.
You don't multiply, you add.
Miles.
So
you multiply by 60 nautical miles to find the distance to the GP. That distance to the GP will give you a radius value for a circle of equal altitude.
No, that's not how a circle of equal altitude is determined.
That's exactly how a circle
No, it isn't. So the co-altitude, you take the co-altitude, add it to the altitude, you get 90 degrees, right? But you still have to account for the dip to the horizon.
That's the second measurement, and it's not to the horizon. Is your height of eye. If you're in a yacht, there is no corrections to be done.
Yeah, there's no correction for height of eye.
Yeah, there is no correction if you're on a yacht. There is no corrections to be done.
No, the correction is for dip to horizon.
Yacht, there is no deep angle to be corrected. Again, Brenda.
No, you're just mistaken.
I'm not mistaken. A deep angle is not necessarily always.
If you add the altitude plus the co-altitude, you get 90 degrees, correct?
No, the 90 degrees is when you bring the celestial down to the horizon at the tangent point. You measure 90 degrees. And
no, that's not what the co-altitude is.
You
wandered away from the microphone.
When you measure 90 degrees at the horizon, you bring the celestial mirror down to the horizon line, at the baseline, at the 90-degree angle. This 90 degree that you just measured, yeah, by bringing the celestial down to the horizon, you've measured also at the same time an acute angle to those 90 degree that you just measured. So you deduct the acute angle from the 90, and then you multiply by 60 nautical miles to find your distance to the GP. If it's Polaris that you're using, that will give you a distance to Polaris. In other words, it will give you your latitude line.
No, I'm just focusing on altitude and co-altitude. You add them together, and you get 90 degrees. No, I'm just talking about the altitude and co-altitude.
It requires a baseline.
I'm just let me finish a sentence. I'm just talking about altitude and co-altitude. Add them together, and you get 90 degrees, right?
No.
Yes, that's how that's defined.
I'm getting a call.
That's the definition of co-altitude. Is you subtract the altitude from 90 degrees. Do you know how addition and subtraction work? And then from that point, you have to correct for your dip to horizon. Not height above the ocean, dip to horizon. They're not the same.
Brenda, first of all, Brenda, there is no term in celestial navigation that we know are doing as a co-altitude. There's no name for that for any captains. They're not using co-altitude that you are trying to bring in. It's not really. No, it's very simple. It isn't like that. It is like if you are 50 degree elevation angle, then you take that from the 180 and you get 40, and 40 times 60, yeah, there you have it. That's how we do it. It's very, very simple. So it's not about any altitude at all. It's about the degree and the elevation angle to the star. And then you can go into the almanac and get all that you want. But you have to have the time, or you have to mark the time. Then you know the position of the star or the time you took the elevation angle.
Johnny?
And you're on a free.
Johnny?
What is an elevation angle?
I was talking to Johnny. Johnny, if the altitude is 40 degrees, what is the co-altitude?
I'm not talking about altitude here. Why are you talking about altitude? That's my point. It isn't about altitude. So you're trying to bring in something.
I didn't say attitude. I didn't say attitude. I said altitude.
Yes, altitude.
No,
exactly.
no, I didn't say attitude. I'm not talking about attitude. I'm talking about altitude. Altitude. No, they're not. This attitude and altitude are not the same.
Now I don't understand you, Brenda. What are you talking about then?
I'm talking about if you have a 40-degree altitude, what is the co-altitude?
How do you have that?
It's not about altitude. It's the elevation angle measurement.
Yeah, what is an elevation angle?
How often do I have to tell you about it? Oh man!
Just tell me.
How often I have told you, or you never listen, or you just have to listen, look it up.
If a star is at, let's say, 40 degrees altitude, what is its co-altitude?
There is no co-altitude term.
Yes, there is.
It's about altitude, but it isn't about altitude. It has nothing to do with it.
I said altitude.
Altitude, yes.
No, I said altitude.
Are you joking around with me? Because I don't.
You're not understanding. Attitude is psychology. I'm talking about the angle of altitude.
Now, because I don't say it exactly what he wanted me to say. Now I understand. Okay.
He's saying
At-
altitude
at-
to the best of his
I'm
capabilities.
saying altitude.
Altitude. How do you have an elevation angle on a curved surface?
You're a beast now. You're a beast, Brenda. You're trying to be funny now, right? Or because you lost the argument. Never you're trying to be funny.
The altitude of, say, a distant star is calculated from.
Listen about
From a horizontal plane of reference, yes. We know.
It's about the elevation
Something that
angle.
spheres don't have.
Nothing to do with
Horizontal
that.
planes of reference.
The horizontal is defined as 90 degrees from your zenith.
Yeah, something that
Oh, yeah,
spheres don't
talking
have.
about zenith.
Spheres don't have that, do they?
Zenith
Spheres,
is
Every
out
point,
your head.
every
You don't
point
have
on
to
the
use-
earth, every
You
point on the
wouldn't
earth,
have.
every point on the earth has a perpendicular.
So horizontals are not parallel to each other anymore,
There's
are
an
they?
infinite number of.
So horizontals are not parallel anymore in your paradigm.
There's
On your
an,
paradigm, every single point will have a different zenith with its own
Yes.
with its own horizontal. So horizontals
yes.
will be parallel to one another then on your paradigm.
yes. There's on the earth there are an infinite
The
number of.
horizontals wouldn't be parallel.
On the earth there are an infinite number of verticals and an infinite number of horizontal planes that are 90 degrees to that vertical. None of them are the same.
Parallel then.
Not one of them is parallel to another.
Oh, you're debunking geometry now, because geometry
No,
says that all
I'm not.
horizontals are parallel to one another. But you are telling us otherwise.
I'm telling you that on the sphere, every point
sphere?
has a vertical, right?
But what sphere? A sphere don't have
The
that
Earth.
geometry. That is not the geometry of a sphere. A sphere cannot have horizontals.
Spheres are literally geometry, dude.
Yes. They don't
And every
have
sphere
horizontals,
has
though.
a.
They don't have
Brenda,
horizontals.
Brenda, I wrote an article about it, and I will
Yeah,
post,
I don't care.
paste
Are you okay?
part of
Everything
my
in notes
article
today,
about
Brenda.
it. I think you have to read it.
Horizontals.
I didn't know you could even write.
Yeah, I've done that now, and this is for you, Brenda.
I don't
Maybe
care.
I have to.
I don't care. So I'm just trying to hammer this point
you
home.
don't care. You just want to care to joking around.
Right. I'm not joking around. On the Earth, there are an infinite number of vertical lines from the
It's
center.
incoherent. That's incoherent.
not
It makes no
incoherent.
sense. It makes no logical sense. It's incoherent. It's geometrically illiterate.
What's the contradiction? Because when you say something is incoherent, you're saying there's a
It's
contradiction.
incoherent.
Yeah, it's incoherent,
Define
yes.
vertical. Define
What's the-
vertical. Define vertical. Let's see. Let's see if you can figure it out. Define
On-
vertical.
On the Earth, a vertical.
Not on just vertical. Just define it.
Yeah. Vertical is a vector that points to the center of the Earth. It's determined on the Earth by its gravity.
So vertical is down now. Okay.
No.
There is
Vertical-
gravity. What's gravity?
So vertical is defined as a vector.
Yeah,
that
using
points-
something that is not accept by me or
Don't care what
everybody
you
that
don't or do or don't accept.
inside this knowledge, and you're talking about something
Wait a
that is
second.
not accepted.
Brenda.
Yeah,
for
I
you to
don't
have
care
a
what you do or don't accept.
The vertical is in respect to a horizontal. I'm getting a call again, sorry.
You don't
We
accept
can't hear you,
established
Bob.
geometry, Brenda.
Vertical is not a term in geometry.
Yeah, I Siskesta, you really read that I posted to the text chat and go through it and try to understand what it is about for one sake of time. And you have to understand what a circular equal altitude is. Equal altitude over a very, very long distance. And you cannot have that.
I know what a circle of equal altitude is. It's the locus of points where a celestial object is at a given altitude.
It's not given. It's just like it is. It is a circle equal altitude from the GP. Therefore, you have to make a measurement, make another elevation angle, so you can let this circle intersect to each other, so you know exactly where you are on the circle. That's the question.
Do you understand
That's what it's
that
about.
altitude and elevation are the same thing in this context?
No, elevation.
They're literally the same.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, the altitude is the same as the angle of elevation.
Yeah,
That's
but
what an altitude is.
why not use the right terms that we say?
They're identical. They mean the same thing.
We use altitude. We don't use elevation, height, or not something like that.
They're interchangeable. They're interchangeable.
Altitude.
Altitude.
Yeah, altitude is established from sea level. In a horizontal plane.
No, altitude is not from sea level.
Altitude wrong?
It is. Up and down is in relationship to a horizontal plane.
Everybody know what I'm trying to say. Altitude is absolutely the same.
Altitude is not from sea level. It's from horizontal, not sea level.
Yeah, horizontal. Yeah, sea level.
Horizontal is not sea level.
Yeah, it is.
Horizontal is
it's not. Probably not.
It's a horizontal plane. The equatorial plane that we use for navigation, yeah? It's called equatorial plane. It's horizontal, obviously.
Mm-hmm. The equatorial plane, right, is
you can be level in a different altitude. Yes, that's true.
Yeah, established with an elevation angle, from the equator to Polaris.
Yeah. But no,
it's an equatorial plane of reference, circles of equal altitude.
Really.
Yeah, but we can't go to the center here.
Horizontal from the sea level. Horizontal is from the sea level. It can be in a different altitude, but in a reference
altitude
to the horizontal plane. That's what it's about. To the zero.
The horizontal plane is not sea level, Johnny.
Yeah, it's called the equatorial plane. Zero elevation throughout for navigation with lines of longitude and latitude.
The equatorial plane is not sea level.
How do you know how Mount Everest is high? It's from the
zero. That's not what it is. You think the equatorial plane is sea level.
It's from zero. It's measured from the zero, and the zero is the sea level.
No, it's not.
That's correct, Johnny.
No, it's
really?
not.
How do you know how high Mount Everest is then?
Mount Everest is measured above GS84, right?
No, it's above.
It is. It's measured above GS84.
From zero, yes. So now I am telling you, I'm teaching you, Brenda, and just take it in. I know you don't like it, but be humble and real for one fucking sake in your life.
You're just wrong.
Bother to have sense.
You think you're a woman, but you have a dick.
Fuck yourself, Johnny.
No, I'm just saying. Everything
you're violating TOS. There you go. Right. That's all you can do.
Brenda, don't let your feelings get hurt. You could go out and mug some nuns if you want to. You don't have to be here.
And I came from the live stream because I heard what the bullshit that you said earlier about having infinite verticals. No, you don't have verticals or horizontals in your paradigm. Because if you consider that vertical, it will be considered as horizontal if you are on the other side of your circle or your sphere. So you don't have verticals and you don't have any horizontal in your sphere. So just don't say you have infinite number of verticals. If you say that same vertical is just considered also as at the same time as horizontal. If you just go to the other side. So no, you don't have verticals, neither horizontals.
Yeah, they need a horizontal baseline for that vertical to meet, to be a
Yep.
vertical.
Yep.
It's only a vertical in relationship to the horizontal. Without the horizontal, you wouldn't have the vertical.
I just heard his bullshit in the live stream. It hurts my brain to hear that saying we have infinite verticals on the sphere. Bullshit. That vertical that you consider vertical for you is considered horizontal for the other guy, and he's correct. So you don't have verticals or horizontals in your paradigm, in your sphere.
Yeah, plumb bobs in free space just hanging. It doesn't happen.
Yep. And he's gone.
Yeah, he's done trolling. If the Earth was a sphere, we wouldn't have horizontal planes. The problem is that we do have horizontal planes. Therefore, the Earth cannot be a sphere. It's a simple modus tollens to do. Can't be a sphere. If it measures flat, it can't be a sphere. I know, it's a killer, isn't it? The argument is finished, it's done.
You know they left, right?
Yeah, they have to. Well, there's still a couple of them around. Cooper is one of them. Rich is in the house. So, Rich, tell us how non-geometrical the horizon is and refracted. Hey, Cooper, what's that? We don't live on a cartoon, that's for sure.
It's not accurate. Okay, cool.
We don't
Do you
live
have
on a
one that is?
cartoon. Yeah, we don't live on a
Yeah,
cartoon.
we live on a hunk of rock. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, the third rock.
Do you deny that we live in a hunk of rock? I thought that was even like that was granted.
Rock. How can you dig in rock? How can you plant in rock?
Oh, excuse me.
How
Rock,
ca-
minerals, other trace
how
elements,
how can you
all
sail
mashed together.
in rock?
Well, then the rock is covered by water.
Oh, you mean the seabed is covered by water? Yeah, I know. It's called seabed.
Okay.
This guy lives on a rock. Everybody else lives on land, which is above water. That's odd to live on a rock.
Well, I mean, if you want to argue over like the semantics of it, that's fine. Okay.
I'm not arguing about nothing. You're the one who claimed you live on a rock.
You think when I say we live on a rock, you think I'm using like as like a technical term, like we live on a hunk of
on
granite?
Earth.
Oh, you
We
mean
live
like
on
a
Earth.
rock in outer space that's spinning with water sticking to it? I gotcha.
No, I just mean like the composition of the soil and the minerals underneath your feet. Like you could say it's like a
I don't
rock,
think
just
soil
like a
has
layman's
rocks
term.
in soil.
Rocks, soil
I don't think
absolutely
rocks are
has
in
little tiny
soil.
rocks in it. Yeah, it does.
No, soil is earth. Rocks are rocks.
And sand is sand.
Yeah, and Earth in this context is the whole realm. Without the word planet, Earth. We don't live on a planet. We live on Earth.
You know, I've eaten dirt.
I believe you.
And me thinking that the claim was that we were on a spinning water ball. Apparently not. It's a rock.
Let me find a military map of the world. Find like you can find like specific areas, but they don't look like topographical maps. When I look for, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying when I go to the map.army, this is what I get. I don't know. This isn't super helpful. This is just like the standard. It's like a pretty standard like map, topographical map with a bunch of references. I don't. Is that highways or something? Yeah, those are road names. Well, I think the globe is accurate, so how this differs, this military map differs from like a normal map. Well, okay, so they don't depict that, Mr. Amish, but is he saying this is like is the world a square like this? I don't think that you would make that claim, right? Okay. George, is this a good one? This is a good reference I can use. The North Pole at the center. That's basically the same one that I put earlier. Like I don't that it's almost it's the same concept. North Pole at the center.
I think that bacon's been sitting on the counter a little too long.
Someone's hot micing.
Fridge.
It's Flat Man. He's hot micing.
Oh, sorry, guys.
Hook me up with some of that bacon, though.
I deafened because I was on a phone call, and then I undeafened, and I was sure I was on mute. Sorry about that. I don't share my bacon. That's too good to share.
My dad made me some venison bacon last season. My God, it was pretty good.
How can be venison bacon? Bacon is only made from pork.
It's just like it's just like the same cut. It's from the belly meat.
Yeah, we can't call it bacon anymore. Bacon needs to be from pig, pork.
Yeah, it's just what they call it because there's like no term for venison.
Yeah, I know. It's like a veggie burger. It makes no sense, you know.
Yeah. So George, this map, the pole being at the center, is that like, can we count on that?
Well, that's how we navigate, isn't it? The elevation angles is to that pole center. The circles of equal altitude are around that pole center that give us your latitude.
What does south mean on this map?
Means opposite to north.
So if
the compass is only pointed at magnetic north. There is no other.
Someone in Australia and someone in South America looking south, they're looking in completely opposite directions.
No, they're looking south.
But where is south?
You just said they're both looking at south, opposite to north. They both have the backs to north, facing south.
Yeah, but hold on.
Your question makes no sense to me.
I know, because south doesn't mean anything on this map.
It's opposite of north.
So.
And east and west is the celestial movements. Yeah, the sun, the moon, all the stars, they go from east to west. So if you're facing north, south is behind you, no matter where you are.
Oh, I open this in Paint. Where the fuck is Paint when you need it? Fuck me.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Please? So lonely.
Can tell.
Okay. We have a man here. I have a person. Fuck is Australia on this map? Did not exist? Australia's not on this map. What the fuck?
Look at the date of the map. It's very old.
Yeah, I know, but why would what's the difference between this one and the one I posted?
This one is called the planisphere. It's on the top. It's on the name of the map. Planisphere.
How is that?
In other words, it's an equatorial. It's an equatorial plane. Yeah, it's not much different. Yeah, it's still based in the north and the center. South is outwards.
Okay, so effectively, the other one I posted is accurate, right?
I wouldn't say accurate. We don't have accurate maps of the world.
Okay.
We have
Anyway, so
small. We have areas. You know.
sure. So this is like Australia, right over here.
No idea, man. I'm not following you.
Oh, okay. Never mind. My stream. Have a guy here, guy here. They're both looking south. How are they looking the same direction?
Really? I have to say that they are facing south. You asking if they are facing the same direction?
Well, when we look south, like
What
when
if they're
everyone,
facing? What if they're facing east or west? Are they looking at the same direction?
yeah,
You
they'd be
just said
looking
it.
the
They're
same
both
direction.
looking to the same direction. So how
Yeah.
can you
Well,
question if
they're
they're
both
looking at the same
looking
direction after that?
east. Well, because south is like referential to the South Pole, right? But there is no South
No,
Pole
there is no
now.
South Pole. What makes South being a pole? There is no magnetic south. There is no star. There is no pole.
What's the North Pole then?
North Pole has a magnetic and it has a Polaris, which is a center point in the sky.
And south is the opposite of north.
Yeah.
So when you're looking away, we should all be from north. We should all be looking the same direction. Or we all? Well, actually, in practice, we are all looking the same direction because, like,
There you go.
you can look at the southern, like, you can see the Southern Cross from all these southern places. So doesn't really make a lot of sense. Well, I mean, how the fuck does person number one in Australia see the Southern Cross when they're looking in the exact opposite direction as the person in South America?
The same way they see the sun and the moon.
They're looking in opposite directions. They're not looking at the same place.
What do you mean opposite directions?
Pull up my
They're
stream.
looking at the celestials going from east to west. All the celestials go from
No, they're
east to
looking
west,
the
apart from
opposite of north. They're
Polaris.
looking at the opposite of north. Like you said, if they're looking south, they're looking at the opposite of north.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And if they're on the opposite sides of the world, they're going to be looking in two different directions.
At the different times of the day, correct?
Well, I mean, I think you can get
Yeah, correct. At different times of the day.
no,
Yeah.
the same
It
night.
wouldn't be
There
visible
are
from all the. It wouldn't be
no.
visible from.
You can. It is night in us in the east or the western part of Australia, the same time it is night in the eastern part of South America.
But it's still seen, though. That's what
Yeah,
I'm
but they
saying.
can both look south and see the Southern Cross in the sky.
Yeah.
But on this map, they wouldn't be able to because they're looking at
Why not?
exactly opposite directions.
Where is the Southern Cross on that map?
On the
How
Southern
would you
Cross.
know which direction they are looking at?
Well, see, this is the thing. I can.
You said they're looking
in
south,
real,
but then you say they're not looking south.
That's what I'm saying. This map doesn't work because in real life we can take two people in the southern hemisphere and they can all see the Southern Cross.
Southern hemisphere is begging the question of a sphere in the first place.
Okay, do you deny that you can see the people in Australia and people in South America can both see the Southern Cross?
Not at the same time, they cannot.
No, at the same time, my friend.
What do you mean? Are you saying it's not nighttime in both of those places?
Listen, I'm in the north. I don't see the Polaris all during the day, do I?
I'm not claiming at different times of day. I'm claiming.
There you go. You are
time in
saying that
different
these two
places in the
places
world.
apart at the same time, they can see, the Southern Cross. No, they don't. The same way you see the moon and I see the moon, even though we are in different parts of the world, it means nothing. We're not seeing the moon at the same time. If we could be seeing the moon at the same time, but it means nothing.
Okay, so people in Australia and people in South America could be in nighttime at the same time, right?
Can they? I don't know.
Yeah, they can.
Okay. And?
So if they're looking in opposite directions, how is that possible?
You are saying they're looking at opposite directions.
Yes, I am saying that.
They are both looking at south.
They are the south on your map is opposite directions. They're both looking off into the void in different directions. They're not looking at the same section of sky. How can they both
Void.
see the same? Yeah. Well, space isn't real, right? So I didn't want to trigger you and say space. I'm not sure the terminology you use.
Yeah, me neither. I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
Yeah, they can't see the Southern Cross at the same time, man. Maybe they see it different time,
No, they
but
can't
not at
see
the
it
same
at the same
time.
time.
I don't think they can see it at the same time. Of course not.
You're wrong.
I mean, okay, how about this? Since that's what you're claiming, right? Can you prove that they looking at the Southern Cross at the same time? Can you prove that?
Let's see. It is nighttime in Australia and Perth right now. What time is it in South America? Are we close enough? What time is it? It's looks like it's 1 a.m. in Australia. What's a country in fucking Argentina? I don't even, or a city in Argentina. I have no idea.
Really? They know the capital of Argentina?
Is it Ugri? I don't know. I've never been to South America.
Buenos Aires.
How am I supposed to spell that?
Buenos Aires, as it says.
One p.m. in Buenos Aires. I guess I would need to see like webcam footage in Sydney, webcam footage in South America to confirm that. You told me what time this was supposed to be.
I just posted. This is the one I wanted to post before. This is more modern. What am I now?
That's more modern.
Wait.
Oh, 1893.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the Gleason's time zones. Yeah.
Yeah, it still doesn't solve the problem of their
Well,
looking south. You're looking in opposite directions.
You can see the time zones though, and how it's based on the sun's position
Okay,
circling
so we get like
the sky.
generally like what a night is like like a 12-hour period, 8-hour period of darkness.
Oh, that's a Gleason's map for the time zones in the world.
Yeah. So I'm
Again,
just trying to figure out the range of time that we
north.
would need. Like so,
Yeah,
like
but based in north in the center with the latitude lines and
Yeah,
longitude lines for the time zones.
okay,
1893.
amazing.
Yeah, it's a flat Earth projection, right there. Latitude lines, longitude lines,
Accurate.
time zones, and the land masses. You have there all of your answers about the times in different areas. Because the times today are driven from it. That's why.
So are you telling me this map says that it can't be?
But I'm happy that at least you relinquished your sphere. You're not talking about it. That's a good sign.
I'm nothing if not open.
Right, I'm missing an after show. Nathan is back. I'm gonna head out, guys. I'll catch you guys later.
Whoa. Okay. Looks like you can have night in Australia and South America at the same time. That window does overlap.
And what time would it be in Australia? And what time would it be in South America? Do you know the time?
Let's see here. So this would be 2150 based on whose time exactly? Oh, is there a? There must be a city on the west end or the west side of Australia, right? There's got to be a port over there or something. That big hunk of useless fucking desert, Perth. Okay. That's not helpful.
Yeah, you know, if you want to find out about this, right? Either you go to one of the place, or you can just hire people from both places, right? At the same time, and
Yeah,
tell them
yeah.
to capture the footage, right? You know, get the video, look
Well,
at the
yeah, we have
time,
like
right?
yeah, we could just pull up like a live webcam at the right time though, right? We don't actually have to go there.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure.
Like there's like all sorts of weathering monitoring and stuff. What is UTC time? I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, all the people that actually watch anti-flat earther like Professor Dave, man, make sure you get your money back.
Why is that?
Yeah, because that's also one of anti-flat earther arguments, right? Because they're assuming um, people from these two places, right, looking at the Southern Cross at the same time. We know how the star rotate, right? The star rotate from east to west.
Okay.
They probably see the same sky, but not at the same time.
I can't give you a time in each location. Like I assume they're just like 8 hours apart because they are pretty far apart, and it looks like it's like the very beginning of Australia's night is the very end of South America's night. So I don't know. I'm not smart enough to do the math, or I think it's just like 8 hours. How long is night? Is it 8 hours? I guess it depends on the season. Um,
I
but
mean, the time zone
it
is all
looks
messed
like
up,
they're.
so.
Well, I mean, are you just saying like it is never nighttime at the same time in Australia and South America? That just doesn't happen.
I never said that. That's not what I
That's why
meant.
I'm
But
asking.
I'm saying
I'm
that,
asking. I'm
and
asking you
that's
that.
what yeah, and I'm telling you that they see the same sky. They probably do see the same sky. I don't deny that, right? They look at the Southern Cross, but they don't see the same star at the same time, maybe in a different time. That's all I'm saying. But if you think that they
Oh,
can see at the same time, then yeah, sure, provide us the evidence so we could look at it, right?
yeah, yeah. But so just to be clear, you're claiming that that doesn't happen. Like it's not
No,
night. It's not ever nighttime in Australia.
no, I
It
don't
is in South
claim
America.
anything. I just don't believe it. I don't claim anything. You guys claim that you can see, the Southern Cross at the same time. I don't claim anything. I just don't believe it. You choose to believe it, so it's a bit different, my friend.
Yeah, like for example, flat Earth knowledge isn't a claim. A claim sounds like this: Earth curves or Earth spins. Those are claims.
That's true. I have never heard a claim from a flat earther.
When
We have,
we say, go
excuse
ahead.
me,
Sorry.
sorry, just quick. We have speculation Sundays for when we want to try to make, you know, uh, ideas on what might be happening beyond the 60th parallel south or whatever, So speculation Sunday is for that.
Interesting.
And it'll be nighttime for some and daytime for some all day during Speculation Sunday. And it's Saturday for some people when Speculation Sunday begins, and Monday for some when it ends. Go figure.
On a video.
Hey, Cooper, you know, if you really want to find out, you really want to learn about this, bro, we have a server, a home-based server, contain like all kind of information, library
You
information.
know,
We got
you guys have a tight enough grip on this room. I don't think I want to go to your server where.
Yeah, he's
no,
not
no, no,
here
no,
to
no.
learn. He's not here to learn, apparently.
But listen,
Not
if you
today.
To
go,
be
if
fair,
you
you
choose to
guys are
go,
like
right, you
tyrants
do not
about
have
this
to
shit.
talk to anybody. You just have access to the information. You don't have to talk to anybody if you really want to learn.
Okay.
That's all.
What's the Discord?
If you click on my name, right, my profile, there's a link in there, right?
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yep. And just scroll all the way down till you see additional information, and you know you can look at almost anything in there. So, just saying.
I don't. Where is it? I have to join Radio FE. What the fuck? Oh, okay. Additional information. Okay.
All right. Good luck, my friend, on your journey.
Why did you guys say my map wasn't the map? First map I posted wasn't accurate. That's what all these are. All this shit is based off that
No,
map.
I said there was nothing wrong with it.
Oh, okay. Bunch of people. I don't know if you
So
look at
do
it.
you think there's something wrong with it?
Not. Well, it's not a globe, but yeah. So yeah, but it's not a globe.
Can you show me a globe map, please?
No. But I
Okay,
would
yeah, you
say
can't do that,
this
right?
is like a
Because maps
squashed
aren't
out.
globes, right?
Yeah, because this is a squashed out representation of a globe. Even this map is though. That's why it's
Okay.
distorted and wider at the ends.
Okay,
Even
so
this map is.
so we don't
basically
use
a
that
globe
map to
model.
navigate with?
Well, you would. I don't know what you use this map for. Just to know the general shape of the Earth, I guess.
So a globe, smushed globe, is so we know the general shape of the Earth? What?
Are you making a claim right now, or?
I asked you a question.
I don't understand your question. Can you clarify?
So you just said a smashed, what you said, a smushed globe is an accurate representation of Earth?
Well, it depends on
What you
what you
just
mean by
said.
accurate. Like it's hard to represent a 3D shape in a 2D field, so you always.
So
get
we
some
don't use that
distortion.
map for navigation.
No, you would still probably be able to. Well, that specific map, I don't know if you would use that for navigation, but you always.
No, well then why? What do you think that map's for? What do you think a map is for?
Geography.
Geography. Why?
What the fuck? How would you use this map for navigation? There's no scale. There's no like this specific
It's
map.
got
Like I
latitude
get
and
you.
longitude.
Yeah, okay, that's great. But like in general,
What's wrong
like,
with it? I'm just trying to find out what do you think is wrong with it. It's your map.
it's
So
distorted.
what do you think is wrong with your map? It's distorted. So we don't use that to navigate with.
We do. We just account for the distortion.
Okay, we do. How do we account for the distortion?
Through scale, but there's no scale on it. But
Through
I mean,
a
maybe there's
scale.
another one with a
Okay.
different. Maybe there's another one with a scale on it. I don't know.
No,
I'm not
wouldn't
trying
that
to
be
make any
interesting?
hard claims here, buddy. All right, chill.
Wouldn't that be
Take a breath.
interesting?
Take a breath. It's okay.
You seem like you have to obfuscate from me just questioning what you're even asking. I just want to know what you're talking
Well,
about.
I mean, I'm just matching
So
your
you're
tone.
first you
Your
said we don't
very
use the map to
aggressive
navigate with.
tone.
Now we do use it to navigate with, but there's no scale. But maybe there's a scale.
I've been very
You just
polite.
don't
I would
seem like
like
you even
you
know
to
what you're talking
return.
about.
I would have been very polite. I'd like you to return the same courtesy.
How have I been rude to you?
Don't bring your feelings into it, Linda. He's not getting rude. He's just speaking the way he speaks. Mellow out.
I just found it interesting what you said because it's your map, and you seem to have a problem with your map. Very weird.
It is weird, I guess.
Almost as weird as the guy who was screaming the F word yesterday is now tone policing.
Who's that? Was that me? I wouldn't use that language.
You must have it. CRS. Yeah, remember when I was saying that's very un-Barry White of you?
I come down with CRS whenever the cops are around.
So we got a globe map that is not used to navigate with. Interesting. What map do you think that we use to navigate with, Cooper?
Depends on where you're navigating to and from.
Yeah. Let's say we're going to Australia.
From where?
From let's say from New York. What map would you use?
Let's see. I don't know. Flight map for New York to Australia. Probably wants a city in Australia, but that's just Google Earth. That's not what we want. Yeah, I've never flown a plane, so I don't exactly know what type of navigation systems they've used.
I would say we would use any map that has a latitude and longitude coordinate system.
Most flights, especially commercial, have paths. Like they use the same flight path day in and day out, back and forth.
Yeah, you want to get up in the jet stream and save some
Commercial
gas.
flights are 35,000 feet. Military flights are above 50,000 feet. And the police from 0 to 1,000 feet. Like your local police department, if they have a chopper, they control up to 1,000 feet.
If I have something that can fly above 1,000 feet, is that just out of their jurisdiction and gets into like the federal jurisdiction, or?
Well, above 1,000 feet, you're starting to get into where, there's commercial airports having flights take off and land, In fact, I'm pretty sure the police helicopters can't even go into the airport airspace. So there are restrictions even for the police.
Holy shit, it takes 24 hours to get from New York to Australia. God damn, that's a fucking miserable flight. That can't be true, can it? Holy shit, it's a long fucking time to be on a plane.
There was an argument in here about GPS the other day. In my research, I found most flights, when they head over the ocean, drop off of the navigation system for a while until they're within so many feet of a coastline, then they get picked back up.
Yeah, that's probably because there's no like radar towers in the middle of the ocean where they're going, right? I guess there could be some, but probably not in every flight path.
Well, that's correct. There's GPS navigational things on the ocean surface along the coastlines for the shipping routes, but as far as in the air, according to the globe model, there's thousands of satellites. So why can't the satellites be bouncing signals to the plane and the ground and so on and so forth? I'm not saying there isn't satellites, but they're not as the globe claims outside of Earth's atmosphere or as plentiful as they claim they are. They are actually on balloons that can stay aloft for 20 to 30 years, and those are in the jet streams. But anyways, planes do drop and pick up as they get away from a coastline and closer to.
I believe that. Makes sense. What is the Flat Earth Society, and why do you guys hate them? Why do this other Flat Earth server seem to hate them so much?
They're controlled opposition, so they say things that sound ridiculous, like it's a disk in the same heliocentric model as the globe model, and it's accelerating upwards at such a speed, and that's what causes what's called gravity and things to fall to the ground. And it's just a bunch of misinformation and makes Flat Earth look ridiculous.
Wait, hold on. That is a funny claim that what we're accelerating upwards constantly, and that's the substitution for gravity.
Yeah, and it's like a disk in space, the same way the ball is in space.
Wouldn't we we'd be going like light speed by now?
Hey Cooper, what you should
9 meters per second or something. Go ahead.
Yeah. You'd have to. It would be whatever the constant rate of gravity is, or whatever. It would have to match that. To
No, I was thinking of my other.
I just had a little quip. You should hate the fact that they have to resort to such tactics to hide this entire conundrum. If the flat earth were so ridiculous, why must they present such a ridiculous idea of it?
Correct. I believe that was for you, Cooper. And also, what he just mentioned was for you. Why do they have
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a question. Maybe he's letting it sink in.
It was a statement. I wasn't sure if you wanted a response from that. I
let that sink in.
Yeah. I mean, it was just a response as to why we don't like the Flat Earth Society. So that's all. He was just responding to that.
Gotcha. Makes sense.
Do you find it odd, though, that they must present such an absurd idea of it just to funnel all the people who are learning about it or hearing about it?
If I accept your claim that they are in controlled opposition, yeah, that'd be a good way to.
Well, you just said it was an absurd concept yourself.
It's an obviously absurd concept.
So why such absurdity must be? That's what.
Well,
dare I say normies? Yeah. That's what normies think it is.
Yeah, if they're controlled opposition, that makes sense why they would make ridiculous claims. Yes.
Yeah, you're the first person to actually, in a long time where I've heard, usually when that's hashed out, I guess you are maybe here to learn. But yeah, usually that doesn't go that well, that the whole flat. Yeah, you are the Flat Earth Society. You know, it's like it's just a stupid. The name is just bizarre.
Yeah, I wouldn't ever try and attribute. Like, I'm not gonna say you are a part of a group when you say you aren't. That'd be silly.
Yeah, but the tactic has been successful.
Well, yeah, it's I mean,
it's rare for you to.
misinformation, it's a time worn and proven tactic. It works, baby. We love propaganda.
Yeah, I mean, it's sort of like, okay, we don't care that you know the Earth is flat, but you're still in outer space.
Okay, so this is when I heard the what's his name, the YouTuber guy talking earlier, and like, okay, so we're not in space. What's beyond the firmament? Like, is there anything? Is it just void, or I don't? Or isn't it? Couldn't you just call it space? Isn't it just?
We're restricted in our abilities to know that, right?
Yeah.
So those things are safe for Speculation Sunday normally. But yeah, beyond the 60th parallel, you have to be escorted and monitored. You can't just freely go wherever you want. It's a paid tourist attraction thing to a pole on the ice shelf that says it's a South Pole. There are 2 of those. So how that happens on the globe, I don't know, but yeah.
All right, here's a more pointed question. So, if we bring up one of the maps, either one of the maps that have been presented in the side chat, how do you ever get like different views of the stars in different hemispheres, or excuse me, in different latitudes beyond the equator?
I'm looking for something right now, but from what I understand, it's our personal field of vision, right? So wherever you're standing on the surface, you can only see a portion of the sky. Someone else somewhere else on the surface sees a different portion of the sky, right? But I'm not going to get too deep into that because I'm not well versed on it exactly. But basically,
I guess I would say in response to that, just like the different perspectives aren't going to change like the actual position. They might change the perceived position, but the lights.
Yeah, it's a personal. You have a restricted field of view. Each individual does. So.
Which is not the shape of the Earth. What you see is not a shape. It's a field of view, like he said, and you have a limitation to it.
I just don't understand. Oh, it's you. We've talked about this yesterday, but like on that map, if you have 2 people looking south, and you have the stars spinning in different directions when I'm in Minnesota and you're in Australia, I don't get why that would be. I don't get how that would be possible.
You talking about the sky doing something, the heavens above moving? Yeah, that's we can observe that. Observably, the sky is moving. Yes, the heavens above are moving. The stars are moving. Yes, correct.
Yeah, but why do they change directions?
Why? You're gonna have to ask the great architect of this creation or the creator. You're gonna have to ask why he made it that way or whatever. That question is a big one. I don't know why, but that's how it is.
So,
They're always moving east to west, though. It doesn't matter if you're in the north or the south. They're still moving east to west.
Yeah, but I'm talking about clockwise and counterclockwise versus your perspective.
That is
clockwise and counterclockwise are not directions, because that's an apparent movement that is happening. Because you look in yeah, but you can see both movements, clockwise and counterclockwise, just by looking one side. You're gonna see clockwise, and then you turn around and look the other side. You're gonna see something going towards the same direction, but it's looking counterclockwise from one side and clockwise to the other side, depending on your position. Because
No.
let's say you're driving a car, right? The left wheel of the vehicle, you look at it, the car is transparent, and you see that wheel going what? Clockwise, right? And then you turn to the right wheel, and that wheel is going what? Counterclockwise. But both wheels are going towards the same direction.
Yeah, but I would have to be on the other side of the wheel to see that.
No. You don't have to be at the other side. But you're in between the two wheels, bro. Right? You're in between. You're in the car, driving the car.
Mm-hmm.
There's an axle.
Left wheel.
And then you look at the left, right? And that left wheel apparently is going clockwise.
Yep.
Then you turn right, and that one apparently is going counterclockwise, but they're both going towards the same direction, bro. You see?
I don't know what you mean by turn right. If I just turn right, it's still going the same way.
Okay. You're holding the steering wheel. You're inside the car.
Let's just say I'm looking at a spinning wheel and I'm on the right side of it. Can we just say that? Because it's weird. The whole driving see-through card thing is not like a good. It's not.
Well, the other wheel will be behind. You wouldn't be in between those two wheels, right? Now you're talking about you're outside of the vehicle, and you're looking at one wheel, and then you're gonna move around the car and look at the other wheel. That's what you're saying, right? But the example I'm telling you is that you can see both. You can see both movements, clockwise and counterclockwise, and that doesn't mean that is going
shift your perspective
different
by
directions.
180 degrees, though, to get that shift in perspective.
Well, the world is big, and you can do a circle. You can be in one position, see something, and then you turn and go to another position and see something else. That doesn't determine that the ground under your feet is curving and spinning, bro.
You would have to get to the other side of it, though, for it to do.
Yeah, you're in one room, right? You are in one corner of the room, and then you go to the other corner of the room. Now you are in a different position. You never went under the room or above it. You're above it, sure.
Unless
you're
I'm
above
on
the floor.
Other side of it, though, I'm not going to see that perspective change.
What perspective? Go ahead, sir.
Depends on your direction of your view. Your viewpoint is the whole thing here. It depends on which direction you're viewing this from. So if you're in the south and you're looking north, you're going to see it moving east to west. You turn around and look to the south.
Let's stick with clockwise or counterclockwise, just for the sake of my simplicity.
Okay, so let's say you're in the south and you're looking to the north. You're going to see them all moving east to west. That's going to be from right to left. If you turn around and face the south, you're going to see it from left to right. They're still moving east to west.
They'd still be moving clockwise, though.
No, counterclockwise looking north, clockwise looking south.
East to west, which is the direction that you see them kind of moving, the label direction, east to west. But the clockwise and counterclockwise, those are not directions. You think those are directions, but those are not directions.
No, it's a perceived direction relative to your view.
So the luminaries are moving east to west.
It's no different than being on a highway, looking at the traffic coming from left to right, then going on the other side, and it appears to be going from right to left.
Yeah, but in that example, you're also switching what side you're on. You're viewing it from a whole 180-degree perspective.
Oh, well, okay, stand in the middle of the road then.
And I'm getting run over.
Let's say you're not. Let's say you're in a medium and you're in the middle of the road. And
then it would it would be going straight east to west. Then it would just be like going straight over your head.
Yeah, and then if you turn around,
which makes sense on a globe. If you're standing on the equator, they're going to go right over your head and east to west. Yeah.
Then you turn around and they appear to be going the opposite direction. It's only a relative perceived direction you're changing your viewpoint.
No, it would still be going east to west. It would be going right over your head still. It would be going the same way.
But it will appear to be coming from the other side because you turned around.
Well, you turn around, so it's still coming from the same direction. Like if I'm in the road and cars are coming at my front and I turn around, they're still coming the same direction, but now they're coming at my back because I changed my perspective.
It's not changing the direction, though.
I agree. It's not changing the direction.
It's not changing the direction of the stars or the luminaries. They're still going the same direction.
I agree.
Okay.
So the point I'm trying to make is like the perceived motion of the stars in the different areas, north and south. Like that is a thing that we can demonstrate easily. That doesn't.
You can observe it. You can observe the phenomena. But you cannot determine the medium between you and the phenomena you're observing. You cannot determine the medium that phenomena is in, the distances, the sizes, the makeup. You're missing a bunch of variables. And you're just saying, hey, I see the stars doing something, therefore I live on a globe. And that's just wrong.
Well, it just suggests that I don't know if it's a globe, but I would suggest that we're not all on a flat plane at least.
I see lights in the sky, therefore there's no horizontals in reality. Okay.
Okay, if you want to straw man and be rude, okay, that's fine.
Well, you're saying it cannot be something because in your mind it works a certain way.
If that's how you're engaging with that argument, okay.
How can you determine that you live, or how can you say it's not this and it has to be that because you look at the stars, bro? Come on. The thing below your feet, you determine what it is by looking at the stars, bro. Come on. Just think about it logically. And your claim, your nonsensical claim, includes a bunch of other pre-assumptions, presuppositions, and nonsensical claims that you will have to use to argue for the globe dart.
Yeah, so bottom line is it doesn't matter what you're doing, what you're seeing up in the sky, it doesn't determine the floor you're standing on.
So I'm not trying to make a positive claim that that the Earth is round. I'm just saying from the apparent motion of the stars, I don't think it can be flat.
Yeah, they can be.
Yeah, he's just having a problem with the world flat. You're just having an issue with the world flat. You have an issue with that. That's what it is, right?
I do, kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Do you know what it means? Flat? The flatness of something. Do you know what it means?
In this context, I guess I'm not sure. Can you enlighten me?
Yeah, it's a description, right? With a tolerance. Because we have up and down altitudes, lower elevations, right? But there's a tolerance between those 2 points that is described as flat. It's a flatness to it. Like a table, if you grab a microscope, you're going to find a bunch of different,
Yeah, it's not
kind of like canals.
It's not
and
perfectly
you're going to see
smooth,
topography
yeah.
on the table. But then you turn off the telescope and then you see like a flat table,
It's flat, yeah,
round
I
table.
understand. Okay, so yeah, flat is things that look flat, yes. Is like Nathan Oakley, is he like the owner of this room or something? Like, is he the grand poobah here?
No.
Why do you guys let him come in and like embarrass you all? Like not that his arguments aren't good, but his rhetoric is really disgusting and embarrassing.
More tone policing. That's embarrassing.
I mean, it's really like like it is really like a lot of ranting and insulting is the primary like content. You can call it tone policing, but if you want to run from
Now it just sounds like you're whining.
okay,
You cross you cross the threshold of tone policing to whining now.
Okay. Is a monologue earther.
Can I get a mic check, please?
Check 1. It's a little scratchy.
I had to dead, I think.
Why are there flat earthers on the Flat Earth channel? Yeah, that's a good question.
Who asked that?
I definitely do agree with Cooper though. Like Nathan Oakley is probably the worst flat earther that you would want to like side with for debate tactics. He's just horrible.
Wait, can you repeat that? I couldn't comprehend what you said. Like, what was horrible?
Nathan
He said
Oakley's
Nathan's debate tactics are the worst, but there was a guy in here saying that he's measuring the shape of the Earth by looking at the stars. Are those really good debate tactics?
Exactly, Larry.
Who's saying it? They
The
measure the
globe.
shape of the Earth using stars.
Right.
If I had a $5 bill for every time a Glober said air contains air, gravity, I'd have a lot of $5 bills.
Yeah, I'm still waiting on that gas pressure in the container that displays a gradient.
If we assume that gravity is real, why wouldn't it hold down gas?
Why do you have to assume it? Why can't you just prove it?
How do I prove gravity? Well, I mean,
Yeah, why? Yeah. Why can't you prove gravity is a real thing through experiment rather than just saying that it is and having to assume that it is in order to go on with the assumption?
Well, I think that the proof is like its effect on the natural world. We can see how it affects stars, gas, matter, even things that like when we
I've
drop
got
an apple.
I've got something you can do at home. Hold on, I got something you can do at home to test your gravity, if you're interested in hearing it.
I'd love to hear it.
So take 2 pieces of paper of equal shape and size, and drop them, and watch them hit the floor at the same time. Then pick up those same two pieces of paper, crumple one into a ball, and drop them. Tell me which one hits the ground first.
Well, the
It's
ball.
going to be the one that's shaped into a ball. So
Right.
where's your force of gravity to pull both at the same speed the first time when you drop them the second time? Where did it go?
It would be
It's
the air
affecting one
resistance
more than
acting,
the other.
and then opposite.
You ever heard of air
it'd be
drag?
Resisting air drag, yeah.
So air
No,
drag
but
is
it's not
so air drag is more powerful than your gravity. Well, okay.
Yeah, gravity is a really weak force by comparison to physical
not a
or
force.
electromagnetic.
If you were to do the same experiment in a vacuum, you would see that the
Gravity's hold on, whoa, hold on, please. I'm interacting with them for now. Gravity's a weak force, yet your claim is it's holding oceans to the earth, cars, all
So-
types of shit.
Gravity is a weak force.
So it
in
doesn't fly off
comparison-
into space, but it's a
okay,
weak
I'm sorry.
force. Okay, I got you.
Are you done talking? Can I
Yep.
talk?
So my 2,000-pound car is being held down to the earth with 2,000 pounds of force. Yeah. I mean, like,
No, it's gravity because the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour, right? You don't want things flinging off. Gravity's pulling everything into the center of Earth, right? That's your claim.
I mean,
or your
even if
theory,
they didn't have
or your
gravity, they
idea.
wouldn't.
It's a molten core that's magnetic, right?
Even if they didn't have even if we didn't have gravity, things wouldn't fly off because if the Earth's going 1,000 miles per hour,
On
conservation
one
of
hand, you're
momentum,
saying
you
it's a
retard.
weak force, but on the other hand, you're saying it's strong enough to pull things to the ground.
Yeah, it's
So,
strong
hold
enough
on,
to pull.
just to clarify, when I said it's a weak force, that is in relative to other forces. So, like when you measure, like when you take like the physical force or electromagnetic force, by comparison, yeah, gravity is a really weak force.
Hasn't been a force since 1915.
I don't care what you say, okay? No one cares about, what you're
You guys are
trying to
fucking hilarious.
insinuate.
Man, you guys
force.
are,
Like,
what are
come
you,
on, man.
respawning
better than
into
that.
cope mode today? It's a really weak force, but you started the whole thing with it doing an awful lot. So what is it?
It's
It's your
relatively
savior
weak.
or it's weakling?
It's relatively weak by comparison to other forces. I don't know why
Hilarious.
that's funny. I don't know why that's funny.
It's a pseudo force for one.
And then he says, I don't care. Oh, wow.
Well, yeah, because he's just, like, trying to say that it's not a force anymore because Einstein or something. Like, no one fucking cares about that, man.
So let us know the next time you see some objects attracting one another.
All
No
right,
one
yeah,
cares about
Cavendish.
that, man.
Nebula.
Hey,
Yeah, Cavendish.
Craig, this is not a good character
Cavendish.
that you're evolving into. That's a
Cavendish.
contraption. That's not out in nature, sir.
Is he talking to me?
Wait, is nature
or-
like trees and grass and stuff? Do you not know it?
It certainly isn't. Is the Cavendish contraption
That
grass?
is nature. Yeah.
Okay, dude, you've lost the plot.
Yeah.
Well,
He thinks that nature means like grass and trees and like.
Does nature
Yeah,
naturally?
like-
Does
like
nature naturally
totally.
set up that? Does nature naturally set up the Cavendish?
I mean, it is in nature. Yeah.
I mean,
No.
Phenomenon
Does nature?
two objects attracted to each other. Yeah.
Does nature set that up? Does nature set that experiment up?
All right, this
Or
is
not
devolving
experiment.
into screeching. I'm out of here. Love you guys. Bye.
Hey, have a great week.
You tried, Cooper.
I've never seen nature set up the Cavendish setup. That's
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. What do you mean by nature? Does nature mean like grass and trees and forests? Like that's not what nature means.
Why don't you tell us what it means? Totally.
Old Hofstrom, whatever how you pronounce your name.
Listen, it's a contraption that a 17th century fancy lab that set up in his shed. Is that natural?
Yeah, just because you're having a problem like understanding what natural means isn't my fault, right? Like,
Okay,
you
is
can
a
go read
Rubik's cube natural?
Yeah, it exists in nature. Yeah.
Dude, you're a moron.
It
You've
exists
lost
in
the plot.
nature, yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
think you know what human intervention is.
Humans are
What,
natural.
so Cavendish was like blowing on the torsion wire to cause the constant that would be observed.
Well, you got to understand what nature is first before you go into setups.
Yeah. Man-made. Ever heard the term, guys? Like.
Focus on getting a foundation of what nature means.
Yeah, that man-made device is like unnatural, not natural.
Yeah, so it has to be like trees
Artif-
and grass and everything.
It's
Yeah.
artificial. No, there's a difference between natural and artificial.
Yeah, so what's the problem like between
So I
something
asked
that's
you,
made by man and
let me know next time outside of your shed contraption you see objects being dragged towards one another. Like, totally.
So yeah, you have a problem with the experiment, but you're just gonna say, well, it was made by man, therefore it's bad.
Well, you're applying something that is natural, but with a man-made object. So that's why it's kind of hard to equate the two. When you need to set this up when we don't find it in nature, is what the whole point is.
Does man make lead? Does man make iron? Does man make string? Does he make these things? Does he make elements? I don't think so.
But those things come from
string.
Yeah, we just assembled a bunch of natural objects into something. They're still natural objects,
Sure,
right?
string isn't natural. Are you thinking string is natural?
Wire's not natural, and
Humans didn't make the things that they're made out of. They're still
lead
natural
balls are
objects.
natural. Lead balls are not natural.
Yeah, you gotta focus on what natural means.
We make lead.
Do you think alloys? Do you think alloys are natural?
They're composed of natural things. Yeah. So I mean, sure, why not?
Yeah, natural things. But then when humans intervene, what do you? I mean,
Yeah, and what does it change about that? Does it make it like no longer valid or something just because humans did something to
No,
it?
but there is a distinction of what's natural. We have definitions for a reason of why something's natural, and when humans intervene, you got to understand the difference first of what is natural.
He's never heard of synthetic science, right? If you could just post something, show me something like synthetic science, then we can show you what natural science is, and then maybe you'll understand.
Yeah, so you're coping because you think that lead is no longer natural just because it was shaped into a sphere.
Nobody said that. Nobody said lead isn't natural. In science, when you're trying to do an experiment, the first thing is to observe a natural phenomenon, right? So what's your natural phenomenon for the Cavendish?
Mass attracting mass.
Okay, so what's causing that?
I don't know. I'm not gonna make a
Okay,
claim
well,
to that.
that would be the thing that you manipulate in an experiment.
I can just make an observation. I don't have to like.
Okay, well, by your
mass
definition,
evolved,
if
I guess.
there's a thing called observational science, go outside, and when the world appears itself as flat, then you've scientifically proven that the Earth is flat.
That's right, because everybody sees it that way.
Yeah, so I could increase the mass of the spheres, right? Like I could use a different metal, like tungsten or something.
What's your independent control variable?
I'm just making an observation, man. Come on.
So it's not science. Thanks.
Yeah,
And
is it
it's
black
not-
swan science or is it just an observation?
Not nature. Listen to the Gish Gallop spiral.
Yeah, there's extreme sensitivities to that setup as well. So you're playing with a lot of variables. So just to apply it to only one, it would kind of be disingenuous, considering temperature and vibrations. Are you considering those as well?
Yeah.
Okay. There's air currents, mechanical vibrations. Who knows? It's so sensitive, that experiment. I don't even know if it's an experiment. I wouldn't call it that. Setup. And to replicate it, it's interesting. You can replicate it with different masses. I've seen it done with apples. I've seen it done with tuna cans. I've seen it, done with precise, weights, and they always show the same outcomes. The same force attracts, and it's like, I don't know how you're getting the same with different masses as well, but apparently you get the same rate of attraction with an apple as you do 10 kilograms of different weights.
Yeah,
Something else is going
no
on.
one claims that the force is the same, but the constant is the same.
Yeah, but the torsion balance is so sensitive. So just to get some sort of attraction, I can't just apply it to mass attracting mass or space-time fabric warping.
You realize that the space-time warping is not about like saying really anything about what cause, or it's the cause, not like the effect.
Yeah, but I can't. How are you applying two different gravities?
I don't care about this Einsteinian. Why do you keep on like?
Because that's the latest theory now. It's you can't go outside of Earth and say this is one model, and now inside of Earth here's another model. We
just don't have to worry about Einsteinian when we're talking about the Earth, man. Stop bringing it up.
He's a choose your own adventure earther.
See, that's exactly how you treat the Earth as an open and closed system. It's a closed system when it's rotating and it's its bodies and it's about its movement. But it's an open system when it has to do with heat transfer and temperature. It's like
it's always an open system. It doesn't change.
No, it's not. It's closed when it's rotating. You can't have conservation momentum with an open system like that. So
what do you mean?
When you're choosing what Earth is an open and closed, it's closed when you have conservation of momentum, and when you have a rotating object, and
it's
when you're applying. No, it's not. Not when you're applying orbital mechanics.
Say it doesn't mean it's not.
I'm not saying this. Your model says it. It's closed when it comes to the movement of the Earth, but it's open when it comes to the transfer of energy.
Yeah. So why can't it be open again?
I'm saying you choose the model based on what you're talking about.
No, I don't. I'm just saying I don't.
You're
care
doing
about
it with
gravity or like physics for this.
Well, gravity from Einstein said, look, objects are not attracting each other because it's a mass and a mass. That's just an effect due to space-time warping and curving, right? So it's just an effect. So it's just weird that you apply two different models, just like you apply open and closed systems to Earth, depending on the context you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's like you're living in two realities.
No, I'm not. All right, it's always an open system. I don't know where you got this from, but if you want to explain to me how it's not an open system, then you can go ahead.
I just told you. How do you have an open system on a rotating object?
No, that's not the question. The question is, how are you breathing if you are in an open system?
How can you have a vacuum next to a pressurized system where you're breathing air?
Because there is no vacuum.
That will be impossible.
There's a low pressure system next to a high pressure system.
Yeah, just like how 1 meter above sea level, there's a lower pressure system 2 meters above it, right?
Why doesn't that's the same medium?
Vacuum is false now.
Why doesn't it equalize if there's a lower pressure system next to a higher pressure system? What's causing it to not equalize?
You're saying that's the same medium. You're talking about the ocean, the depths of the ocean as opposed to the surface?
No, I'm talking about the air. Why like at 1 meter is the air like denser than if I go up another meter? Like why is it
pressure gradients are part of contained systems. So
can you show me a demonstration of that if you made that claim? Can you show me a container having a gradient, please?
Yep. A butane bottle.
Yep. So show me a demonstration instead of just saying it.
Bro, you've seen pressure systems, right? Like in vehicles or machinery. They have different. You have valves, right? You pressurize one, and the other one might be less pressure, or the other. You can this is not something outside of reality. How can you not kind of picture this?
No. I just asked for a demonstration. You say, well, believe me, bro.
You even have commercial airlines with pressurized cabins for the passengers, and you have military jumpers that use oxygen above 50,000 feet if they're jumping from that height to help supplement the lack of oxygen at that height, because the air is twice as thin above 50,000 feet.
Yeah. So what's the demonstration of a gradient in a
In
container?
order to have that pressurized system and that air contained, you need a barrier between where we are and the so-called vacuum of space that your
This is
NASA
not a
claims.
vacuum. That's not a
Without
vacuum.
that barrier, one system would overtake the other. The vacuum would suck out the air.
Yeah, vacuums don't suck, retard.
Well, it's the air would rush to the low
Vacuums
pressure.
don't suck, and you're calling me a retard. What do fucking vacuums do, brother? So when
They
you turn
don't-
your vacuum on at home, it spits dirt all over your floor. It doesn't suck dirt
Yeah,
off your.
'cause that's the only thing you have.
No,
Like,
it's being pushed.
my vacuum.
I'm the fucking retard. Bro,
No,
if
you
we
do
were in the
need-
same room, I'd smack you upside your motherfucking
Look at
head.
the
Wait, dude,
I
calm
think
down.
vacuums suck.
Hey,
Yeah,
I use my vacuum to not suck the air.
Yeah, a vacuum cleaner and a vacuum isn't the same thing, you fucking moron.
Okay, time out. The globe earther is right. Flatman Ken, you're incorrect. The
Yeah.
vacuum doesn't suck. The pressure presses into the available volume. So when you have a car, you fill up the tank, you drive out all the gasoline, it creates a partial vacuum. When you open the gas can,
Yeah,
it doesn't
releases
suck.
that
The
vacuum.
gas pressure presses into the available volume. The globe
Yeah, I want
earther
you
is
to
correct.
concede, Flatman Ken. I want
Evacuate.
you to say Trigonometry Man was right about vacuums.
Vacuum
Yeah.
means to evacuate.
I
It's
want you
sucking.
I want you to hear
It's
it.
not, there's no sucking. Stop saying there's a sucking. Just like suction cups don't suck. Okay, you got to stop saying that.
Yeah, Flatman Ken, I want you to tell me that I was right. I want you to say
There's no air in a vacuum system.
Well, there is. I mean, you can't get all the air out. There's no perfect vacuums on Earth. It's impossible. You cannot get a
Is it
perfect
not
vacuum.
part of the negative 17 tour according to NASA?
Yeah, in nature doesn't even want a perfect vacuum.
There's no perfect vacuums ever. No one's ever
So are
claimed
you
that.
saying the low pressure system that surrounds all these spheres? It's just there's still something there. There's a medium, but it's just so low. The pressure is so low.
No one has claimed contrary to that.
So okay, so yeah, when we say vacuum, I mean a lot of us are actually referring to a low pressure zone. I don't think they're saying it's a zero pressure zone because there have to be some, right?
At what point do we need a container? Like at what height? At what height do we need a container?
Zero.
I don't know if there'd be such thing as zero, right?
Yeah.
What's that vacuum doing?
Because what if we just have the dome at like 400 kilometers? That means the ISS can still be up there, right?
Yeah, I mean there's a light up there. Definitely, we do see a light.
Yeah, but if the dome is like 400, 500, like when does the dome? Like, what's the height of the dome?
That's a good question. I mean, I don't even know if there would be a dome. Who knows? It could be a tube. I mean, who knows? There is a distance or cap that amateurs can go, or just normal citizens. But after that, you got to be a part of the government agencies to go any higher to check. So we really can't tell. I guess weather balloons is the highest an amateur can really take a camera.
What do you mean, sounding rockets? Just
an amateur. I guess your amateur is taking a few rockets, but an amateur is not really orbiting. They're not going to orbit anything like the big agencies do. So we can't really check as opposed to height wise of even hitting a dome.
What do you mean? Orbit has nothing to do with height. It's just about speed.
Oh, I know that.
Dome. What bloody dome are you talking about?
That's my question. What dome?
Well, if you were to check, you'd have to send a rocket up, right? So we can't really send anything up as an amateur that high.
Who's claiming a dome?
He is. He's claiming one that if there was one.
Container, so I just say it's a dome because I don't know. Can I say just a container? I don't have to say dome.
Well,
I said a barrier separating the pressurized system from a vacuum of space.
Yeah. So how high does that barrier have to be in order?
I'm not claiming how high it is or what it is. I'm saying a pressurized system can exist next to a vacuum without a container.
Yeah. So then, what's the problem with having the pressure?
Say that again, mate.
What's the problem with having the pressure observed up at the International Space Station if you just have the barrier really hot?
What's gas pressure and gas laws got to do with the physical shape of the Earth?
I'm just wondering where at what point do we need the container, right? Like, how high does it have to be? How low? How high?
Well, it doesn't matter. The Earth's flat, mate.
Yeah, I guess you can think that, but I want to talk about.
I know it, mate. I know
it's measured. It's measured that way.
Yeah, here, let me tap in real quick. Trigonometry Man, I think you've been on this topic for a long time, and
let me see if I can break the cycle. Okay, the spiral.
No one's given me an answer.
Yeah, okay, so in the globe model, the container is the well of gravity
I don't
pushing
care about
down.
the globe model.
Well,
I'm talking
hold,
about the flat Earth.
yeah, hold on. I'm letting you know. Okay, just listen for a second. Okay, the mass of the Earth is pushing down on the physical fabric of space-time. And inside that fabric of space-time, the gas is trapped in a well of if you can visualize that, like pushing down like on the like a blanket or something. You smell what I'm stepping in? You can visualize this?
Sure, but I don't really care about it. 'Cause
Okay, then the next thing is happening is that maybe the Earth does bleed off the atmosphere, but the moon bounces it back. That's why we have this large body, this moon, this tidally locked moon. It's about a quarter of the size of the Earth. Moons aren't normally that size when they're tidally locked, and they don't stay tidally locked for very long. This one is huge compared to other tidally locked stuff, and it stays tidally locked. So there's like a ping pong match, constantly bouncing the gas back to Earth. So that would be the other container. So you've got the well of Earth and the moon pushing down in the fabric of space-time, and anything that's going to bounce out of the well gets pushed back down the well by the moon. Okay, so in the flat Earth model, you just have basically like a firmament, which is virtually the same thing that Copernicus said. He just pushed the firmament out slightly past Saturn. Okay, that's the same concept that flat earthers use. They just don't know exactly where it's at. It's somewhere up in the sky. There's a barrier, a glass barrier or some sort of dome container, whatever it is. There's something beyond our reach that's containing all of creation.
All right, so
if you don't get it, if you don't, hold on, I'm not done yet. Because you've been asking this question for a long time. So I'm trying to give you a hard-hitting, comprehensive answer that you won't be able to say no one answered, okay? So what happened here is that if you don't understand the Copernicus models, then you don't understand heliocentric. So you've got a malformed question. And if you don't understand the well of gravity or the moon pushing gases back, don't understand heliocentric either, and that's your problem. Your problem isn't with flat Earth. The problem is you don't understand how these gas laws apply in any model, let alone something as simple as gas pressure requires a container.
So the container could be past, like, it could be millions of kilometers away, right? Like, you're not denying that could be a possibility?
No, I don't make any claims to it.
So it could be.
I don't need to know. It could be, as far as I know, it's 8 miles up. It could be maybe 10 miles, 11 miles. Who knows where it is?
But it could be like ridiculously far away, right? Like millions of kilometers or something.
No, it could just simply be right past the highest point you've ever been.
Mm-hmm. Even maybe just right past the Kármán line, even.
Yeah, that's even a good one. That's a lot of people talk about why they call that the Kármán line, because they don't want people going up there. It's like all these laws and rules and regulations that something is happening at this line that they don't know, and they don't tell you how they tell you how to do this is that they tell you like, hey, aviation won't work here. You'll die if you try to fly that high. Icarus, the story of Icarus. A lot of the globe series go back to the Greek age. A lot of hey, don't do these things. And they've got these sort of like lore to go behind with it, why you don't do it. And one of those things is fly too high and you'll crash.
You wouldn't even have enough lift to get past like 30 kilometers with a commercial jet. So I don't know. It's not like something happens at 100 kilometers. It's just some line that we decided to make up.
Yeah. Well, that's the whole point. Is we can't even check.
Yeah, real quick. They call it a boundary, a border. Like the same way, these imaginary lines. The same way, like when you cross over to the next county or the next city, there's an imaginary line there that doesn't exist. People put that line there. It's not real. Just like the equator or the tropics, all these are just imaginary lines that people suddenly give a wild view of concreteness and then just start dropping excuses for why they matter. When they could just as easily draw that line any place. Like, how high can you jump? You can, can you get like 2 feet off the air? What was your vertical? I mean, you have to tell me. I'm just hypothetical. How do you know the Kármán line is not 1 foot above that?
Okay. This is, like I said before, like if I have radar or something else like that where I can.
Do you have that?
No, I don't have radar.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So they basically, if you have all these ifs, then all you still have is an if. You just if it, if this and if that. You have a big question mark there. You could just as easily just say, if gas pressure requires a container, just like it does, then you have a container, if you got a container. Now, what that container looks like is wild speculation, even more so when you invoke sky magic, which is why you get...
Sorry.
Oh, no, go
for
ahead, Larry.
interrupting.
Or Hank.
Please, real fast. Thank you, sir.
Yeah,
for being
fire away.
kind. He just said if you had a radar, I dare him to post over the horizon radar and how it works, and then get back with us about the ionosphere. Because if he had a radar, then he might be able to detect the container. That's what he said.
Yeah, over the horizon radars work by bouncing stuff off the ionosphere. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I mean, that's how they apparently operate, right? Well, that would be like 80 to 600 kilometers. So are you saying that 600 kilometers is where the container might end? That's pretty high. That's higher than the ISS.
No, but I mean, now you're just begging the question to then affirm your belief in a sphere. Because if there is no curvature, then you don't need that function.
I don't know, man. I just want to know if space is a thing or not.
Well, yeah, but can you actually answer my rebuttal?
What was your rebuttal again?
Why weren't you listening the first time?
Because I was reading something in chat. Sorry.
That's a surprise.
Yeah, I mean the firmament's that's not new or anything. So it's we Babylonians, Egyptians, what's his name? Some Greek guy. I don't know. They've Ptolemy. They all had ideas of a firmament, of a fixed sort of dome or structure that contained all this. So I don't know. Just to apply it all to flat earthers, I hope that you're not doing that, or just anybody who thinks differently of the heliocentric model doesn't assume a dome, even.
Well, no. When I just hear like container, like I just say dome. Like I'm not saying that. Yeah.
Well, all we're saying is, look, every example of having pressure of gas, you need a container on any small scale experiment. So we're just trying to figure out, okay, if say it's not a container, well then how is this all working? How is this all pressurized system working when you don't see mass attracting mass to cause pressure? I mean, that you'd never see on any small scale experiment, or scale it up even. Mass doesn't cause air pressure. So it's like, okay, you need a container then. So what is this place? So I think you can understand how they're trying to connect, right? It's not a shoddy connection to me.
Yeah, exactly.
So, like, why does the barometric altitude formula have gravity in it? Like, if it's not affected by gravity?
Because you can't have 0, because then the formula wouldn't work. You need to assign variables and then give them numbers. And so they just call it G, and then you can solve for it, right?
Yeah,
but
G,
if it's all objects, right? Like, all objects that are...
Yeah, a rate of fall, though. Does a rate of fall tell you why it's falling?
No, I don't care about why it's falling, really. I just want to...
Well, we do. We
But
do.
the
We
why
care
is
why.
the thing. Yeah, the why is the thing that we're trying to figure out. So if you say, well, I put G in a formula and now I can solve for it, well, you could have put M for magic in there and you would have been able to do the same thing.
Well, I just want to hear like that. Yeah, gases are subject to 9.8 meters per second of
No, but
acceleration. Is that true?
again, you've ignored the rebuttal, my guy. Like, you could have put M in there and you could have solved in the same way, right? So therefore it's magic. Does that make sense?
But it's the same value as like physical objects that fall.
No, it's not. It's not.
No, it's that. No, that is. It's my point though. So therefore, it's magic, right?
If the same magic value is assigned to all their objects and it worked, I mean,
Yeah,
sure, why not?
gamma. It's not. That's an
Right.
average. 9.8 is an average.
Yes, I know it changes very slightly.
Great. That's a different point though. The point I'm making is about the nature of maths itself. And so once you have a formula, you're just assigning values to that formula to solve for it. It doesn't prove the cause of anything in the formula. You're just doing maths, right?
Yeah.
So then they'll say, well, G's in the formula, therefore it must be gravity. There's no reason to think that.
There's no reason to think it other than the fact that it's in the formula. Yeah.
That's my point, is that the formula isn't a good reason.
Other than the fact that it works with that value in there.
You can put M in there for magic and it would work.
What's the value of M?
Therefore,
9.8.
For your logic, it would be magic.
But is it an acceleration? But like, is it 9.8 still, even if it's M now? Magic.
Yeah, why not? Magic causes things to accelerate 9.8 meters per second.
All right,
squared.
that's fine. I'm fine with magic doing that, right?
Do you think that magic causes things to fall down?
If it affects gases too, and I got that concession out of you, then yeah, sure, we can go with that.
Well, you think it's magic. That's great. So now we know that magic causes the ball Earth, things to fall down on the ball Earth.
I mean, you just said magic. You know, gravity can cause gases to fall. That's pretty good. We got somewhere today. Yeah.
Well, gases expand in all directions. So I don't know where you're saying they fall.
Yeah. So why doesn't it equalize the container if there's a container if they expand in all directions?
Oh, good God! I just answered this like
And it
comprehensive.
was bad. You just said something far away container. I mean, sure.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, dude. How did you? Okay, so you heard the answer, and you internalized the answer, and then you just said no one gave you an answer.
Yeah.
How do you do that? Like, how the fuck do you do that?
I just want to know what causes the gradient, man. That's all I want to know.
Yeah, what makes the gradient work?
Temperature differentials.
All right, so you're able to calculate the work being done on the gases to create
Okay,
that.
I think I got this. Okay, so if gas pressure gradient is caused by the gravitational pull to the center of the Earth, the further away you are from the center of the Earth, the less gas pressure you have. Correct?
Are we talking about on the flat Earth? 'Cause
hold.
I don't want to. I'm trying to steel man for the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, we'll get to the flat Earth in a second. Okay.
Why do we keep going to the globe, bro?
Because the flat Earth isn't something where I'm going to tell you there's a gravitational pull going towards the center of the Earth. This is
so then what's the mechanism that keeps the gas down? And
yeah, let's get there. Let's get there one step at a time.
Yeah, first we got to go to the globe.
Okay, so let's talk about gravity, because you got this sacred cow magic. Let me debunk that real quick. So once we get rid of your magic, then you can come back to the really is level. So on your globe, you've got a magical force that pulls gases to the center, creating a gas pressure gradient. Check or hold.
I don't know why we're going back to the this is absurd.
Okay, I've got to debunk your magic first.
I don't care. I'm not even gonna say magic. Magic gravity is gonna be on the flat Earth, right?
Yeah, but before
what causes, if there's any reason as to why the gradient is a thing.
Before you take the next step, you have to dispel the magic spell, and then
I'm not even saying because gravity on the flat Earth. I'm just saying why is it not filling the container?
Okay, check or hold.
I never mentioned gravity. You guys did. You guys mentioned gravity, and then we had to go down this rabbit hole about it.
No, it's not a rabbit hole. It's like let's look at reality. Let's look at the gas pressure gradient. Let's look at the gas pressure gradient and see where it starts and where it ends.
Right, where's the ending?
So on the globe, you've got this pull, right? It's pulling
Back to the
towards
globe.
the
I
center.
don't want to do this conversation. Globe, man.
Okay, well, put yourself on mute.
All right.
Is the magic to forget the gradient?
No, we can talk. That's what I'm saying. Let's talk about the gradient and let's talk about the magic. So on the globe, you got center of the Earth, correct? The center of mass.
Where does the gradient stop?
Yeah, let's go one step at a time. All right. So on the globe,
Yeah, that's
do
the
you
first
have?
step. We got
Well, I
we got to
get make
establish
sure
that
you.
for a container. We got to
Okay, so
establish that for a container.
so check or hold. Let's start. Let's start at where does it start? Where does the gradient start? And then we can talk about where it ends. So you got a gradient pulling. So it would stop at the core, right? The gradient would stop at the core. Check or hold. There'd be the most gas at the core.
Oh, excuse me.
And the least would be the further away you go, you'd have like an inverse square law. They would keep getting weaker and weaker and weaker and weaker. Check or hold.
Okay, so when does that?
Okay, just check or hold. Make sure you're.
When does that require a container?
Okay, we're not there yet. We're going step by step. So as soon as I lose you, say hold, and we'll go back through it. Okay? So check or hold.
You can't hold. You can't handle it, bro.
Check or hold. That's all I need from you. Are you following or are you not following? Because I'm trying to break this cycle.
Not following because you require.
Okay, you're not following. Okay, so on the globe, you've got the core of the Earth, supposedly the center of mass, and all things are supposedly attract to this core of the Earth. Check or hold. That's your start point. Check or hold.
Your containers required.
Okay, check or hold. Which one?
Did you not say dome earlier?
Check or hold. Which one?
Dome.
Check or hold are your two appropriate answers.
Back your dome.
Check or hold is what I'm looking for. On a globe, you have a core of the Earth. There's a center, right? Check or hold.
You're asking me to
check or hold. Which one? Is there a core of your Earth? Yes or no?
Is there a dome to your?
Is there a core of the Earth?
Just me.
On your Earth, is there a core? Do you have a center of mass? Do you have a center of mass on your Earth?
You require a container.
Do you have a center of mass on your Earth? The Earth you are repping that you want to talk about, is there a center of Earth? Is there a center there that pulls everything towards it? That would like a start. Is there a start point to your gas pressure gradient that you want to talk about? Where does it start? Does it start at sea level? Does it start at sea level or does it start at the core? Which one?
Watch this.
Level. Check or hold.
The mute button's real.
Which one? Check or hold?
You're holding right now.
No, I'm not holding. It's your question. You have a question. I'm trying to go through an answer that you won't be able to say later on you didn't understand and you don't get.
I do not understand.
Okay, so you don't understand. So on the globe, you've got a core of the Earth. That would be your start point. Check or hold.
You're just going to mute me for your show.
No, it's not for a show. It's trying to get you to an answer. We're trying to get an answer. You will have an answer if you're able to follow along. If you're not, you're just going to keep spiraling and keep asking the same question and keep saying you don't have an answer. We're going to go through every step of the way, and as soon as you don't understand, tell me hold. That's how this is going to work. If not, then just keep asking your question over and over and over and over and over, just like ad nauseum.
And knitting and knitting.
Yeah, it's like trying to figure out where these guys, like, how are you not understanding that this should be stuff you would agree to easily?
Yeah, I don't get the consent. Why there's no conceding? Just go along with your. I've done it so many times with heliocentrists where you follow along. Explain it to me.
This
Sure.
is like one of those jokes where this character will, like a lot of the globes, they won't even concede they don't concede. Do you concede the start point on the globe is the core? Do you concede that the start point in the flat Earth is sea level? Check or hold?
I do not.
So
okay, then go have fun.
He's holding.
Go have fun. Go have fun with that. And when you're ready to actually have a conversation about the topic, exploring your question, come back and see me.
Yeah, and to the other guy using Cavendish, I hope he's not using Cavendish as a gravitational, the 9.8 meters per second, because those are two different G's. So that's why I don't get why they keep applying the rate of fall to a cause. It's so strange. I get there's a rate of fall. We all get there's a rate of fall, but that was just used by what's his name, Galileo, dropping balls and rolling balls. Nothing to do with showing how, because of the size of Earth you're on, it pulls objects 9.8 meters per second squared.
Yeah, generally the problem they have is that if they go into a container, that line of logic starts off at Copernicus. So, like, saying no container, they're not in heresy with the flat Earth. They're in heresy with the beginning, the very start of their heliocentric model.
Yeah, because their container extended out to Saturn.
In the Copernicus model, all of creation
container.
Yeah, all of creation abruptly ends right past Saturn. It was you look up Copernicus' model, he cites the firmament. And the reason why he cited the firmament, because that was a biblical word. He was tying theology intertwining with this new idea of creation. It's basically a Catholic creation myth. So then they say in the backswing, oh yeah, he's right. Okay, well, there's your container. You have a sky container. Well, you don't have a sky container. And I try to tell them the updated model, which is the well of gravity trapping all the gas into it. Also, the moon like playing a game of ping pong or table tennis, just bouncing the gases back and forth. And they still where's the container? Yeah, so your container is, in your worldview, your container is a fabric of space and time being warped and trapping the gas inside. And now let's talk about what does that gas pressure gradient look like for you, and then how does it look like in the real world instead of a model? Let's take it back to the really is level. You see, the main issue they're going to run across is that they don't have a explanation for why different distances from the surface of the Earth have varied gas pressure gradients. So what they want to do is say, hey, where's your container? Because there's a gradient. Yeah, if you use a gradient, that's where that's where flat Earth wins, because that gradient starts at sea level, not at the core of the Earth. Like, Tyson wrote a whole book about this. It's quite amazing. He wrote a book describing how the gas pressure gradient behaves very weird, and they don't have an explanation for it. That there's something happens once you leave the ground, and the gases don't behave like they should. He marks out a couple spots on the Earth that says, hey, look at the gas pressure gradient here. What is predicted and what is observed? It doesn't match. It doesn't match a linear inverse square law. Most spectacularly is like Mount Chimborazo is astrophysically 4 miles further away from the core of the Earth as Mount Everest. and just look at the gas pressure gradient there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought about
Then
that.
explain why something 4 miles further away from your start has a higher gas pressure gradient. It should have a lower gas pressure gradient. So then you retrace your steps and you see that gas pressure starts at sea level. That's why Mount Everest has a lower gas pressure gradient, because starting from sea level, it's taller than Mount Chimborazo. But if you start at the core of the Earth, it's shorter. So this is where they get their wires switched, where they try to talk about something. They always want to invoke some sort of sky magic, and even if they do, they run up into their own model, like Copernicus. Copernicus dunked on that shit. You can say Copernicus is wrong, and now I can say Copernicus is wrong. So now, how do you have a heliocentric model if you just torpedoed the first 16 or 13 something, well, in the teens? He had 13 different models. You just torpedoed and sunk your own battleship. Who is your intellectual firepower for why you got off geocentric and why you got off flat? If you just said his model is garbage because you've got radar, non-detecting container. This is why I call it SpaghettiOs, because you probably should have thought these questions out before you started asking flat earthers, because flat earthers have answers. Heliocentric people, it's a big question mark. They don't know. They don't know how these things work. It's kind of odd. It's kind of like a varied response that changes based on what observer they're using. Are you using an observer on Mount Everest? Are you using an observer on Mount Chimborazo? Are you using an observer at a airplane altitude? Are you using an observer below sea level? Like, there are places below sea level. Louisiana.
Death Valley. Right?
Yeah. So they should, in their worldview, that should be higher than 14.7. But it stays at 14.7. So ground level, then, like there's a start. It doesn't seem how far. So if you keep digging, like why people go into caves that are miles below the ground, it stays 14.7. That's SpaghettiOs. They've got these mines that dig just straight into the earth. The huge trucks that have to drive like a spiraling pattern to get down to the bottom of them. It stays 14.7. And one of the reasons I've talked to heliocentric people about this, they say that's only because it gets really hot. These mines are hot. They're near, like convection currents and type of stuff. So it's more excited. And I'm like, wouldn't that increase your pressure then?
Well, I'm curious on the elevation of the caves as well. And, to me, when I think of a cave could still be above sea level, right? But, some caves below sea level, I'm wondering how that would change the air pressure. Because I read that mercury changes every 1,000 feet. It goes 1 inch for every 1,000 feet you go underground. But then that could depend on variations of topography, I'd like to see how much the air pressure changes, the 7 mile one. There's a significant change.
What you do see a difference in pressure is underwater. Like if you dive underwater, it adds 14.7 every 10 meters in fresh or salt water or freshwater, and a little under 10 meters or something like that. I don't remember the exact detail. It's like 30 feet for salt water and 33 feet for fresh water.
Yes, I crit, dude. I was like sitting here in my head. I'm like 14.7, 1 bar for every 32.8 we go down in water. Very, very good point. Very valid point for consideration.
And what's quite interesting there too is that the deeper you go, the colder it gets, and the more pressure is added.
Yeah, I
So
feel like
like,
pressure is. Oh, go ahead.
oh, go ahead. No, you got it.
Well, yeah, it just seems like pressure, the variables are to do with temperature variations, not to do with gravitational. Like, especially when the world record of most pressure, it's like, and in that zone, are you saying gravity's pulling locally? Because I've heard them say that gravity pulls in local zones stronger than other zones. So I'm just trying to think of how air pressure would be affected in those zones. I think the world record was 32, and that wasn't even in a cave. I think it was above the surface. So we're in Russia.
Yeah, they hit what, like 7.8 miles or something like that?
Yeah, the mercury went 30. What was that? And like when world records happen, I can't imagine that being a local gravitational phenomena. Oh, at sea level. This was specifically at sea level.
And just remember, like, to bring that number kind of back home, your car, those the pressure and the tires, they're set at about 35 pounds per square inch, which is basically half of what we're observing. And those things, if they even have a pin, not a pin, but if they have like a nail or anything that gets in there, they're going to leak until they're flat. So I would say like that 14.7, that pressure that's observed, it necessitates an enclosure.
Well, yeah, just like the water does. I mean, you can't if you take out the walls, that water's going to spread out. It's gonna find its equilibrium or whatever that is, and then the pressure will form to whatever container it finds, right?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, sorry, wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, just agreeing with you. I mean, hydrostatics as a thing, like how mediums or fluids behave. Well, we'll say mediums because they just condensed versus uncondensed. But it states that, like, you pour water onto a countertop, the water is going to form with a leading edge called the meniscus, and that leading edge of the water is going to continue to push forward as a curved edge until it finds its limits. And once it finds its limits, it will then start to fill up the container, and that meniscus will go from like an outward curve to an inward curve and show itself on the extremities of the container itself.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because the water will overcome the frictional forces, right? You need the frictional forces to build up vertically to contain that water, right? Like, I don't think you can. Well, I guess you could have enough friction without a container to hold the water, but you wouldn't have a lot of pressure still because it would. Oh man,
Let me interrupt.
On the outside, you would, but
sorry, you're
No,
talking
go
about
ahead.
walls of the container for water. Water actually needs an actual full container, because if there's not a container and it's next to, the vacuum of space, let's say. See, a lot of people think that gravity is what's holding down the oceans. It's actually high pressure and low temperature. So the high pressure from the atmosphere is holding down the water, because what happens if you put seawater in a vacuum that's running all day long? It'll boil, and eventually there won't be any water left in there. So even water itself requires a full container, like a tire.
Yeah, water you got, especially to have pressure. Yeah, exactly. It needs at least five sides. I mean, you don't need a top. I guess you would, though, if it's next to a vacuum or a low pressure system. Yeah, I guess the world record was 15.1 7.2 psi. So when the mercury went up 30, that's crazy. The world record is only one more psi. It's at sea level. I see, and that's interesting. A cave entrance at a higher altitude where air pressure is lower, you're still going to have lower air pressure too. So 13.7. That's what's crazy, like caves being above sea level. Because in my mind, I just think everything goes below the ground, but there's so much earth above sea level. It's like there's steps or something. It's like we see a bunch of these different levels of stairs or steps, you know. So yeah, to a cave. Oh, that's strange. Yeah, I was reading too with that guy. I don't know if he's still here about the Earth being a closed system when it's moving, but it's an open system when it's talking about energy transfer. Have you guys seen what they did there? I think that guy left.
No, I'm still here. I just wasn't talking to Grit because he was like pretending or something.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, but you were saying the Earth wasn't a closed system when it was moving, and I don't understand how you're saying that's not a closed system when the Earth's.
Yeah, you were never able to explain why it's claimed as closed.
Oh, that's yeah. The guy who says closed system is believe it or not, Bill Nye, the science guy. He's been in the classroom for about 40 years, 30, 40 years. He his big go away, like as he fucked off. Because he tried to sue Disney because Disney said this character was like some sort of talking platypus, some scientific. I shit you not. Okay, Disney apparently made a character that was supposed to be based on Bill Nye, the science guy, but not Bill Nye. They called him like the scientific platypus or something like that. So he sued Disney, and Disney fired him. Like, you can't sue your boss, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? So his going away, his big crescendo, because now he's banned from the classroom and whatnot, and he's fired from Disney. He did a big talk on Big Think, where he wanted his last thing to tell the generation. He says, I just want the current generation to know that Earth is a closed system. You cannot leave the Earth.
That would be nice if I was Bill Nye, but unfortunately, I'm not Bill Nye. So
what you could do, though, is contact. What I think would be a fun story here is message him. Say, hey, you're Gamma, and you know more about science than the science guy. You can put him to shame.
Yeah, that would be cool if I made the claim that I was Bill Nye.
And get him to change his words to your words. Like, convince him. Or maybe be the next, like there's Mr. Wizard, then there was Bill Nye, and now there's you. Or not. Because I predict, using the Flat Earth model, that if you tell him he's wrong about anything, either he won't respond, or he'll just block your dumb ass. That's probably the two things you'll get. Say, who the fuck is this dude? Block.
Yeah, I don't. That's strange that they don't have open debates about this. You know, they push it off like it's not even it's not necessary. Like I think Tyson said that he wouldn't give it any time, and I don't know. That's a strange behavior to take for someone who's intellectually curious about something, and you know, for as much information as you spew, why can't you just do this and wreck someone in your mind, wreck a retard in your mind? That's what they say on a debate platform. You know, they'll never do it. But then you have independent debaters that do it all the time. You know. I don't think
Yeah,
Bill.
so apparently Bill Nye, I was just checking to see the rest of the story. He originally was suing for $37 million, and they ended up paying him $585,000 to fuck off. But he's only got about $88,000 of that. So now he's upset because I guess he blew through that $88,000 somehow, and now he's going to be like, he needs money again.
He had, yeah. I haven't seen him in the light for a while. I think people kind of. I think he went an interesting way with gender, and people didn't really care about his opinions on that. And I think that changed. He had a couple cringy moments in his television program, his new one on Netflix. Didn't do well.
Well, that died out too. That got shit canned. So then he ended up doing a talk on Big Think. He's kind of like a reoccurring character on Big Think, or he's done a couple Big Thinks.
Yeah, I think he'll just be remembered for his show. He'll just die as a television science program host, but no real impact to science. Just kind of showing science that already existed.
Yeah, well, he never really had an impact. What I think was funny too was when he tried to become an astronaut. Believe it or not, like he applied to NASA
Really?
I don't know how many times, more than once. Okay, but he thought he was cloaked because his shtick was to get in as the first atheist astronaut, and they noped that shit, right? Because in America, God bless America, every single astronaut has been a Christian heterosexual. So they're like saying, "Hey, dude, you are not gonna get in here. We're not gonna let the camel's nose under the tent. I don't know who the fuck you're fooling. Besides, you don't have the stuff. You need to know like Russian. You need to have some sort of master's degree. You have to have some kind of military service. Like, who the fuck do you think you are just to randomly apply? Hey, bro, I'm the science guy." And they're like, maybe on Earth,
Lance Bass did it. It's so strange that a member of NSYNC tried to be an astronaut. I mean, that's so strange. So I wanted him so bad. Yeah. It's just the people they choose, and then when they say, "Oh, do you know what it takes to be an astronaut? Do you know the physical toll it takes?" And some of the ones they choose, it seems like a lot of people could do it. Especially the Red Bull people. All the Red Bull junkies could definitely do what these ISS astronauts do. And as easy as they do it, for a promotional Red Bull thing, I'm surprised they haven't done anything in the ISS. Maybe they have. I don't know. They just make it look so easy, just like they make it look so easy to go to the moon. They make it look easy, but they tell you it's hard. I'm sure a Red Bull jumper would love to do a backflip in the ISS. They could stay there for, just the week. We're getting it. What has been dissipated from the consciousness of globies, I think, are Coriolis affecting projectiles and being a physical force. That took a while. I finally see people understanding it's not a physical force, just like gravity. Hopefully China will make it to the dark side of the moon. Put a flashlight on that thing.
There's a really funny video. I think it's Big Think. It might not be. Where they have Bill Nye and Tyson, Neil deGrasse Tyson, talking about flat earthers and other people they don't like. and they decide that they're going to
They're gonna
he's
talk
going
with them.
yeah, they're going to have a talk, and they decide to bust out a bottle of wine called Rocket Fuel. And as it's through the course of this sort of like just a conversation, them drinking wine and stuff, they decided that the education system was to blame for flat earthers. The federalization of education has dumbed down the education system. And then it kind of abruptly ends when they're drunk in stupor, finally realizes that Bill Nye has been part of the education system for like decades, you know? So then they're like, yeah, then they decide, you know what a buzzkill. Like, you know.
Oh, and he knew it.
Well, I mean, to be fair, Bill Nye was not a part of the curriculum at all. To say that Bill Nye was a part of the education system is a little disingenuous, I think.
Well, I mean, yeah. This
Also,
goes back to
he wasn't part of it.
No, he wasn't. He was not a he was not a prolific figure. He was a at-home TV show host that people would watch, and in some cases, people would teachers would show Bill Nye the Science Guy in classrooms. But like, he was not the end-all be-all teacher. I mean, the education system is still stems to the people that are teaching the classroom.
Well, he showed me more science than my teacher.
Well, then I mean then there is a problem with the education system.
I know that.
The point.
Oh, we agree. We all agree the education system is not functioning at its full capacity.
Yeah, look how many Globers there are, right?
Yeah, the federalization.
Yeah, exactly.
That's like the talking point you don't need flat earthers for. The federalization of the Department of Education, making a cabinet position, was one of the worst things. And my take is when it's finally undone, however long it's going to take, that's going to be one of the biggest belly flops that people thought. Like, they thought centralizing education would be a good idea. And you can look at the results.
Crit.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I was just going to jump in real quick because I've been to the doctor's office, but I heard this guy say that right now, and I literally came outside just to be like, whoever said that Bill Nye was like nothing in the dude, you must be, maybe you're not old enough to have grown up with him.
I'm 30, my guy. I'm 30 years old, so I'm absolutely old enough.
Okay, so you're older. So you saw him in school every time like they talk about science. You never heard about Bill Nye the Science Guy in school? Well, then you're not old enough.
First of all, that's not what I said. Relax, dude. Relax.
Let me finish, okay? You are 15 years younger than me, so I'm pretty sure I was in school before you, and I'm pretty sure Bill Nye was even in the schools before you were even born, I would imagine.
That is inherently untrue.
Okay,
hold on. First of all,
the point though is maybe you were too young. Maybe you're maybe missed it by maybe 5 or 6 years.
I've already established this that it's not true.
Hold on. When you're 3 years old, maybe you weren't seeing Bill Nye. Okay, I get that. But what I'm saying is when you were 3, I was in high school already.
How old are you, dude? Are you like 45? How old are you?
Yeah, I am actually. You fuck.
Okay.
Just shut up and listen.
Bill Nye? Wait. I'm
20.
20 something. I'm 20 something, and Bill Nye was shown when I went to school.
But it's not part of that curriculum. I think he's saying it's not part of the established curriculum.
It's not part of the curriculum.
Why are we busting a guy's balls for not knowing who Bill Nye is?
First of all, I do know who Bill Nye is. This guy just jumped in. He's mad about something.
No, let me finish. Just let me finish. The reason why I jumped in, is because he made it seem like Bill Nye was not really involved with the kids' education growing up. And he's not part of the school curriculum. Dude,
he's not.
Every school, if every school across America is showing this science guy to the students that were watching it in class, you didn't go to class to
do you want an actual rebuttal on this, or are you just going to overtalk me?
Yeah, just let me talk maybe 15 more seconds, and then you can talk all you want.
Go ahead.
The fact that I'm making, though, is that you're trying to dismiss what Crit was saying earlier, or somebody else even, and saying but Bill Nye wasn't part of the curriculum. Dude, he wasn't saying that he's was in the educational system, but he had a huge effect on the kids growing up. Again, you were probably still shitting your pants and everything because you were still younger than us that
All
grew
right,
up
it's
with
been
Bill
15
Nye.
seconds. Can you relax now?
Okay, then us that grew up with Bill Nye being
Me
way
being
more
one of them. Me being one of them. Okay.
being way more influential. Yeah, but when we were in science class, you were still sucking on a tit, bro. So that's what I'm trying
Okay,
to get
You
at.
fucking relax.
APOC. Okay, this is getting out of control.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah. No,
I'll
okay,
mute
first of
myself.
all,
Go ahead, let this damn fuck
let me just give a rebuttal to that. When I said that it was disingenuous to assume that Bill Nye is the forefront of how we should associate education, I still stand by that. What I was simply saying is Bill Nye himself is not a doctor. He is not he's not a researcher, he's not a physicist. So the main reason that people use Bill Nye is okay. So the new Bill Nye right now is Neil deGrasse Tyson. I would say I prefer Bill Nye more so than Neil deGrasse Tyson because he relies more so on like theoretical stuff than Bill Nye ever did. Bill Nye just was like, hey, I'm really interested in science. I have a science background. I would like to do school educational videos for children. I don't think that in any way. I don't think that in any way propagates a globe Earth agenda.
Very rapey. Both of them were very rapey. Both of them were very rapey.
All right.
You know what Bill
That was my
Nye
fault.
the
Sorry,
Science
buddy.
Guy
That was my
shows
fault.
about? You know what Bill Nye the Science Guy shows about kids' education for at least like 15 years when he was being shown in the schools. It shows that this is what they wanted to show kids, and that's why he had such an impact because they did show it at school.
It
They
was
showed it in
fun.
every
It was
single
an
science class.
entertaining and fun way for them to.
Of course,
Yeah.
it was an
And
entertaining and fun way, but it just
yes.
shows how they teach kids in school.
Yeah,
It
it's
just shows
more
what they
so
were teaching kids.
it's for the children in particular that prefer or people, kids growing up, students that prefer more of a video aspect like a see by learning, like learn by seeing type of aspect as opposed to reading something in a textbook.
He wasn't
when-
part
when
of a
Bill Nye
curriculum,
came
but
out,
it's
he
like
kinda
saying
took on the
that
mantle of Mr. Wizard.
it's like saying like Kahoot is not part of a curriculum, but a lot of teachers use it because the kids like it. The kids like it. It's a way to engage with the kids,
And I did
the
want to
kids
touch
like
on
Bill
that.
Nye.
Because Bill Nye was not a part of a curriculum in any manner,
Yeah,
in any capacity.
Did anyone ever say that he was part of a curriculum?
Because
Just that he's
you don't
really
have a
teaching
standardized
to
test
kids.
based on what Bill Nye said. It's about the subject
but
matter that
still,
you're being
it's
taught.
not. You know that Bill Nye is talking about and teaching a lot of things that are taught
Dude,
in science
that
class.
is-
That's
that
why he
is
was
total
shown
bullshit.
in for kids.
Well, go ahead. Hold on.
That
Let's
is
hear this. Go ahead. Why is it
Okay,
bullshit?
that's
Go ahead.
total bullshit what you just said. You
Go ahead.
said that what he says wasn't the curriculum test. Bro, everything he was saying is what you were going to be tested on.
Hold on. If you be quiet for like 2 seconds, bro. It's almost like the teachers of America and the powers that be that decide what gets taught in the American school system are like, hey, there's a funny guy who's very likable. Let's get him in some educational videos, give him some material that he can talk about that is within the curriculum. That doesn't mean that Bill Nye has a fucking agenda with what he's saying. He's a fucking actor.
Yep.
He's an entertainer. How hard is that
have
for you
to
to
agree.
understand?
Okay, no,
It's not about
I'm a flat
the
earther.
actor,
I'm a
it's
mod
about
here. I
the
agree with you
show.
guys.
Okay, this is the problem we're getting at. The thing with this is where the talking point fell apart. The talking point was that Tyson and Bill Nye had this drunken podcast, a conversation where they're drinking
You're right. Let's
fueled
bring it
wine.
back. You're right.
Okay, and they're trying to dissect flat earthers and why the rise of flat earthers is a problem and what the symptom is. In this conversation, they decided the culprit is the Department of Education. The Department of Education, the federal government, has failed America. And as they start talking about, federalizing the Department of Education, that was a good thing. They start dissecting all the different parts of the Department of Education, and they couldn't find the reason. What is the big culprit here? The unionization of school teachers and whatnot. And finally, Tyson does a throwaway comment and says, "But haven't you been in the in the classroom for like 30, 20, whatever, how long, decades?" And then Bill Nye's like, "Fuck," and then they just kind of end the podcast or end the conversation.
I think most people remember the song, not his experiments. Maybe some experiments, but they just remember the Bill Nye, the Science Guy. I don't even know if they were paying attention.
I think that's the case for most kids shows.
Yeah, but they don't remember
Yeah.
the science behind it, which at least he was doing more experiments than Neil. Neil just talks
Neil,
astrophysics.
he
or
is a theoretical. Yeah, he's a theoretical physicist. Yeah.
So I
I
do
could
give
get in-
Bill, and it wasn't a part of the core, but the teachers made it a part of their curriculum. I mean, at their own discretion, and it was easier to teach that way, I'm sure, for a lot of teachers. And yes, the kids were entertained, but no, it wasn't a part of the education system. But it sure felt like it.
Well, I mean, you could say
I
that
could get in
with.
just for a
I mean,
second.
go ahead.
Just
go
real
ahead.
quick, thank you. I'll be super quick. I'm at work. So I posted a study from NASA from the 1960s that showed that everybody starts out as a genius, and through the process of the educational system, they drop off bit by bit till at the time that they graduate, all the geniuses but 2% are gone because of the educational system. So this scroll up just a few minutes. I posted it. I was trying to get in. I was trying to wait. I'm sorry for interrupting, but it's kind of crowded today.
You're fine, man. Go for it.
So yeah, please check that out. How public schools, after 12, 13 years of sit down, shut up, ask permission, all the genius is completely depleted out of us. Thanks.
If you want a good guy, look up Julius Sumner Miller. Do you know who Julius Sumner Miller is? He's one of the best. He's back in the, I think, 70s, late 60s. He does the best experiments I've ever seen as a scientist. Julius Sumner Miller. It's awesome.
Yeah, I grew up with Mr. Wizard, and he was really
Me too,
like,
Chris.
yeah. So yeah, some of the old guys will know this. He was really in. I mean, it was no flashy music and lights and goofy singing. He went on camera. He said, "Here's the experiment we're going to do today. Here's your variables. Here's your controlled variable. Here's your really spoke to it well. He said, here's your safety concerns. Here's your PPE you're going to use." And these are your predictions, and it was a really great video. It demonstrated it, and I mean, like I would say his content.
He taught real natural philosophy, Crit. He taught the scientific method. I mean, and it's different than what kids are taught today about it.
I think everybody has their favorite, right? Like my favorite would be Carl Sagan, if I'm being honest.
Well, he was a philosopher and a poet more than a scientist.
Carl Sagan? Carl Sagan was he was more so a scientist than a philosopher, I would say.
What experiments was
he was a
setting
TV
up?
show host.
There were plenty of experiments. I'm playing League right now, so I can't really link it right now. But
I'm gonna send you this guy.
Yeah, no. Carl Sagan not only was a foundational speaker, he was a very, very interested person in it, but he also had the credentials to back it up. Less so than Bill Nye or Neil. Well, Neil deGrasse has some credentials. I don't want to take that away from him, I suppose, but
I would say I'm not a real fan of Sagan because of his takes on atheism. It was quite toxic. The way he described atheists, and I would say if you take that out of the equation, a lot of his ideas about the overview effect and humanity becoming a spacefaring race and what it would mean. What does this mean if the Earth is a globe? That sort of poetry is what kind of broke the veil between science is just for these people, or science is for everyone. Try and push America and push the world community towards a better world using these the concepts of like the cosmos and whatnot. Like the whole concept of give peace a try. The universe is so large, in Carl Sagan's point of view, that there's an Earth out there that got it right, that was able to nuclear disarm. So why not here?
He doesn't necessarily say that, but
under Carl Sagan.
What? I don't know who you're talking to.
See, here's the problem with the main issue is he presented these ideas and then contradicted himself by saying there's no room for atheism.
I don't know that Carl Sagan actually ever said that. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, he said if you looked up if you bust out the dictionary and look up the word stupid, like the definition of stupid is atheist.
I'd have to see a source on that because I feel like that's a bit of a stretch. But I'll take your word for it unless you really want to get into the nitty gritty. But I know that's not what we're talking
well, the
about
reason
right now.
why he did that was because during the Apollo program, atheists were taking the Apollo astronauts and the Apollo program to court, saying, "Prove it, prove it." He thought it was like a distraction. He thought that they were sort of communist sympathizers trying to undermine the greatness of America. He wasn't really listening that, hey, these people just have a different moral value system, a very subjective moral value system, and they thought that Christianity should be taken out of the public square. They were kind of talking past each other because in that framework, they probably could have agreed about the First Amendment.
I've never heard of that, but
I like Francis Bacon's quote: "A little philosophy inclines man's mind to atheism, but a depth in philosophy brings man's mind to religion." It's like you understand philosophy a little, you become an atheist, but if you understand a lot, you end up, you do understand. You say that, okay, there's a God.
There's also a very common quote. It's also said that at the first sip of the cup of science will make you an atheist, but God is waiting for you at the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's a similar to Bacon's.
Yeah, there's a reason why the founding fathers said we are created, by a creator, and we get our rights from a creator. They used Voltaire. See, this is when the very first atheist, or the father of atheism, had said, even if there's not a God, and you can prove it, you could use some sort of method and adjudicate the supernatural world, you would still just invent a God anyway, because that keeps the people in power away from your rights, away from your right to life, liberty, and happiness. Don't be a pig, dude, whoever that was.
Well, and to think you're the only power running around, like to not surrender to a higher power, to me, it's just so much self-arrogant. It's just so arrogant.
Well, most people that are atheists surrender to the state, do they not?
Yeah, they do to government or to evolution.
I'm an atheist. You guys can ask me any questions you want.
They
no, we don't care.
Well, it seems like the more.
Yeah, this is a problem. Like, you'll say we speak for atheism, but when you ask it, it's just gonna be some individual take that's so subjective. It will be like pointless even asking you. You just go to like the Atheist Foundation, and AMA, which is now disbanded, because of David Silverman was harassing women and embezzling money. Like the third wave atheism is completely destroyed. The four horsemen of atheism. That they invented fourth wave atheism and now fifth wave atheism. So it really doesn't matter what your personal take is. You hardly can speak for yourself. So no one here is going to ask you about your atheism. It's like kind of pointless.
I talked to a few the other day and asked them about what they thought about Satanism. They get really triggered. They did, at least. These few atheists got triggered when it comes to Satanism, and they almost defended it more than God. And also, we were talking about the great architect when it comes to Masonic gods or intelligent design, and they kind of they will concede a little bit on a great architect if it's physical at least, but I think that's divine when it comes to Masonic gods.
It is. Well, the Grand Orient in France admits atheists into their lodges. So you got that. And you got a lot of Satanists that go through those lodge programs. And pretty much every Satanist is an atheist. And they're just being Satanists to troll Christians.
Yes, there's trolls. But then there's some that go through the rituals. You're like, wait, I thought you were trolling. Why are you going through all this? Why are you doing this kind of weird behavior?
Yeah, I think they're LARPing for the most part, because when they want to do real fun stuff, they go to OTO instead.
They go on their boats and wave runners.
It's like what God blessed the Me Too movement. It cleaned a lot of college campuses from these atheist professors. Like, just got rid of them. When Me Too was happening, I'm like, geez, this seems kind of like this could go out of control. But when I started seeing the people getting nuked by Me Too, I'm like, fuck, they're cleaning house.
Yeah. There's been a cleanse of multiple issues.
Well, I got an issue with... I'm sorry, bro, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I got an issue with the Me Too movement because it came on the heels of the whole Pizzagate and Pedogate. And in my opinion, those people that were like, oh, Me Too, they were taking away from what a lot of people claim to be conspiracy theory, like there are no pedos and stuff like that. And I think that's a huge issue because if a consenting adult, like an actress, right, says, well, I really want that part and I really want that fame and fortune and I'm willing to do stuff at Harvey Weinstein's mansion, I don't really have any sympathy for her because she contracted. She's an adult who contracted. And then if she regrets it later, well, after you got all the fame and fortune and the millions, I don't feel bad for you at all. But the whole other thing, children can't consent.
Yeah.
The main problem too is a college campus. I mean, think of the damage these atheists did to science. They always wondered why women don't go into STEM, because there's a bunch of like creepy atheist professors, constantly doing sexual advances towards them, basically like getting rid of them because they want women. Atheists don't want women in STEM.
Yeah. It is. I wonder the correlation of atheists to like working in abortion clinics, morgues. I mean, I don't know. Would people get caught doing that kind of stuff? I mean, I can't say it's a direct correlation. I'm just curious. If there is something with atheism and treating humans differently because there's no moral outcome.
The main reason why
atheists. Sorry, I just got to clear up real fast. For the women in the Me Too movement that did not consent, however, they are victims, and I don't turn a blind eye to them. Thank you.
The main reason why atheism comes up in this topic is this really weird that like there's a lot of anti-flat earthers who are atheists for some reason. They just like they're conspiracy theory or whatever. But it's quite odd though is that atheist logic can explain flat Earth. I am not convinced. I do not believe in heliocentric model or models presented by state sponsors of religion. I mean, that logic is what they say about God. You just replace God with globe. Somehow they don't get it. Like their worldview is so subjective and it's so outside the norm. Like there's such a minority group that they feel like they got to punch down at other minority groups and lift themselves up. This whole debate really blew up because in 2016, if you look up The Guardian, the articles are still up. A bunch of atheists charged flat earthers as a dangerous religious extremist cult. They did back-to-back hit pieces in 2016. And people like, they've never heard of Mark Sargent, never heard of any of those people until atheists started saying that they're cult leaders. And all of a sudden they're like, what was it? It's just some goofy dude on YouTube. What the fuck is wrong with you? What they realized, like, atheism had a controlled demolition. The CIA, just took over atheism, and they tried to remain relevant, and they just can't. They just can't.
No, they made it too depressing. It's too depressing, as well. It just puts you in a low vibrate. Like it doesn't put me in anywhere I want to be active. I don't want to participate. Like I don't know. Like what's the whole not nihilism, but I can't remember the word right now. But just to be that. Atheism, it seems like you're just so introverted.
Yeah, what's kind of funny, opposites attract, right? So, my girlfriend is atheist, and just the other day, just humorously, like we were joking around, and I said, "So why don't you just get an atheist boyfriend?" And they say, she said, "Well, there is no man is going to be an atheist that I would, like consider a boyfriend. That'd be like a girlfriend." Like I don't remember the exact word she used, but like, yeah, real men. Like have some sort of like tradition and religion and a higher power that they know. She's like, I'm not interested in any sort of atheist, hipster, fedora wearing hat, person. Like, no, thank you.
What they live for. Some of them might be pagans more. They might celebrate, the equinoxes and the solstices, and maybe that's more a naturalistic god to them, and it's not. It's like an atheist hybrid, but you surrender to nature, because at least they can surrender to a power that's separate from them. Things grow separate from them. People, so there's like a power to nature.
What I think is interesting too. What I think is interesting too is how atheists do this sort of Catholic Church, where in the Catholic Church in Christianity, you have the person, then you have the priest or the father. They gatekeep your knowledge of God, of the supernatural. And the atheists do the same thing with science. They say it's you, the scientist, then the knowledge. They imitate the Catholic Church, like so spectacularly. It's like, how are you guys not realizing this? You're supposed to be so self-aware and all into like, what does it mean and all that stuff. And you don't see how you've done this, that you've basically just took the Catholic worldview and just took the God part out and made it naturalistic.
Yeah, they don't really go beyond anything. They just say, "Where's proof of God?" And then they don't talk about anything else. They may go into science and stuff, but they don't really philosophize. They don't. It's really just a demanding of proof of your existence and how it works, but then not postulating on their own. You know what I mean? They have no other explanation. They just go with whatever the mainstream science is. That's what an atheist does, because they have nothing else to go on. So they have to believe what mainstream science says.
Which is a contradiction, because like the mainstream science that they worship, like the current, like NASA, the current director of NASA said that he personally spoke to God, and God told him to come out of retirement. Like Bill Nelson, God said, "Come out of retirement and lead America back to the moon." And he said yes. When he does like NASA's Bill Nelson, when he does these like broadcasts for like, hey, behind the scenes whatever videos, he ends them with always "God bless America" and "God bless you." So the atheist isn't really listening to the mainstream scientist either. Like somehow they think that space travel proves there's no God. The people who did space travel said quite the opposite. They said, America won the space race because of God.
Yeah, because they don't know what they believe. I think they're assuming maybe these space dwellers are believing that there's no way God created all this, so they don't know it.
Yeah, like there's really interesting. There's a character called Ryan on Eggshells, or Eggshells Are Flat, or whatever moniker he's using these days. And he says that's one of the things as challenged his atheism, that he sees that Earth is in a superposition, that there, like from a really sort of cosmic point of view, Earth is unremarkable. There's the sun is unremarkable. The solar system is unremarkable. The position in the galaxy, the Milky Way galaxy, is unremarkable. There should really be millions of Earths out there, and that there is only one. He said that does challenge it. Is it seems like it was created. Because how could there only be one of something that's completely unremarkable?
Yeah, considering how infinite this place is supposed to be. Think there'd be more. The Drake equation.
It's all natural forces that made this happen. These natural forces are repeated over and over and over again, but there is no Earth. There is no equal result. The equal result is that the universe is uninhabitable. Forces do not create a place for life.
Yeah, I think atheists would concede that there's alien life out there, but then they'd have to concede that NASA would be hiding about the alien life if they did find it, because they would have shown it to us by now, or else we can't handle it, and if we can't handle it, then they're hiding it. So it's funny you get people. What's up?
NASA has showed us alien life. Does anybody remember the kilometer-long tether that came disconnected in space, and it was 2012, and they show all kinds of unidentified floating objects? Does anybody remember that from NASA?
Yeah, I remember.
Vaguely. So they showed that there was actually something separate than human intervention in these.
Well, they showed us an alleged video from space where something had come loose, and there was all these moving particles like a petri dish floating around this thing that looked like a giant tether. So I don't know exactly what the implications of those are, but they look like pulsating little UFOs.
Yeah,
So,
didn't some of them change direction as well, Larry? Like they're going in one direction, all of a sudden they darted off another way, and they're like, "Oh, this is extraterrestrials."
See, that's something big they'd have to be hiding. So, and if they can hide aliens, I mean, then the concept of hiding goes away. Okay, you admit that they can hide something that big, because I feel like aliens would be hiding a model as well, because that changes the model of where the aliens came from and how they got here, the physics. So, if someone concedes on hiding aliens, well then, what's the difference of hiding the shape of the Earth or the model of Earth? Yeah, I want to look into those. And if that's just like it seems like a blooper reel. Imagine what they've actually studied. Say if they do have crafts up there, and if all that was real, then they had to have found something. Also, I think atheists, they kind of turn to evolution as their philosophy. They turn to the natural side. The last universal common ancestor, Luca, is a big one. That you have to believe that everything comes from one cell. And that first cell splitting into two, like that's the big question. What did it eat for breakfast that day?
Well, that one cell had to come up out of the rocks. So if you're an atheist and you claim there is no God, then either you believe in the infinite regress fallacy, like what's his name, Dawkins says that, well, there could have been alien life form on another planet. It came about by some evolutionary process. Well, where did that come from? Well, there must have been another planet, or you have to believe in spontaneous generation. So if you're an atheist, you either believe in aliens or spontaneous generation.
Yep, that's true.
Isn't that
Which is
where
just as crazy as oh, go ahead.
Just real quick, I was just gonna say, isn't that where that one religion comes from, where Tom Cruise is from? Scientology? Weren't they basing it off of a spawn of some alien gave birth to this humans on Earth? I don't know. I'm just crazy
Yeah,
ass story.
I mean, I've heard that whole religion was a troll now. People are saying he was just trying to get away with what the religions do. But they do have alien in the Dianetics, the book. They have what's the word? Origins, alien origins. And I think you have things in us. We have what's the thetan? I'm not very familiar with it. But if it was a troll, I mean,
Robert,
what's up?
are you still wearing the dunce cap that you said you were going to wear for a while?
No, I took that off because we talked about it.
Oh, okay.
Because we were talking about how there's a radius geometric refraction rate, and then there's a physical refraction rate, which is what we see in reality. And you were applying the conceptual refraction rate, not the reality refraction rate.
I was applying the 7/6R one, which is what we see in reality, right?
I know, and so I remember I showed you all the math. I was like, forget this. I'm putting it in ChatGPT. I put it in Chat. They broke down all the math, and even Chat was like, this is an extraordinary amount of more Earth that you're seeing under these conditions, even. So I label it a phenomena.
It's only 12% larger radius. That's like standard refraction. That's not crazy or anything.
No,
Get away with that.
That's not what the math. That's not what the math put anyway. I showed you the math. It didn't say that. It said much more than that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I showed you how it was wrong.
No, I don't think you responded to that. Someone was chiming in. I'll look to see what you responded, but someone was about to chime in.
I just don't know how you guys let him get away with that. We see 7/6R. Show it. Black Swan is 400/6R. Like, he's just saying stuff and nobody's holding him to
he
it.
agreed. He said, "Yeah." I mean, that's not.
Well, I was going with it on his world, and so I was like, okay, I'm gonna plug all this in. To if ChatGPT is the smartest thing, I'll plug it into that. It broke down all the math of this observation from the mountain in France, from 2 observations. It gave it everything, and even ChatGPT was stunned that you could see this mountain, any part of the mountain from this distance. So, and that thing usually will debate me pretty good, and it's firm on, but it's firm on what it says, but it'll bend on certain things. Like, yeah, granted, with all these conditions, it's pretty extraordinary that you can see this. And you give that picture, the swan picture, to ChatGPT and let it dissect it. Watch the outcomes. It's pretty interesting. Tell them where the horizon is, all that. Let them do its thing, and it's got to bend on some stuff.
Don't think 7/6 times 3959 equals 250,000, does it?
Or what? 250,000 what?
Miles.
I don't know who's saying 250,000 miles, but that's not me.
The radius you would need for Black Swan.
Or we weren't talking about the Black Swan. We were talking about
You put both images in though, and both images it still says it's a remarkable image to have in reality.
Is this this is Pig Gaspar? Yeah.
Maybe
see
I
from
don't know
it.
that, but I just heard like a generalized statement. That's what we see.
Well, I mean, it would
Refraction.
describe what we see. Yeah, I mean, long distance observations correlates with that, like simulating using that value. Yeah,
They correlate.
Yeah.
So when I post a picture of the horizon beyond 9.4 miles from 1 foot observer height, that correlates with 7/6R?
I mean, horizon didn't change, did it? No.
It always does.
Yeah, I mean, this is just me also going along with like the black swan. I mean, it's really the only image that like a lot of people cling on to, but we don't even know. No, this hasn't been independently verified either.
Okay, let's use the Rampion one then.
Even if it's one, though, it goes against that
Further-
model, though, right?
Horizon's
Even if it's
further.
one.
Yeah, horizon's further than 11.2 miles from a 3.5 foot observer height. That comports with 7/6R.
What Rampion? What you said we would go to a Rampion?
Wind turbines one.
That's in the south of England.
Or one of the other black swans. How about the black swan that the Globers like to use? What are we going to get for an apparent radius there?
I don't know. You're just saying a bunch of stuff. I don't know. Like, I would need an image or something.
Wouldn't it be the blue dot?
Well, the one where the water line is like in front of the rigs, it's like almost at the closer one. Is that 5 miles in front of that closer one?
At Habitat?
It would have to be about 5 miles in front of it for that to be 7/6R, and it don't look like it to me.
Hey, you know what, Heretic? One of the black swans that they don't talk about that I realized too, you don't either really. I guess because the first one kind of destroys it already. But there's another one because there's 4 platforms over there off the coast. And there's a platform that's 26 miles and somebody captured it. And no one really talks about that one, but it's like twice as far as the one that's 9 miles away, more than twice as far. So
APOC, isn't there a third one, like the Anacapa Islands, or even further than that?
32 miles. 1 foot height. It's 1.5.
Yeah, it's like come on, dude. Like, where do these Glovers? I don't know. I'll shut up.
I don't know either. It's crazy.
Do you think like it's either refraction is bending it up, or the conditions are right that you're actually seeing it, and then when you don't see it, it's because the conditions are poor?
It can't even be refraction, right? Because for it to produce a stable image where Earth looks flat, every point of light, all trillions and trillions and trillions of them, must have a different refractive index, because each of those points of light from near to far have to have a different arc for the whole thing to look flat. So what in the world could cause that kind of refraction, right, guys?
Oh yeah, that's why.
So what causes it to look like curved sometimes as well? Then, like where ships appear to go over the horizon.
Yeah, I don't see that.
I can get into that. It's the Rayleigh criterion. So if you're looking at something with a small aperture really far away, like a brick from a mile away, like it's just going to blend in. You're not going to be able to distinguish 2 bricks at like half a mile. You're not going to be able to distinguish any bricks at like a mile. It's going to converge, like shrink into itself.
So does that hold true for like airplanes that are far away? Like what's the limit, like Rayleigh criterion of that? Like if I have a plane really far away.
Airplanes are different than the horizon.
Oh, they're different,
The sky's the limit, right? And then the ground's the limit. So if you're looking at a brick
But
on
you
the
said
ground,
it's based on the aperture.
Can I just explain it to you, and then you can ask your questions afterwards, please?
Yeah.
Right. So if you're looking at a brick on the horizon, like eventually it's going to disappear, or like an airplane flying to the west, like eventually you're not going to be able to see it. You can see it overhead up in the sky, but when it gets like it appears to get closer to the ground, even though it's still 40,000 feet in the sky, the lower the aperture, the more convergence. Like it just kind of shrinks into itself. Like think about like a TV. The old TVs, when you turned them off, they kind of shrink into a little marble size and then flicker off. That's kind of what it does. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but I can post Brigham Young University, and they show that when they got 2 laser lights and they shine it down a hallway, bounce it off a mirror, and it comes back with the lower aperture, it looks like 1 laser light. But when you increase the aperture size, they can then distinguish that there are 2 separate beams. But when they go halfway, the beams begin to converge a little bit, and guess what happens? Well, the beam on the right tends to disappear from the bottom up if you were to flip them around from vertical to horizontal, right? So if they would have did that test with two vertical beams, it would have looked like with the lower apertures, those beams are disappearing from the bottom and the top up. So in this case, the bottom one that's disappearing from the top up would be like the ocean, and the bottom that's the top one that's disappearing from the bottom up would be like the sun or whatever object of building a boat. But we can show you lots of images of like remote control boats that disappear from the bottom up, and it's like a pond, and you increase the aperture and you can see it a little better, but there's still limitations to how much you can increase the aperture. But there's not limitations to how far, a boat can sail off into the distance. So I'm going to post that Brigham Young University thing for you, and I would appreciate if you watch it and then ask any question you like. Thanks.
Yeah, I would just say that that would be the worst way that you could explain it. I mean, at least the Waterhill one can confuse people, but the Rayleigh criterion just doesn't do it at all, because you have a clear cut point at where it starts hiding things. At the angular size, it would not be nearly close enough to be able to no longer resolve it, especially with even your eyes. Why is it
about that trigonometry, man? I can show you how to derive Earth's radius from the diffraction limit of vision. I posted my spreadsheet, a screen cap of it with all the formulas.
Yeah.
Enjoy. Well, this is why people claim to see curvature when it doesn't exist. We can explain it with how you see. That's what Larry's trying to show you.
I thought we weren't able to see curvature.
No, but people perceive it as curvature when it's really perspective scaling and the diffraction limit of your vision of objects of smaller angular sizes relative to near field objects of larger angular sizes converging into your center field of vision across the horizon line, which, by the way, coincides with the center of the lens in your eyeball and the fovea straight all the way back to the back of your eyeball. That forms a horizontal plane. Incidentally, that horizontal plane within your eyeball extends out to the horizon of Earth. It's all flat.
So I just posted a video of Nat Geo trying to prove that the Earth was a globe by painting lines across the ship, color-coded lines, and the bottom line disappeared. And they said, that's proof of the globe. But if you look at the video, you can see the horizon behind that boat. So I'm also posting a video. It's from the Wits It Gets It channel, and it has a video in the middle of it. I'm posting a timestamp. And if you go to that timestamp 1:10:25, you'll be able to see the video from Brigham Young University. So when you look at these two lasers, they're side by side. If you could just imagine them being vertical rather than horizontal, because that's how we see the horizon. Things disappear on the vertical axis. So yeah, just take a look at those and watch it and get back. And I knew you were going to have an opinion before you saw the video, but yeah, the other guy, could you send me what you're talking about? Because there was a flat earther who just said that he's, shown.
Yes, Larry, this is Mr. Amish. We haven't really spoken together, although we've ridden together a lot in these chats. I posted a screenshot from my spreadsheet in the chat. What I did was I took some of the research from Life is Short, and then I basically reverse engineered everything he did for the audience so they could see how he did it. And also check your DMs. I left you a really interesting message about Chinese surveying laws.
Hey, I appreciate that, Mr. Amish. And even though we never spoke, you seem like a longtime friend.
All right, you too, Larry. I like you a lot. Thanks. I'm a fan. If you had a Patreon, I'd give you $5 a month. Totally serious.
Thanks, bro. But I'm doing good. Thanks. It ain't about the money. I just want to make the world dance.
How do we stop? Oh no, that's a different song. What's the one with the earth dancing?
There was a dude coming in here who said that money is like everything, like the root of all evil and all that stuff, and he was a big globe guy too. because his whole shtick was that there's not enough money to get to moon or to space and whatnot. And he said that money solves all the problems. And he's also a big Musk fan, so I just asked him quite casually, so why is Musk addicted to ketamine for his medicine or his like prescription resistant depression? And the guy was like, oh shit, that's not true. Yeah, it's true, dude. Okay. He's supposed to be the richest dude in all of America. Only second to maybe Zuckerberg or Lex Luthor, the guy who runs Amazon, Bezos. Why is he so depressed?
Because money doesn't make you happy. The only happiness, according to Dr. Jordan B. Peterson, is a byproduct of carrying not just your load uphill, but everyone else's load. Because when you have something to do and goals to set and people to help, that's the only thing that gives your life any value. Because if you just sit on the couch like a nihilist in your mom's basement, of course you're going to be depressed. So the pursuit of doing good things, sometimes some of the byproduct of that is happiness.
He's someone that I'm surprised doesn't appease flat earthers, and saying, all right, what do you want? What kind of camera do you want? Let's just get it over with. Let's move on. I know the car in space thing, but even him saying it looks so real, it's fake, that doesn't help. So, as much as he trolls, it seems like this is something that he might get on board with. It's like, I'll do whatever you want.
They asked him, they said, what do you think about flat earthers? He said, hey, if it makes him happy, more power to him. And he was kind of put on the shit list for a while for saying that.
Yeah. It's just
Tyson,
go ahead.
Tyson kind of surrendered too, because they had asked, hey, what do you plan on doing about flat earthers? He's like, nothing. If they want to think the earth is flat, more power to them. They can think everyone is allowed to think what they want to think. No one here is in the thought police. No one's going to be thought control and whatnot. And
isn't that funny? They think that they have to do something about us.
Oh, yeah. That's what they'll tell us, like flat earthers, what are you going to do about NASA? Nothing. NASA will take care of it. Mathematically, math itself will fix NASA. That level of spending is not sustainable. It's mathematically insustainable. Meanwhile, they're wondering what they're going to do about us. How about get your budget under control? Like something like that. Just go live your best life. That's how you would counter flat Earth. The best revenge is living well, but they can't live well because they've got this sort of atheism worldview. They're suffering.
What else, Crit? We tell flat earthers or seekers to also go out and live your life. Once we give you that information and you're kind of attracted to it and you're going to start researching more, just continue living your life as you normally would. No change. And that pisses them off. And the reason is because they want flat earthers to freak out and rebel so that they have a reason to go after them.
Man, what are we going to do about these people who are just living their own lives?
Yeah.
I think every flat earther
want to be left alone.
Well, that's what they hate, right? They want people who are ungovernable, who are governing themselves. What did Stalin do? Did he wage war on the Ukrainians? And 3 to 9 million people estimated to have starved to death and or killed each other and or ate each other? I mean, think about it. A communist can't have some people who are living off the land. That's why innately the governments of the world would probably hate us, because we innately know that the governments of the world are corrupt and corruptible, if not corrupt already. But the thing is that we're not going to start a revolution against these people physically, because most of us know that our battle is not against flesh and blood. And the rest of us who are not really right brain, who are more left brain, know that the spending that's going on, like Crit's talking about, the Federal Reserve System is going to kill itself. And that's the system. When someone says the system, it's they, it's them, the hierarchy enslaving you, THEY. Like, it's the Federal Reserve System. And the way that it's set up to fail. So there's no way that this is going to sustain forever.
Yeah, you can't kill the globe Earth with pitchforks and fire. You have to use your mind.
Yeah. Yeah, no flat earther is going to use force to take out the globe. That's not how it works. I mean, everybody saw what Gandhi did, right? Did Gandhi get pitchforks? No, he just like, hey, I'm going to the ocean. Anybody coming with me? Like, that's what flat earth is doing. We're just like, hey, we're going to go to the ocean and look for curvature. Anybody want to come with me?
Yeah, I think the more people that are aware of what they were saying, the spending on missions to other places besides our own, considering the problems we have, maybe you'll start seeing at least more action or lack of putting into that system. If you stop believing it, maybe the money doesn't flow there anymore. If you keep people informed of how wasteful it is. I don't know.
Yeah.
Regarding the Federal Reserve, I remember Ludwig von Mises and Murray Rothbard both said, why should there be one interest rate for all economic zones across America? Why should Alabama have the same base interest rate set for it as Silicon Valley in California? Makes no sense at all.
Well, that's why the golden calf is always a bad idea, right? If you have a centralized bank or some centralized authority, it's always going to be a very, very bad idea.
And didn't they give the time to fail 70 to 90 years? I mean, this is typically how it goes with these things, with fiat currency, Ponzi scheme. And it makes sense mathematically when you look at the decay rate of the dollar's value over time. It's lost about 99% of its starting value right now. So it's pretty remarkable.
So earlier,
this is where you use the natural log in finance, by the way, guys.
Yeah, God's money rather than man's fiat currency.
Yep.
So 2,000 years ago, when Christ walked the earth, if you had a gold coin, you could get a brand new tunic or whatever they wore. So a brand new suit, a belt, and a pair of shoes. Nowadays, if you have a gold coin, you can get a brand new suit, tailor-made, and a belt, and a pair of shoes.
Wow, how many gold coins for a full wardrobe? And how many Americans could afford a full wardrobe? Let's say you wanted 5 suits.
Never mind Americans. How many young guys understand the weight of wearing a nice suit and being presentable?
That's a good point, old dude. Virtually nobody. Just an anecdotal evidence here. I mean, at my place of work, we like to hire interns and we interview them all the time because our office is a destination and desired for internships. And it's amazing. We get ghosted. We get people showing up disheveled and hungover sometimes. And I'm like, what the hell is wrong with you? This is a professional office with high standards.
Yeah. They can't afford the wealth to know their own wealth. They don't have the wealth to access the abilities to make themselves look worthy of their own wealth. Therefore, they turn out in shorts and t-shirts and ripped sandals to a job that they may well be highly overqualified for in today's world, but they've no connotation of the worth of weight of true wealth, which is just finding a good appearance that's applicable for what you're doing, how you're presenting yourself. They just don't understand anymore. They can't even afford to understand.
I think you're right. It's not so much rebellion, but ignorance at this point. And they can't be faulted for that. If you grow up under impoverished socioeconomic conditions, which we're all headed to, by the way, you might not know how to present yourself traditionally.
Exactly. Society's become a place where you can wear a onesie to go shopping in and stuff like that. And okay, it's a bit funny and it's acceptable and whatnot, but that's no way to turn out to a business presentation about yourself with.
Yep,
People
that's right.
They don't know that. They just don't understand it.
Yeah, I saw this meme that was hilarious where it's like a millennial. It's like, I can't buy a house. Well, did you work for it? Did you save your money? What steps did you take? They just expected that once they got a job and they were out of college, that a house just magically appears. Doesn't work that way, dude.
But it
Well,
should.
the sick part is, on paper, owning a house doesn't make any sense at all anymore in this economy. Because you could take the difference between your mortgage and your rent and invest it and outpace the rate of appreciation on your house when you subtract out all the improvements you need to do, like replacing the roof, replacing your plumbing, your HVAC system, and all that stuff. If you discount all that and subtract it out, renting comes out ahead almost all the time.
Yeah. And you're not stepping immediately into negative equity, irrelevant of what you can earn or how much you have to borrow. Yeah, they've made a system where it's more worthy just to rent and get on with stuff, but in actual fact, it's better to put the money back into the system, build a home for your family to come that'll always be there.
So did that Glober
Well, we
ever
need to
look at
trash
the
the
2-minute
fiat
video?
currency system, and we need to trash compound interest. Both of those things need to go.
Agreed. Did the Glober ever look at the 2-minute video that I posted from Brigham Young University? And it was in the link, the What's It Gets It channel?
The first one?
It was
Nat Geo.
Brigham Young. Well, Nat Geo was the boat disappearing from the bottom up with the horizon behind it. So if the horizon is caused by the Earth curve, then that shows you how you're wrong. But if you're a little more scientifically minded, then you can look at the video from Brigham Young University, and they go into depth of why the boat is disappearing from the bottom up.
That sounds fascinating. I don't think I've seen that either.
What are the bullet points from that? Would you be able to sum it up?
Yeah, I did just a few minutes ago. I was talking about how if you increase the size of the aperture, you can differentiate between two lasers going down a long highway. And it's very similar. It's, in fact, the exact same thing as looking at an object over the horizon, next to the horizon. So
That makes sense. So, yeah.
Whenever you got
Sorry,
a large
Larry, go
enough
ahead.
aperture, you could differentiate between the object and the surface, because if you're looking for the bottom of the boat, the water surface is the limit. So of course it's going to be able to be cut off very easily without any curvature. Whereas the top of an object, the sky is the limit. So literally the sky is the limit. So the top of the building getting cut off from the top up is not likely to happen. And it's because the angle between the top of the object and the sky is a very large angle, whereas if you're far away, like 10 miles away from a boat, and you're talking about the bottom of the boat, it's a very acute angle. Thanks.
Yeah, people get confused, I think. They try to discuss the diffraction issue and why things disappear bottom up, and they leave out the importance of the surface and the role the surface plays in the contact with the object, and how the two of them together collide, the information is lost, and the two become unresolvable together. They just talk about the boat. They don't talk about the surface.
Right. And now that you're talking about diffraction, which is the opposite of convergence, if you take a flashlight and you put it on the ground, you won't be able to see the beam of the flashlight next to the flashlight. But the further you walk away, you'll be able to see that light is reflecting off of the surface of the ground. Well, you might say, well, that would make things disappear from the bottom up, wouldn't it? I mean, if we're talking about light bouncing off the bottom of the boat, if it's bouncing off the water, it's never going to hit your eye at the same intensity unless you get some really lucky reflection. Unlikely. But if you do the same with the laser light, you'll see that you shine the laser light right in front of your hand, 2 feet away. The diameter of the laser light's like the size of a number 2 pencil, really small, like less than an inch. But if you shine the laser light, which is collimated light that's being intensely focused so that it doesn't diverge, if you do it 100 yards away, you'll see that it's like the size of a football or a basketball, right? It gets really big. Well, if you put that same laser light on the same perfectly flat concrete court, you'll see that it's doing the same thing as the flashlight. You can't see the laser light hitting the ground next to the laser light source. But the further you get away, the laser light's going to spread out, and it is indeed going to hit the ground. Well, if that's what's happening, if that's how light travels, then those two things together are two reasons why boats would disappear from the bottom up. Because I think now a lot of people realize that everything is optical. So if everything is optical, then the whole horizon is optical. Things disappearing from the bottom up is also optical. And none of this needed a globe.
Never did.
I like to tell people that we should probably rule out these effects first before we make a jump to conclusion and announce there's globe curvature. That's such a cop-out. No, with the scientific method, it forces you into a process to gain an experience with your empirical senses and to gain repeated experiences with those same empirical senses so that you can differentiate between observations and identify anomalies and problems in your processes, potentially systematic variables that you can't account for, and so on. And so it's very important to do these repeatedly over and over again. And at the same time, it's important that you make sure that, hold on, I gotta go, sorry.
Can't believe it's not globe. It's just like the real thing.
Yeah, so are there any globe earthers that would be willing to watch those two videos that I posted? Just, 10, 15. And get back in here and talk to us about how if something's disappearing from the bottom up, it has to be the curvature of the Earth. I'd love to hear it.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry. Where I was going with that is you need to make repeatable observations so that you can understand the difference between what could be curvature and all these other variables that you need to account for before you go to curvature. Anyway, sorry if I interrupted.
Earthers, definitely the anti type. They say, well, when it looks curved, that proves a flat fraction, which so does the globe earther keep his curvature, or does he keep his refraction? Can't have it both ways.
Well, he eventually ends up with neither. That's how it always goes.
Well, once you claim refraction, then you don't know when it's refracting, when it's not refracting. So how would you have a geometric horizon? It's always optical. Unless you want to make the bold claim that, well, at the exact moment that it's 8 inches per mile squared, give or take, that's when it looks good, and we'll accept that. Well, how do you falsify all the other, observations? You can't. So anytime a glober says refraction, they're admitting there's no geometric horizon. So you can't see curvature in the Earth from Earth. That's what that means. And if you don't believe me, just think about it for a second. If they're saying refraction, then the only way you could see the curvature of the Earth is from space. So there's no way in hell you're ever going to be able to prove that it's a globe. Well, science doesn't prove That's why we like observational science. Unless it looks flat, then we invoke like theoretical science. Neither are science, by the way. And no, I'm not saying refraction itself is theoretical. I'm saying this super refraction where the light's bending down 8 inches per mile squared, the same curvature rate as the Earth. Because if it was going 9 inches per mile squared, the light would never reach your eye and it would appear that the bottom of the boat was disappearing from the bottom up. And if it was 7 inches per mile squared, then it would go over your head and you wouldn't be able to see it, making it look like the boat is disappearing from the bottom up. So it has to be 8 inches per mile squared. So if you think that it's just lucky that that's the refraction rate and that's how you prove that it's a globe because of lucky refraction, I don't know how you can hold that position and honestly believe it after thinking about it.
What I don't understand, Larry, is if I can see an island shoreline for 24 hours from morning till night till the next morning, all the way through the night and everything, how much is that refraction indices changing throughout the day? But yet I still see it in the same place at the same distance. I don't understand why refraction can be the same at night as it is during the middle of a summer's day. I don't get it. What am I not understanding here?
Well, it's the same thing for me in Corpus Christi. I could see the beach house during the day and the street lamps at night for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a 4th of July weekend. The only time that it gets hotter is in August. So we're right there approaching the peak of the temperature change from day to night. Because, it just, the waviness and heat waves and refraction and all the other optical phenomenon would be peaking during that time of year. I didn't think I was going to be able to see anything.
I'm the exact same. I've seen islands and houses near the shorelines and bonfires on beaches and stuff all through summer seasons and in the winter when I've gone hiking in the snow. And I've seen the same house lights and the same bonfires, throughout the winter seasons when people are cleaning their gardens. I've seen it on the islands. I've seen smoke from places that shouldn't be visible. I've seen lights at night. I've seen cars going along the beaches and stuff, all through different seasons. And I can't get my head around the math, why it's the same night and day, irrelevant. Okay, some days are clearer. There's more of a haze or a har, we would call it. To me, that's the refraction when it's messing things up really badly. But when it clears crisply and clearly at night especially, there's nothing there. It hasn't moved it or extended it. Doesn't make any sense. So almost as if it's only theoretical.
Absolutely it is. Because when shit hits the fan and reality meets the road, so to speak, there are no feminists on the Titanic or on the Ukrainian border, right? With Russia. Those feminists are only theoretical feminists, right? It's the same thing with the globe. When you actually go outside and make measurements and observations, it's wait a minute, what's going on here? This whole theoretical bullshit, it's not turning out to be true when the rubber meets the road.
Yep. It's a globe, it's heliocentrism in paradigm only. It's a mental construct, it's a mathematical model, it's a theoretical paradigm. But in reality, it's not physically evident, it's not measurable, touchable, usable. We don't treat the Earth as if it's curving or spinning. It's a story we live side by side in cognitive dissonance with every single day. If we think we're living on a spinning ball that's hurtling through space.
It's the same thing with a solipsist, right? Solipsist is we can't know if we're, a real life person or a brain in the jar. I could be a real boy or maybe just a brain in a vat. It's if someone were to hypothetically start shooting at them with bows and arrows, do you think they would say that or would they go find cover? As if they were a real boy?
Yeah, they would run away screaming or pick up an arrow and run straight towards a bowman like a normal boy.
Well, that second one is definitely the Scottish one, yeah.
Well, fight or flight is an interesting thing. It brings a state of reality. You know,
It does.
When you're challenged to put your hand on your gun and say, stop what you're doing right now, your other option was to just, walk away, not engage the threat. But in the moment of reality, you have to engage. You can't just think you're invisible or, some cloak of darkness will shield you from the problem. It kicks in and reality becomes very, very real. And I think that's what a lot of people haven't understood or experienced as yet. They've lived in a comfy mental paradigm for their whole life. The outside world's a conceptual place to them. But when it comes to push to shove, it does become very real. And people do smarten up and change pretty quick sometimes.
Yeah, this whole idea of, I think all women have equal rights under the law, right?
Yeah.
But there are women that, say different, right? And they don't need a man. But what happens when their car breaks down or they have a flat tire? Don't they usually go seek out a man? Or what happens when someone identifies as something they're not, right? Like a rescue ranger or whatever, a turtle dove. But then, someone questions them on that. Doesn't that person, do a factory reset and become real masculine all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, usually.
It's ma'am! Sure.
That's fight or flight. That's fear. That's that's the reality kick. That's the adrenaline kick to say, hang on, here's a reality. You're challenging mine. Yeah.
Yeah, or they treat their husband like garbage, and then when he's always a workaholic now, they're like, oh, abandonment. It's like, well, you drove him to that.
Society drives us into these, we perceive who we are. Women have to think who they're supposed to be in accordance to their men and vice versa. And in an unhealthy reality or society, you adopt certain traits that aren't healthy and you begin to surmise things. So you start to see your partner as in opposition to what you want them to be or her. And I think it snowballs quite a lot. Very easy to jump into the I'm the guy and you're the woman. It's a partnership thing in a lot of ways. But one has to be one side and the other has to be the other side, or it won't fit. It just won't fit.
Yeah, I've been married 20 years on leap year this year. And I got to tell you, it's symbiotic. It truly is symbiotic. I can do things that she can't do, and she can definitely do things that I can't do. And without her, I would be in a lot rougher space. And it's hard being married for 20 years. It's not easy. You got to make a lot of compromises. But what people don't realize that all these divide and conquer strategies, they're not working out for us, but it's great for the globalists, the government, and, these types of people. But in reality, like, we need women, absolutely need them for society to work. And they need us. It's really important to understand this simple understanding that when you have a woman, like, she's going to be able to support you while you're supporting her. Because like Cat Williams said, like, you're going to need your special person, your team player, right, to knock some shit off of your back when people start accusing you of shit. And I think that that's absolutely so true. But there are so many people who think like the opposite. Like, oh, I don't need women, like MGTOW. These are like male feminists. And I think that when rubber meets the road, society functions way more better when the atomic family is intact. And that's not good for the government at all whatsoever.
Well, I think that's an unfair characterization. I mean, people have bad experiences in relationships. It's not you can't just say, like, it's the man's fault. They're just male feminists. I mean, so.
I have a bad relationship with the government.
Yeah, we should break up, like, be single for a little while. no presidents.
Right. Can we be separate but equal? You know, it was a policy that worked well for the government for decades. Just saying.
No, I'm talking about MGTOW specifically, first guy who was talking. You
That's
know who
funny.
MGTOW is?
Yeah, I do. Men's rights.
Well, no, men's rights is different. MGTOW
I
is
know it's
men
part
go
of
their
that.
own way.
Yeah,
Well,
I
men's
know.
rights might overlap, but
It
MGTOW is
does.
men go their own way. So you sleep with a girl, and then you kick her out of your home because if she stays one night, then she's got squatter rights. I think that's a very terrible way to have a relationship with women.
No, that's pickup artist. That's not MGTOW.
No, that's what MGTOW say. You can sleep with them, but kick them to the curb as soon as you bust.
There's
No,
overlap with
I mean
PUA and
that's
MGTOW
a
too,
pickup artist.
unfortunately. Oh no, Larry, I see MGTOW as basically being a rugged individualist, and you're taking it to the extreme.
Pickup artist is all about using women. MGTOW is just about no longer worshiping women and being a slave to the vagina, basically.
Yeah, you become a
Most
Sigma.
men, yeah.
Okay, let me explain it. Feminism teaches that they don't need a man, so they could just be promiscuous as they want and sleep with as many dudes as they want. So what this means is that this is obviously something that males came up with, because if you want to have sex with women, but you don't want to have to do all the other hard stuff that I was talking about to maintain a relationship for 20 years, you would teach them to be promiscuous. That way you can have the sex and not have to do anything for it. I mean, obviously feminism was created by men.
Well, I used to agree with you on women, but like right now, I'm watching my mom actively destroy her marriage by trying to fix my father. And like it is wrecking the entire family. And like I had a talk with my mom and she is not rational at all. It's unlike anything I've ever seen before. And you can't do anything to make the relationship work when the other person has already decided that you're unfixable, that you are someone that either has to change or they'll make you change. Like you can't, that's not a marriage anymore.
Well, I mean, sometimes people aren't rational. What happens to men when they drink?
Same thing happens to anybody when they drink.
Right, they become irrational. So just because you have an anecdotal experience of a woman being irrational doesn't mean that we should throw all women to the curb after we bust.
Right, but if it was just my mom, that'd be one thing. But like, I also have a bunch of sisters that are kind of doing the same thing, and I had like the view. Oh, my mom and my sisters, they're not like other women. They're different. They're Christians. They're this and that, and I thought they would never behave in this way, but I'm watching them destroy the family right now.
You should tell them about flat Earth and see what happens. It might fix everything.
Huh. Well, I told my mom, and she reacted pretty violently. My dad was more chill about it. So, yeah.
Well, maybe you should tell her about how NASA is the propaganda campaign for the military-industrial complex, and it's a black hole for tax dollars to go into so that we can fund these illegal wars, because I think that you'll find that women have a standard deviation higher of, I can't remember the word now. What's that word? The word where people are scared all the time, nervous? Oh, shit. What?
Well,
paranoid.
Yeah, I
What
ain't
do
gonna
people
work
take
with
Xanax
her.
for? What do people take Xanax for in public when they get nervous? What's that called?
Talking to their boss.
Damn.
Anxiety.
Anxiety, that's it. Standard deviation higher of anxiety. So try the other side. You know, if she got like angry and ballistic, you know, scare the shit out of her with NASA.
Well, see, she has a lot of Christian friends that work at NASA, and Christian friends that work at NASA would never lie about space or anything like that.
That's funny. Crit has a lot to say about Christians and NASA.
Yeah. Well, see, I hit a brick wall. Like, I can show her all the facts, all the stuff, but a Christian would never lie, especially one of her Christian friends. So,
right.
My dad is going to a wedding this weekend for his one of his oldest friends who works for NASA in Alabama. And he's an engineer. He designs all this stuff, and he couldn't answer so many questions my dad asked. So like he believes it, but he could not answer a lot of questions about why you guys do this, how do you do that, what happens when you do this, and he could not answer.
I've been party to very intimate discussions amongst actual rocket engineers from Alabama and that whole complex. I can tell you, based off of my anecdotal experience only, that they also debate whether or not rockets should work in a vacuum when they're at a bar together. Just saying. I'll leave that where it is.
And my dad, he talks to them a lot. They're best friends, and they talk a lot. And when I started talking to my dad about flat Earth, and he became a flat earther, the first thing he did was talk to his friend who works for NASA. And it was very weird that his friend was like, "Oh, I don't know," to a million questions that he should be able to answer. So just because someone works for NASA and they believe it doesn't mean that they have a reason to believe it, even if they work for NASA.
So I got a funny story. I hope it doesn't dox myself, but so I got a neighbor who's older than me, and I'm not a young guy either. And he was telling me, so he worked for NASA for years and years and years down to Greenbelt, as well as California. He was also JPL. One of the things he used to do was, he told me this just a few weeks ago, and I was gobsmacked. He's like, yeah, so one of the things I remember doing a long time ago, when I was at NASA, because I'm a propulsion engineer, I had to inspect all the propulsion, whatever it is, for the Nike missiles. I was in a big Nike missile warehouse. I'm just going through, and I'm like, this is really interesting. Why does NASA have nuclear bombs in a warehouse? I wanted to like, I don't know what I wanted to do with him besides like give him a big hug, right? I'm like, oh my gosh, this is like the biggest reveal of my entire life. This is kind of what we've been wondering. You paint a NASA logo on a nuclear missile, and you can test fire that crap all day long, and nobody's going to bat an eye.
Yeah, that's
Think
true.
about it. Think about it. If Kennedy and them, Johnson and I'm not a crook, Nixon, if they would have came to the American people and said, look, now that we got this Federal Reserve, we want to have like perpetual war, even though the first...
You got disconnected.
You cut out, man.
Yeah.
I think your Starlink satellites got eclipsed. Well, anyway. One of the interesting things NASA seems to do is they divide their labor up into millions and millions of contracts and subcontracts so that every small business, including taxi drivers, can say they had a hand in developing some component to something that goes into space. This way, every American family has a family member or relative or friend who works for NASA and says, yeah, this stuff is real. It goes to space. I've never seen so many government contracts spread out among so many subcontractors before in my life. And I'm not telling you how I know that, but it's just interesting how NASA does that compared to other government agencies. They make like the widest of government-wide agency contracts called GWACs in the industry.
Yeah, they're psychos. I think most of their stuff, like the stuff they got engineers and scientists working on, it's stuff that'll never. Well, actually, I think they do work on stuff that could be used for the military. So, but I think a lot of it's just dead end stuff that'll never be used for anything.
Did I get kicked off mid sentence?
Yeah.
You cut off.
Did you guys hear what I said about the military industrial complex? And if they would have asked us in the 60s, like, hey, do you want to have perpetual war? Where did I cut off at?
You cut off when you said firmament, and then you cut off.
I said what?
Yeah, it was early on.
Okay.
Yeah, you said
So if
firmament,
they,
and then you cut off.
oh, I don't think I said firmament. If they would have asked the American people, like, do you want to have like perpetual war now that we got this Federal Reserve? We can like print your dollar into oblivion and get everybody on the Federal Reserve System so we can get that one world order going. Like if they would have asked us that in the 60s, like after, you know, World War One, World War Two, Korea, Vietnam, like if they would have asked us that, we would have been like, no. But because they were like, hey, we're going to go to the moon and do the other thing, we were kind of like, well, I guess. And look where we're at right now. I mean, how much is your gasoline? How much is your loaf of bread, your milk? Like we're literally creating the new world order with like the black hole that is NASA, the military industrial complex.
Yeah, they want to get everybody dependent on the most basic necessities like fuel and food and rent so that people won't be able to have any power and sovereignty over their lives.
And the government acts like its only fucking job is to print our dollar into oblivion and cripple this country so that the banksters can take over the world. That's legitimate,
They need
right?
to
That checks
outsource
out.
it to a third party so they don't pretend to have a principal agent problem.
Right, that's kind of like saying, IRS, sorry guys, my accountant told me, you know, to do this. sorry, I screwed up.
Well, don't you know if just the other party got into power, everything would be fixed? You know how that goes.
Oh yeah, you're talking about the left and right paradigm hypnotizing the masses.
Yeah, you have
Like
to vote with more anger this time and it'll work.
the liberal left, they're like opening up the borders all across Europe. So now there's going to be like right wingers to come in and make everybody get like a digital ID and that passport thing that they wanted to do a few years back, but nobody wanted. But if Trump's in office and he's asking us to do it, we'll do anything for Trump. He's our savior.
Oh gosh. Yeah, there's easily like a 10-hour lecture podcast on just that topic alone. I'm pretty sure you've been following Witsit's coverage of Trump and the Messianic complex.
I have not, but Woodson and I see eye to eye most of the time. It's
Yeah,
kind
he's
of
a
weird.
good dude.
Little bit too much. It's almost eerie.
Almost related.
It's almost like I'm not doing my own thinking, but I actually didn't hear Woodson say that.
That's cool. His masquerade tour is what tipped me over the edge, and I embraced reality as I see it.
Well, I don't really follow any particular flat Earth guru.
All right, so check it out. Witsit, during the lockdowns, took an RV and went across the country for a year and went into every major city, set up PA systems in public areas, and started preaching flat Earth. And he recorded everything. It's the most epic flat smack in existence. Nobody has ever topped it. It is absolutely phenomenal. And it was so well done, and he's so good at expressing these ideas. I mean, he probably won over a lot of people. He won me over.
Yeah, but he gets kind of weird with all the Ken Wheeler stuff. I don't know. He's not the same widget that he was during the tour.
Yeah,
Like,
he's evolved a bit for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's controversy regarding how Ken Wheeler interprets things, but I mean, at the end of the day, I don't see how it's invalid. I have some disagreements with some things, but I think it's minor.
yeah.
Look, different people are going to have like different opinions, and if there's flat earthers out there that don't understand or believe in the ether, that's fine. I don't care. Like, are you against being lied to? Do you want to seek the truth? Yeah, me too. Maybe we could stand on that common ground and drink coffee rather than get off the common ground and go to battlegrounds over some really insignificant little point about nature when we have common ground over the Earth's not spinning. It's not going around the sun.
Yeah.
Coffee you drinking?
Yeah, I got it right here. It's the
Stuff.
it's Uruta Maya. It's 100% organic coffee, shade grown whole beans. They're finest Arabic beans, and they're it's decaf with a Swiss method. So I'm not getting a whole lot of drugs.
You need
with
to
my
get
coffee.
my freaking. I got the mountain water method, the mountain water decaffeination process. These two brothers came up with it and bought some land in Mexico, and it's a little bit better process. The Swiss water method, all of it's done in British Columbia, and they have a bad reputation for mixing up people's orders and like giving you back the wrong beans when you send in like 50 bags to get decaffeinated. Like they send you back somebody else's beans that are like crap. But yeah, Swiss water method's a good method though. It's not like using like the sugarcane husk. They like ferment sugarcane husks and like turn it into alcohol, and then they strip the bean, and then they turn like they just have like this pale freaking white bean they add back fake color and flavoring to. So that's the way like Maxwell House and like Folgers does it.
So
Pretty
hey, Bear,
nice.
Pelagic Bear, you ever have civet coffee?
No, dude. I had somebody send me freaking as a joke the Black Ivory elephant's ass coffee, and I was like, dude, don't spend money on that shit. You're supporting the worst shit. You know what I think? My guess is they don't even do any of it. They just tell you they did it, and they're like, yeah, we got it from a civet's ass, and you're like, oh, great. I'll spend $300 a pound for it, but dude, I bet you. I told him.
So I was in Baltimore, and there was like a coffee pop-up that went up, and it was like I don't know. It felt kind of like illegal. Like, oh my gosh, we're smuggling like illegal coffee. And and this was off of a Falls Road, by the way, over by that bridge, that like industrial looking like train bridge thing. And it was in a warehouse, and there was civet coffee for like $40 an ounce. And I tried it, and it was absolutely unremarkable in every way. It's a waste of money.
Yeah, it's not, dude. There's no way it's. I bet you it's just so dumb because now they're force feeding these freaking poor little cute creatures that look like raccoon and a cat combined. And they're force feeding it. They're catching these things and force feeding. Like it's not what they eat regularly. That's not the food that they eat. They just happen to eat some coffee or something, and guys were like, hey, I'm gonna pick the beans out of their shit. I don't know who the hell thought of it. Somebody's an idiot.
What I want to know is how many beans can they crack out at once? It can't be that much.
Well, it's nasty too. Like, come on, man. Now you're gonna do it with elephants? Do you have the elephants chained up? How you force feeding the elephants? Dude, it's sick, man. Like, it's sick.
Dude,
like
elephants got higher volume. You got higher profit margins with that.
Dude, it's Cat's ass coffee. I told him, I said, my girlfriend's name's Cat, right? I can roast my coffee, I'll bag it up, and then I'll have Cat just sit on it, and then I'll freaking sell it to you for like $100 a pound. It'll be like $200 cheaper per
Yeah,
penny.
shoot, have cat eat the beans and crap them out, and then you can upmark them.
That's disgusting. But I would have her sit on the beans. I can have her sit on them. Just sit on, and I could call it cat's ass coffee, and charge you
That would
$100.
sell like hotcakes.
Dude, it's so stupid, the shit that I make up, but whatever. It's just, I don't know. The whole cat's ass thing is just crazy. What the hell are you doing in Baltimore? And what are you talking about the bridge? The industrial
yeah, you and I, we've talked a lot before, man. It's Amish. So, yeah, I mean, I used to live out in Catonsville, Ellicott City.
Did we talk about that?
Yeah, we did. Like playing underneath the freaking bridge that connects Patapsco River on either side, that freaking aqueduct and stuff, and riding bikes and stuff down in Catonsville.
You mean not the one you could walk under?
Well, yeah, I mean the one that's suspended over the river.
Oh no, the
Patapsco Park and all that. Yeah, we talked about this many times. You've got my phone number.
Yeah, that's called Kate. Yeah, that's called Kate. That's at the end of Caton. I'm sorry, Hilton Avenue. If you walk down there, but you could drive up from Washington Boulevard, Avalon area also. But the
yeah. I was talking about this place, this warehouse, this pop-up coffee place is off of Falls Road.
Okay. You said Falls Road. Okay.
Big industrial area, like Southwest.
Okay. Yeah, up near 83.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, dude, I got some badass Ethiopian coffee in the roaster right now.
Oh, dude, I need to order from you. Like, whoa, we should connect soon.
This is called. It's called Neva Fadil Iraga. It's a double wash, double soak, but it's a grade 1, so it's a G1, which is like the fanciest, like G3 can be like pretty like decent. Some G3s are amazing, G4s are kind of crappy, but G2s are solid, but G1s are like.
You guys are really into your coffee. Like, you guys are like the supreme coffee connoisseurs. I'm dead serious. I thought my son was, but you guys are like.
What state are you in, Mr. Swiss Water?
I'm in Texas.
Well, dude, I send so much coffee to Texas. Ask Wave Mixer about the decaf I send his wife, man. It's killer, dude. She likes to put them on.
I'm giving you props. You guys are on a different level than I am.
Come on, man. It's not a different dude. I just know a little about coffee. That's all. I know a lot about coffee, and I suck at debating ball earthers. So that's my superpower. Sucking at freaking debating ball earthers. Nah, coffee's my superpower, but
dude, yeah, you don't need to debate ball earthers.
Yeah, that's true.
You're above the fray, dude.
I just
Debating
like laughing.
anti-flat earthers is really easy once you understand that there's always some sort of gimmick, some sort of scheme, some sort of tactic, fallacy, bias, or something along those lines.
I'm not ready to freaking I wanna do like a fake one, something that would kind of piss Kiwi off, where I'm calling stuff like calling people like, instead of the Texas sharpshooter foul, I'd be like, yeah, the freaking the old West sharpshooter foul is, just calling everything the wrong thing. It would just make them so mad.
Hey guys, I got to dip out for a while. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry to say bye, but I'll be listening. I'll be in text, and I'll be on tomorrow.
Give me a call, brother. Give me a call.
You got it, man. I'll send you a text again just right now.
All right, cool. I'll see you, bud. I forgot me and him talked. I remember. It's been a while. It's been a little while. I would have remembered it. Yeah, man. You should call me too, dude. I'll send you, dude. How much you paying for a bag of decaf? What do you pay? About $15 for a 12-ounce bag?
Yeah, I think it was about 15 or 20 bucks. I don't think it's 12 ounces though. I think it's a little more.
Well, dude, I could give you that price on a couple of mine, but you'd have to order a couple bags, and you'd have to pay. That'd be about $6 for shipping. Think about it, man. No pressure. No pressure, man.
I got most of that bag left. But this is when my coffee drinking slows down because it's summertime.
Why you decaf? Are you something?
Well, when I drink caffeinated coffee, it makes me really sleepy, and I like coffee during the day, and I don't really think about
Really?
coffee at night. Yeah, coffee makes me sleepy, no doubt.
Wow, that's wild. I thought you were going to tell me it gives you acid indigestion or something, because a lot of
I don't have that.
I have amazing bean. Oh, my stuff isn't over roasted. Like if you over roast it, you get that. Oh my gosh, I forget the word every time. It's the burnt chemical from burning coffee. It begins with an A, and I always forget the name.
My thing is, I don't really do very well with drugs. Like, I can't handle like alcohol or stimulants or just about anything. Opiates. The only thing I can really handle is the marijuana, but then I can't control my eating habits. So I can't really. I don't do good with drugs.
Acrylamide is what happens. That's the carcinogen that happens when you burn it. So that's what you see in like Starbucks or just stuff that's like super black. If you've ever looked at Starbucks beans, they're freaking hard.
Yeah, I don't buy that shit. Terrible.
Yeah, it's so green that they
Dude, it
have
tastes
to
like burnt
roast it
rocks.
just to grind it.
Doesn't Starbucks taste like burnt rocks to y'all?
Dude, the thing is that alright, so he made a deal on the cheapest inferior beans he could find. Like when he was there, the guy's like, I have this, this, and this, and he's like, oh, that's too expensive. Then he's like, oh, get on your way. There's a farm down the street. You can see if they have something more for your liking. And he pointed to this pile in the corner. The guy's like, no, that's the trash. We heat the freaking kilns like so we can roast our coffee. That's the fuel. Like we don't drink that. And he's like, I want to make a deal for that. So it's all this green garbage that you can't roast it regular because it's got so much moisture. So you have some beans that might be like, kind of normal, and then you got a bunch of green ones. So the ones that are normal, they get obliterated to ash almost, and then the other ones get roasted enough to where they can actually put them through a grinder. Well, then he sold that to the country as this is what gourmet coffee is. But it's just burnt, horrible, horrible, cheap coffee. I've met a couple people that literally, they're like, oh, they're like, no, I want Starbucks. That's what, they just think that's what good coffee is. It's pretty funny when you see somebody who's like, their palate's broken. Like you could give them some amazing coffee, they'd be like, oh, this is weak, or this is whatever, It's because they're so used to that burnt flavor.
The only time I ever drank Starbucks on purpose, like I admit somebody's bought me a few Starbucks before, but when I was going into Children's, they used to have a Starbucks right there on the other side of the Sky Bridge. So going in, we would buy some Starbucks. But other than that despotism, we never bought any Starbucks.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's garbage. Drinking it on the way home, I'm realizing that I'm about to puke because this coffee tastes like burnt rocks.
Oh, dude, it's so bad. It's like heartburn waiting to happen. I've got some guys that buy coffee for their 90-year-old, like either their mom or their father, and they're like, yeah, they're on all kinds of meds. The only coffee they can drink is yours because I don't burn it, Damn it, Marge, I ordered these boxes? Son of a bee. I can't believe I ordered these things. I thought they were the coffee bags that came in. Are you serious? You can't just turn down the thermostat? Alright, man, I'm gonna mute up. I'm sorry.
It's all good. Bear, I've been hearing a lot of women on TikTok have been talking about how they would rather find a bear in the woods than a man. And I know your name's not Bear, but it's a play on words, right? So, yeah, I've been listening to these women on TikTok talking about this, and last night my brother, he shows me a meme. Okay, so you'd rather, be in the bathroom with a bear than a man, so you understand why we don't want men in our bathrooms with our daughters. I was like, damn.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, that's the truth. Too many freaking pervs in the world. I can't believe I ordered these boxes, Marge. I think I got them for like 60 cents a piece, but man, I just shouldn't have ordered this many. All right, man, I'm gonna mute up. I'm listening though. I'm listening.
All right, Dr. Crane signing off. He's listening. If there are any Globers in here that have any questions or would like to make any statements about the flat Earth of the globe, does anybody have any curvature they'd like to present? Axial rotation and demonstrating gravity without manipulating buoyancy or density. Love to see it. And by the way, I do listen to School in the Globers episodes from time to time. So I'm not saying that I never listen to Witsit. I heard something interesting the other day. I heard that QE taught Witsit everything that he knows. And that kind of begs the question, did QE teach him about the stuff that they disagree on too?
Sorry, Larry, I missed that. Did QE teach Witsit?
No, I heard the other day, what was the text? So I saw the other day, someone said that QE taught Witsit everything that he knows. So I said that begs the question, did he teach Witsit the things that they disagree on too? You like that, did you?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. You're like me, bro. You remember this from a way back, and who was who, and who was learning what, and where they were learning it from. And I'm not going to let any cats out of the bag here, but we all learned to cut our teeth on the same grindstones at the same time, in a lot of ways. And yeah, that's why we disagree, because we see problems in the other's argument or proposition or whatever. And yeah, I like that. I like that. Did you teach them? I like that, yeah.
So you're kind of like me, like you're not really here to make friends. You're here to talk about the information. And it's okay if some people like to come here and make friends. That's cool. I'm okay with that. But it seems to me like some people are interested in people and some people are interested in information or things, right? I'm more interested in things than people. Like, if you like me, that's cool. If you don't like me, I'm okay with that too. I'm fine with that. Like, if we disagree and you don't like me, well, I'm going to like you a little less because, if you like me and then you don't like me because of something I said, and it's just like a little simple disagreement, like there's no such thing as a vacuum. There seems to be this vacuum energy catastrophe that fucks the globe model. Like, if you don't like that, and you're a flat earther, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. I'll buy you a beer, but sit at the other end of the bar, dude. I'll still buy you a beer, but just go sit down there. That's fine.
That's right.
We can work
That's right.
together, man. Yeah.
That's right.
If I notice that I like someone, for me, like if I don't like somebody, I always try to question that. Like, what is it? Where is that coming from? And to be frank, is some of my best friends are people. My first reaction was I didn't like them, and then put an effort to get to know them and be like, this person's all right.
Yeah. This place and this whole thing wouldn't be anything if it wasn't for how we're all different and how we're all amazingly different, guys. And yeah, I don't go on with a lot of people, and a lot of people don't like me for it either. And that's totally cool, because it ain't a cult, it ain't a sect. We're not following one man or a bunch of one peoples. That's, it's we are our own individuals in all of this, and that's what makes it so great. We learn and we grow, and we learn to handle and deal with ourselves in regard to others. Hopefully.
Well, I do admit that I agree a lot with what's said. When he first started coming around and I started listening to what he was saying, I was like, damn, this dude's been doing his research. Like, he's talking about the stuff that I'm thinking about, not necessarily talking about. And he put it, so succinctly and makes so much sense when he says it as compared to what I say it. Like, I don't even try to debate with the big dogs if Witset's around. That dude's like so much better than I, in my opinion. And I think that there are other flat earthers that I disagree with who are so much better than I. But I don't think anybody says it as succinctly as he does. So I'm kind of, a fan of Witset, and he's not the only one that I was a fan of. I like Bob Nodell and many other flat earthers. For a long time, I was following QE and listening to what he had to say. So there's been lots of flat earthers out there that I've listened to. I'm not a real big fan of Mark Sargent or others. But what really gets me is, like, you hear about this thing called the cosmological constant crisis. And if you disagree with the vacuum energy because you don't like the word ether or something, that's why their crisis is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I mean, I get it that it's not about the shape of the Earth, right? It's not about the surface. But if their cosmology is in a crisis and it's circling the drain of the Kuhn cycle, like, why would you get mad at me for talking about that? Like, why can we not be friends because I'm bringing this up?
Exactly. Isn't that science? Isn't it the purpose of science that it's not settled? And isn't this the whole idea that they've got a whole bunch of clues of what this universe or this whole thing might be, and they're coming up with better ideas and throwing the last one out? Okay, it's not all necessarily a great process, but that's the whole point of it. And just because you don't have a PhD and a white coat on and you're not talking from Harvard or somewhere, doesn't mean you're not allowed to talk about it competently. What annoys me. We should be able to talk about these things openly and discuss them, albeit we don't have the proper lexicon to describe it correctly by some people's standards. We should still be able to speak about it freely and try and understand it ourselves. But no, you're right, we get pilloried and shot down as idiots or dolts.
Yeah, I'm reminded of this really important quote that I don't have on my phone anymore. It said that in order for science to be free, then society must be free to think independently, to act independently, to question things independently without condemnation, because in order for science to be free, we must be free to think and speak as we like. And that's a loose quote. I think it was Oppenheimer who said that. I can't get the exact quote to memory because it's been a few years since I dumped my phone.
Yeah, that sounds like him. It's the kind of man that invented death that would say these things. Yeah, I agree with that completely.
And, one of my other favorite scientists, Dr. Rupert Sheldrake, he wrote a book called Set Science Free. And then I think it was Richard Feynman who had the quote, I'd rather have questions that can't be answered than answers that can't be questioned.
Yes.
I love that one.
Oh, yeah.
I slam that on globalists all the time when they come in here and they'd be like, ha, you can't answer flat earthers. And I'm like, yeah, I would rather have questions that don't have answers and answers that can't be questioned. In your worldview, the globe cannot be questioned. It is an answer that cannot be questioned. And meanwhile, in my worldview, I'm okay with an I don't know. And then they'll act like they've got some moral high ground that my worldview is somehow, like second class. And then you drop the Feynman quote. Pow! It's like just throwing a grenade right into the middle of their shit talking. Because a lot of times they'll go against what you say without knowing that you're quoting somebody, or without knowing that you're basically paraphrasing what someone else said. Then when you drop it, you're like, here, bang. The worst thing they do then, they'll be like, well, Feynman doesn't think the Earth is flat.
Yep. And then after that, they plead the fifth and they call in one of their higher ups and say, bro, I'm in the trenches taking grenades.
You can't.
And then one of the higher ups in here, the tacticians, come in here and use tactics.
Yeah, it's like, you can't use Feynman. He's not a flat earther. And you're like, dude, if that's your worldview, then you can't use really anything because almost everything's religious. So, ouch.
Yeah, good luck watching and enjoying The Matrix after you realize that it's based off of you know who, right?
Yeah.
the Carpenter from 2,000 years ago. Or good luck watching and enjoying Harry Potter. He sacrificed himself and then came back for the salvation of everybody. Yeah, I've been watching these tacticians for so long, and really, at first I thought they were playing chess, but now I realize they're playing checkers. And it's really easy to see, when they start, like playing by checker rules where they could just do anything they want with every single piece and treat it the same. It reminds me of how they got like a dynamic core model, and then they got like the globe model that sits on the desk, and then they got the heliocentric model, and then the acentric model. Then they got like Newtonian gravity and Einsteinian gravity, and all these contradicting each other, and they can't see the contradictions at all whatsoever. It's like, you can't move like that. Like, if you have a model, show me the model. If you have a bunch of different models, then you don't have a model. And if you have a bunch of different models that conflict each other, you definitely don't have a model. Oh, but flat earthers don't have a model. And you do? You have a singular model? I mean, there's competing theories for the different big bangs, different black holes. There is competing theories for gravity, as if they don't know about modified Newtonian dynamics. Newtonian gravity, and then Einsteinian gravity, and then dark gravity. I mean, come on. Most of these anti-flat earthers haven't even heard of Malgromian gravity, but they act like, we don't understand.
Yeah, it's not so much a three-body problem, but more of a multiple model problem. Eventually, it smashes itself to pieces. It doesn't sort itself out. It just rips itself apart. The more you look, there's more and more and more problems. And okay, maybe it is science, but it's founded on lies and guesses and math work and assumption.
Yeah, that's why the other night I was listening to Tool, like you do, and the pot came on, and I was like, shady inferences. Like, that's all these motherfuckers do. They are totally the pot calling the kettle black when they come in here and say, where's your science? Show us your model. They're totally the pot. Like, who are you to wave your finger at me, bro? You don't have a model either.
Again, it's the problems with compartmentalization. when you have young teens teaching children from books and published documents from last month. They don't understand that they don't bring. I'm not being anti-youth here or pro-ageist, but I think teachers or the establishment should be set up with people on a finger with a finger on a pulse from the past. You can't just go teaching the new paradigm without teaching the old problems, and they skip past that so much. And kids today, the generations today, come in here screaming that theirs is the right idea, and they don't understand it's underwritten by myth and mythology.
Yeah, there is an awful lot of mythology and what I call philosophy baked into cosmology. And, I would say most people who aren't looking at it, they're never going to see it. Maybe some people who look into it will see it, but I don't know. It's like we thought this was like settled science. We thought gravity was settled. And it turns out that going all the way back to the 1930s, like it was never settled. Like even though they had a good, decade, 2 decades to have a run at special general relativity, that they didn't settle any of it. And today, arguing with, no, bro, don't write on me. What's the matter with you? I don't want no ink poisoning. Today, their best argument is, well, we haven't got everything figured out. So maybe there's something in the future that we're going to find because we don't know all the variables. Like that was the same argument they were arguing like 100 years ago, that we don't got everything figured out. We don't know everything yet. So your argument, escape to the future, and your appeal to ignorance is not a really good argument for gravity.
Yeah, it's bad science. It's a bad baseline to predict. Oh, well, in the future, because it's more and more now in the future, in the future, in the future. Oh, our children's children will have it sorted out, and that's a very unhealthy way to approach anything. Medicine, science, whatever you like, you need to deal with it now.
That guy tried to write on me with a magic marker. But okay. He was trying to tell me something. I told him to wait. Tried to write on me. Crazy. Anyway.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
In my job, we have stamps that you have to, kind of like you change the date and you put it down on the piece of paper and it prints the ink.
Yeah.
We have stamps that has a serial number and our name's associated with it. So when we sign work off, we say it's good. I like walking around with it in reverse and tap people on the shoulders, make them think that I just stuck them with my stamp. It's official. You're okay. Here's something that doesn't make sense to me, since you was just talking about people saying, well, I can't know anything just yet. Maybe it'll be known in the future, right? Like, and then earlier today you brought up solipsism, right? In my line of work, if you're unsure about something, you have to double check and make sure, right? So the percentage of certainty is like, it's not good to have that, because when you say this is okay and then it I'm in the aviation industry. So whenever you say this is okay and you let people get on it and fly away with it, you know, you want to make sure that it's actually okay, because if it comes down, that crash is on your head, especially if the reason for the crash is maintenance related. So I don't know why people would believe the idea or consider the idea that they can't know something, right? When there's things in your life that if you choose, like aviation, if you choose to work aviation, you can't live like you can't know. Like that only happens in arguments and conversation. You would only hold to the position, I can't know if I'm a brain in a jar, right? That only works in conversation. That doesn't work in reality. And it was like you said earlier today, you know, play in traffic or have somebody shoot bows and arrows at you. You're going to learn or accept real quick that you exist and you're not a brain in a jar. And this shit comes out because they believe that they live on a ball, but they can't experience the ball. So, you know, well, maybe it's not actually real.
Yeah, you're right. And you're in the aviation industry, you'll understand this. When they thought they could have square windows in planes, oh, it was a great idea. Yeah, you'll see more and everything like that. But the planes actually ripped themselves apart because of it. People died. It's in history. It's written down. You can't have. Well, we can now through different engineerings. More of a square porthole in your fuselage window. But back then, great idea. Let's do this. No. And you can't just move science forward on, oh, let's go ahead and do all this, or it'll be fine in the future because they'll engineer it out. Those planes ripped themselves apart in the sky. You know, you couldn't just engineer it out. Had to stop that. Like we need to do with various sciences today, just stop it, move forward, and admit that certain processes aren't right, it's wrong, it's not the right way to go. We can't just trust in the future that it'll be okay, like you say. Yeah, I agree completely, man. Still no reality deniers. They must be listening on YouTube and thinking, nope, not going in there today. No, no.
All right, where are the Globers at? Are they all pleading the fifth right now?
Houston, we have a problem.
Flat earthers are thinking for themselves outside of the box, despite the educational system. Looks like the 2% is growing. The educational system is failing.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you guys living? How is it on a spinning board?
Wouldn't know. Couldn't tell you. I'd imagine it's something like 4 shots of tequila, right?
Right.
How you doing, Clay? How's the German people?
Good, very good indeed. And you? Apart from the
Yeah,
weather,
we do good.
apart from the weather, it's all good. We get a lot of Sahara sand at the moment. It's a mess, and the weather is very unpredictable.
Sahara sand. Are you talking about the immigrants?
No, we literally we get a lot of Sahara sand everywhere on the car and the rain. The rain gets like orange, you know.
We just get the cloud seeding or chemtrails.
Yeah, I don't know if it's Sahara sand to be honest at all, but
Yeah, I mean, we too, so.
I don't have much knowledge on that if it's really Sahara sand, but I think it's just really Sahara sand, you know. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, what
not
I saw,
everything.
there was no orange clouds anywhere here in North
Oh, we had some,
Rhine-Westphalia.
yes, 2 days ago when it was there was thunder and I saw orange clouds.
Where you from?
I'm from the Rhineland, Palestine.
So North Rhine-Westphalia.
No, Rhineland, Rheinland-Pfalz.
Oh, okay. So we're neighbors.
Yes, you're my neighbor.
There's this Tool song that it's not, I don't know if it's a song, but it's a Tool track. And he gives I think it's like a recipe. And he's like saying it in German. And there's like the crowd cheering, and it's very World War II Hitler-esque. It's really interesting because it sounds like he's invoking like some sort of terrible thing. But then you look at what the words actually mean, and it's like, oh. So I'm just curious, why does your language sound so angry to us? Do you have any idea why?
I have no clue, man, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, depends on the sentence, you know.
Ich meine, was klingt hieran denn angry?
Well, I mean, I get Rammstein or whatever the name of the band, do Hostnitz. I get that sounding angry because that's a very hateful sentence thing to say.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe it was his inflection and not the words. Because thinking about the track, it's, you know.
Dude, isn't that what they said? The kids that shot up freaking whatever that school was, they said they were listening to them. You remember hearing that shit? The
Rammstein?
The kids that shot up
Columbine?
Yes. They said they were listening to Rammstein or some crap.
Oh.
Yeah. My last name's German. I got a German last name. I come from German Mormons. Germans turned Mormons when they got to Utah.
Germany will always, yeah, I do too. Germany will always be one of my favorite countries of all time because I can just hear the Romans, give me my legions back.
Yeah, maybe
Lol.
pretty much a stomp then, real good. So yeah.
But what is funny is how patriotic the Germans are on the internet, but in reality they're the complete opposites. It's almost like they compulsively try to make up for something they can't live out in reality, so they do it on the internet. Do you know that there's this meme that Germany is like the king of Reddit?
Are
Or
they
Germans in
still? Are they
general.
still? How? I mean, how many years are they going to pay reparations? Poor guys. We'll be paying
Oh, man.
reparations for another 6 million years.
I don't know.
6 million. That sounds like a made-up number. 6 million years.
I mean,
You just make that
basically,
up.
thanks to the Zionists, implanted.
Hey, gotta say the Germans screwed up at the point where they started listening to propaganda. People
Well, the
were very
Americans screwed
fragile.
up too because it was the British propaganda that got us into the war. The German Nazi soldiers are putting babies on you-know-whats. So all the propaganda is what makes war possible.
Yeah, I mean, it was nothing but all this was all initiated by a few families who made a lot of bucks, made a lot of money from these wars. And
I mean, just
and
not
now they are
after
the ones in
9/11.
power. It's still the same families, The very ones who are responsible for these world wars are also the ones who made a lot of money with it.
Yeah, of course. We know the
It's
like a
names.
Rothschild.
It's all a rich man's trick.
It's the banksters, bro. People were celebrating because one of the Rothschild people died. I'm like, well, that's going to be replaced by somebody else,
Yeah. But you can't have Blitzkrieg without some Henry Ford creating all the vehicles for it.
Yep.
Or at least, 1/3 of it.
But we know
So
they
you
were
can't have
doing both sides.
you can't have big battleships without some American rich family being influential to Krupp Stahl. You can't build ships without influential people with a lot of money. So yeah, it was basically what Hitler was nothing else like what they do nowadays, just on a smaller scale. Like they create these groups. Hitler was like equal to like something we today would call ISIS or some other terrorist groups. They create these groups. They give them the influence, the power, the money, and then they do the little fights or the big fights. But at the end, never forget it's not about flesh and blood. These families have been abused and used by forces that we can't even imagine how dark they are. I mean, just listen to it, Jacob Rothschild speaking. I mean, if this guy hasn't met the devil face to face in incarnate, then I don't know who has. Or maybe he's even a host for a lot of them. But I'm actually
just
sorry
as
for those
we
people.
believe in things unseen, which have been promised to us, just like they do, just the other side.
Exactly. There is a kingdom of darkness. They work for it.
I heard freaking Owen Benjamin talked about Rothschild. And he was like, well, he's just trying to be a smartass. He was like, well, you could always say he was well dressed and he took care of his family. And he was like trying to think of anything good, like he was calling it March Gladness Month. So no matter who it was, how evil they were, he was trying to think up like positive things to say about him. He's like, yeah, old Rothschild, he dressed very well, and he took care of his family. Oh, so stupid, but yeah, it was pretty funny. I think that's about all he was good for. I don't know how you grow up in a family like that, though. Like, How would you like to? Gosh. They're like, oh yeah, you're gonna have to do this, this, and this.
So the question is, if even the Messiah back then already declared that there are people that call themselves Jews but are actually of the synagogue of Satan, then the question is, who today is of the synagogue of Satan? And which masters
Was
do
that
they
what?
serve?
I didn't understood what you're saying. Was this double speech or something? I mean, I know what you're saying, but I guess it's we know them by their fruits, right? If they are basically in the Church of Satan, then what we see at the ULCA right now, right? If you're following what is going on against anti-Semitism and such, I guess the side of Satan is trying to protect themselves. You know, the Jews themselves, who are actually real Jews and not just calling themselves Jews, are actually against us, against Zionism. They outed themselves. True Jews who are following Torah right now, they are opposed to this. And they don't want to be identified by this. But the Zionists put and draw them into their cycle, you know, and they also get the backlash from the people who are usually basically with them. It's sad.
Well, the thing is, it says the coming of the lawless one will be accompanied by the working of Satan with every kind of power, sign, and false wonder, and with every wicked deception directed against those who are perishing because they refuse to love the truth that would have saved them. For this reason, God will send them a powerful delusion so that they believe the lie.
Yeah, exactly.
So there
I mean,
is
those goes for everyone, not only the Jews, you know.
Yeah, but you know, there is some people that seem to have chosen a side in life, you know, a master to serve, you know. I think you can be given over in a delusion where, you know,
Yeah, where you basically cannot come
having,
out of yourself, you
Yeah.
know, unless your heart desires something else. Truth. Yes, you want to speak. You don't? Okay.
So who is the group that the Bible talks about that is suppressing the truth and keeping it in darkness?
Basically, those who hold the key. And the key is understanding and pointing to Torah and Jesus Christ.
Hmm. I think I always say this. Truth is stranger than fiction. I say this because the evil that we might be presented with in movies and so forth, and the way the kingdom of darkness is trying to represent itself, might be so much more worse and unbelievable than we can imagine. Who knows what kind of things creatures have been already created in the darkness, in secret, that will be unleashed in a false alien attack or whatnot.
Oh, you mixed up a whole bunch of things there. I think that truth doesn't lead to confusion, but trying to discover things on your own and thinking that the truth you may have gathered or the understanding you may have gathered.
Well, it says here, the return of the Son of Man. There will be signs in the sun and moon and stars, and on earth dismay among the nations, bewildered by the roaring of the sea and the surging of the waves. Here's the important part. Man will faint from fear and anxiety over what is coming upon the earth, for the powers of the heavens will be shaken. At that time they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. When these things begin to happen, stand up and lift up your heads, because your redemption is drawing near. So the thing is, it doesn't particularly say that it will be all in one sequence, but maybe.
No, of course, it comes in waves.
Yeah.
Just like the seals and the trumpets and such.
So I think there's a clear distinction at the end times, where even the truthers that have now heard of the gospel and, many flat earthers, and have heard the truth, the way and the life, and they haven't made a decision yet which master they will serve, it comes to a point where even the very elect will be pushed to the wall, to a point where, if possible, they fall off their path, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, it's.
So there will be a lot of tribulations.
He asked everyone to stay to the end, to believe and not fear what is going on in the world.
Yeah.
But I guess some of them might actually being drawn due to the catastrophic nature that is going to happen around them, which would be unfathomable, at least for them, because they are not staying in the word, Yeah, not trying to.
There is already tribulation for some Christians, being beheaded and tortured and so forth in the world, especially by the political Islam.
No, this is not tribulation. This is persecution.
Oh yeah, right. You're right. Sorry. But yeah, I personally think I'm gonna go for persecution because I don't care about this world. I really don't care. There's nothing for me to fight for in this world, because this world will perish with all it will perish. Yeah, it will all be gone at some point, dust in the wind. So there's nothing for me to fight for, Just like they tried to fight for the Messiah when one of the apostles cut off the ear of one of the guards.
Yeah, zealots.
No, Pharisees or guards. I'm not 100% sure, but yeah, we're not here to fight for something that will be burned up anyways.
Yeah, because he is the one who will fight in the end. We are just observers when we are.
Well, yeah, he's
new bodies.
Gonna burn up this place, basically.
Yeah, pretty much. Lay everything flat. There it is again.
Burn up the flat earth.
I mean, what a sight for the eye it must be when the heaven unscrolls and we actually look into the realm where God resides,
But what's the funny thing is? The reason why we have so many united armies in the world, and the NATO and UN and whatnot, the very reason why you just have these little wars going on that still try to tell you, oh, look, Russia and America, they're not really friends or whatnot,
Yeah, it's because they are not on the same side yet.
No, listen. Satan thinks with the weapons made by human hands, with like these jets and all kinds of equipment, that they can win the fight against the Messiah when he comes back, which obviously will never happen. But you know, he
Yeah,
might
no
be so
weapon shall
delusional.
prosper against him.
Yeah, but he's so delusional. That's why there are so many armies rising in their military. I mean, for have you ever thought about why a nation like the US or Russia and so many other nations need so many damn weapons? Like, what is the point? Like, if they would use all of them together, this would be the whole thing would be stopped in just like there would be only a war going on for like 2 or 3 days, and then everything would be completely trashed. You know, if you look at the equipment that there is. So I personally think this equipment is not made for war, humans against humans, but for war against, you know, what is coming down from heaven. This is why Satan in the last days, he doesn't know when that happens. That's why he has all this on backup, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you have to take in consideration Jesus is the ruler of the world, and if the Father has given him authority and power, therefore he has also the power of the elements. And I guess just like the woman who touched his garment and was healed, so do the elements who are coming against him and may do harm against him. I mean, he is a spirit. He has a spiritual body which is totally different to our fleshly body. Then those weapons do not have any effect at all
Nothing will
whatsoever.
prosper.
It's
There is no
ridiculous.
He can talk to the waves, and the waves will do what they want. He can talk to whatever is on Earth, and the Earth will do to his will, because everything is under his power. But currently, the Earth is still ruled by the god of this world, which is Satan. Satan is the ruler of this world right now. But it doesn't mean that the power of powers above everything isn't given in the hands of the Messiah, who sits to the right hand of his Father. So, yeah, he's the king of
he
kings.
basically waits for his
he's
time.
waiting.
You know, when the Father says,
Yeah.
"Okay, now is the time, go."
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you see that Satan is playing his last cards. That's the only reason why there is so much military equipment going on. You know, does anyone in here really think like US has so much jets and bases everywhere because of Russia? Some other country? Dude, they all play together. We all know the Antarctic Treaty. We all know they all play together. They all are under the same scheme. There is no real big enemy anymore, like in the back in the days. They're all
It's
under
just
the same
a
roof.
playground. Because now they have the information about what the people of the land think, which are we, you know, and they have to stir those masses in different directions now in order to unfold their plan to the fullest. Which is why immigration is happening, and freedom of speech getting more and more restricted from every land and such. Everything in some way or form plays together to unfold the plan of God.
The people in the highest ranks, you know, who know the Antarctic Treaty for what it really is and why all the countries signed it and so forth, they know, because they're working for the Kingdom of Darkness. They know the very reason why everybody's in on the same roof, and it's just them. Because I don't think that any soldier knows that, you know, what the real reason is for all this uniting is because Satan is playing his last cards. That's all he does. Satan doesn't know when the Messiah comes back. So he has the hope that he can use these human-built things to fight.
I mean,
which is all in vanity.
I guess you're somewhat right in saying that every soldier knows, but in reality they don't
they
know.
think-
They're
No, yeah,
just
they
just in a state of mind where just following orders, and
Yep.
they do not know better, you know. But it
They should
doesn't
know better.
save themselves from the bad outcome, you know, what they are going to receive, you know. And they need Jesus Christ also.
If the
Unless
guy-
they see that, then they are going to maybe
if the
go
guy
out
in
of
a
the
fighter
military
in a
if they
fighter
can.
jet, if the guy in a fighter jet is going to know that he's going to fight against heavenly beings like angels and not aliens or UFOs, he's not gonna fight. So there needs to be a cover-up story for what is coming down from heaven and attacking us.
Yeah, exactly. They are going to say, "Oh, that's the aliens.
Mm-hmm.
There's the Master Chief of the aliens. Go and get him."
Like when you look at the military equipment right now, it's all on at any point if the heavenly realms will be shaken and there will be a war that comes down, then Satan will use all his military power. You understand? He is the ruler of the world, right? So he doesn't only own USA military, he doesn't only own Russia military. He owns it all. It's all under his command.
Yeah, he gives
That's why
the world to
Antarctica
whom
is.
he sees fit.
Yeah, that's why Antarctica.
Whoever serves him, he gives different kinds of powers or to them.
Antarctica is the key, man. That's the key. Because you can't deny that they're all working together if they can all agree upon some ice sheet. That is the key. The Antarctic Treaty is where the whole deception gets blown wide open to understand.
Where they out themselves, basically.
Mm-hmm. The thing is, Satan comes from heaven. He knows the army of the Most High, of the Creator. He knows the power he has. I can't imagine how scared he is, dude.
Yeah, I don't know. To be honest, I really think that after he messed up when Jesus Christ was crucified, and he then realized what he basically would have done, because otherwise he would have talked to the priests and made it so that they do not want to kill him. They do not unleash it in their hearts, so to say, or made them sin against the Most High.
Well, you gotta understand. He well knew what was up and what he did, because he says to himself, or he says in his heart that he will be like the Most High. So his whole plan is
No.
like God.
You misunderstand. This is not the topic I was talking about. I was talking about the moment when he messed up the salvation for humanity itself. So when God or the prophets beforehand were talking, which were said and was clearly present also in that day, and they worked in the people, but regardless of that, he missed the outcome. He didn't understand God's plan in the fullest. So therefore, every prediction and revelation that comes from the good book is playing out, means that he doesn't know everything. So by predicting even nowadays that he will go into perdition and basically himself destroying himself in the future, and he is still working towards his destruction, means that he still doesn't understand. Or if he understands, he is just in a state of, okay, fuck it, I just try everything to destroy everyone, basically.
Exactly. I disagree. He knows his power. He knows the scripture very well. He knows the scripture better than you and me. He probably knows you better than better than you know yourself. Same with me.
Yeah.
You need to understand this Satan has been around since the beginning. You have been around since, I don't know, 30, 40 years, whatever.
Yeah, when I was born here.
And we didn't have so much time to study humans, their behavior, and study whole nations rising and falling, and being even, the main actor in creating them in the first place with all your other
the playground he has seen were basically cores in over the thousands of years,
But at the end,
we know nothing basically.
Mm-hmm. But at the end, it's all an attack on Christ, on the truth. You know, that's all the devil does, because you see how he has made his scheme perfect, right, over the years. You know, if you look throughout history, all the stuff that he came up with as tricks to get people away from understanding the truth and finding the Father, right? Especially in these last days, he's playing every card he can play to make people go in all kinds of direction, except for the simplistic one truth, you know, that God sent his only begotten Son, who changed everything, basically. This is the one thing he tries to destroy the most.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, for him, it's absolute wordplay mastery. You know, if someone, let's say, for example, someone promises you something to give you something as a gift, right? Then he goes and, yeah, he might give you something as a gift eventually. So he added two words, might and eventually. So you are already playing with doubt about something the person who you might not have heard from has already promised you, but those two words weren't in the sentence. You know, but him as a secondary player in the game basically plants the seed of doubt in you through that. So he mixes truth with lies. Well, but not lies. He didn't directly tell a lie per se, but he made it so that you stumble eventually.
Have you ever wondered why so many famous, beautiful voices, singers, actors, and so forth are all doing the one-eye thing and all, giving signs to the same kind of satanic system? Because what Satan does is he's doing the same thing that happened to himself, because the Most High made him the most beautiful and the most talented angel above all angels. And that's why that's where his heart failed him, basically. And this is what he's doing with humans too. If you're beautiful, if you have a nice voice, if you're talented, he will do as much as possible to make that your pride, make that the stumbling block where you're gonna become your own kind of little god, and you're gonna be like, oh, look at me, I'm so beautiful. Oh, listen to my voice, I'm like I can sing like an angel, and
yeah,
that's why people sell out.
Well said.
Because their heart fails them, because the heart is desperately wicked, like the Bible says, and this is what the Satan attacks the most, your heart, and people love to go. I love to go by my heart many times, Many times when I fall in temptation, it's because it comes from the heart, the flesh.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, and this is what he plays with until he can create a stronghold where you identify as this fake personality that he has formed you to be. Yeah. So this is what happened to him, basically. His pride has formed inside of him because he's so beautiful, the chief musician in heaven and so forth. And then he was like in his heart saying, I want to be like God. I don't just want to be just a beautiful angel. I want to be even more. I want to be at the highest point I can be. And this is what he's doing with human beings too, right?
Yeah, I think that the position, money. It even says it in the scripture that he set above the Father, but he wasn't in a position and he didn't had the power like the Father himself,
Well,
and I guess this what made him in his position so proud, basically.
When you see the scheme with rich people, just look at rich people. within the community of these 1% elite or rich people, everybody wants to be the most beautiful. Everybody wants to be the most rich. Everybody wants to be the most influential. And this goes down even to just normal folk like me and you who gonna be influencers, who gonna be selfish, narcissistic, loving their face. And so this is all the same little scheme he has played with human beings throughout all the existence of human beings. This is going back to Garden Eden. He is appealing to the weakness of your flesh and to the same weakness that he has fallen into, you know? He has fallen into the same weakness and probably is even, pretty mad about it actually because of all the things he has now lost because of being so weak or, failing.
Yeah, I mean,
so that's
I'm
why he
not
puts that curse
I'm
on
not
everybody.
condemning. I'm personally not condemning Satan, and nobody should, because we should always ask the Father to condemn him because he has a better side of him and what he is and
Well, he is
actually
already
does.
condemned.
Yeah, I know. But, I mean,
There's no
Scripture
need.
said it.
There's no need
Yeah,
to condemn him, right?
but
He is
regardless of
already
that,
condemned.
if we look at the story of Michael when he was fighting Satan, then he also said to him, "May Yah condemn you." You know.
Yeah.
So he
we
he
don't need
wasn't
to have a,
even Michael wasn't judging his angel brother basically. So we
Yeah.
should also take the
That-
same step and not lash out at him because he might get angry and do even worse with that. Or
well, give the ref over to God. That's all. Why would I waste my time trying to act out ref someone or condemning someone? That's just a waste of time. Just let the one do it who knows all the hearts and minds.
yeah, I mean, our Father is using him as a tool, even to chastise us, which is rightfully, if he knows he knows how to control him, he knows that he doesn't overstep his boundary, he doesn't kill someone unless God says, okay, you can kill him, then otherwise than that, there are punishments for everyone, for everything, which we do not know of usually when we have done something wrong, for example. So, but it works for the person to then become humbled again, or think about the more hard the livelihood becomes, the hardship that evolves about this, then you think more about God, hopefully. And I think that is a goal. Anyway, I have to go AFK for a few minutes because I have something to do. Be right back.
Yeah, me too, man. Thanks for the conversation.
Yeah, you too. Thank you.
It's quiet.
The ghosts will come out soon. Don't worry about it.
Posted in the side chat because I didn't know who all was here, so just looking for any information I can get.
You say information on the globe?
No, it was just a question. If you could refer to the side chat for it.
Give me a second, dude. Hang on.
Love you.
Oh, I've got you. Can we have a buoyancy gradient below sea level? Is that, yeah, that's the one, yeah? Yeah, there is actually a buoyancy gradient below sea level as well. That's why divers have to put on weights to gain depth. It's actually hard to gain depth. And if you go down far enough, obviously, it becomes a crush point with submarines. Sadly, people lost their lives recently in a submarine incident in America, apparently. And the thing imploded. So yeah, the further down you go, the more the buoyancy density thing relates to your safety. There's been things found called brine pools at the bottom of certain oceans or lakes or seabeds, where it's actually the water is so dense that it can't be penetrated. And things like eels and stuff, if they go into them, they go into a paralytic shock. Whether there's an electricity involved or not, I don't know. I'm only going on documentaries that I've seen. But yeah, there is a greater density buoyancy, although it's the same thing on a sliding scale, I believe. But yeah, the deeper you go, the more pressure there is.
I believe you may have misunderstood. That's wild what you said about the eels, though. I didn't know that. That's crazy. Um, but you were describing a density gradient, correct?
Yeah, basically, yes. Or trying to.
I got you. What about the buoyancy gradient?
Well, again, that would be if you think of the Dead Sea, the salinity content, same as the brine pools. It's such a high saline content that it increases the buoyancy to the point where you practically float on top of it. But again, it's medium dependent. If you put on enough actual physical weights to your body, you would start to sink. If that's what you mean, if that's what you're getting at.
No, I was just asking if there was a buoyancy gradient below sea level. It's in the chat.
Again, I would say it's down to the density of the seawater. But the undersea oceans thing, yeah. Volumetrically, though, the deeper you are, the higher the pressure. But the buoyancy gradient to me would suggest like how buoyant you were in that medium. If you were to inflate a what do you call these things? A balloon full of air from your gas tank, suddenly you would want to be forced upwards. Again, I still don't know if I'm on it or not, but for me, the buoyancy gradient would be like the submarine using ballast, flooding tanks or emptying the tanks to gain or lose elevation and under the water. It would be the manipulation of your buoyancy within the gradient. Some container ships, when they leave port, they have to leave light because they're deeper in the water. It's less salient. But when they get to their other port, they're actually higher. They're above their waterline. They could have taken more weight on board at that point. And it's the same in reverse. They can't overload because when they get to less salient water or less buoyant water, technically they're overloaded, so they could sink.
So within that reference, you're saying that the submarine is the container, right?
Sorry, dude, I was AFK. What were you saying?
I may have not put it all together in ordinance yet, but you're saying with what you're trying to describe with the density gradient, you're saying that the submarine is the container.
Yeah, you would alter alter the density of the submarine by flooding or emptying the ballast tanks. If that makes sense. You're changing its buoyancy.
Yeah, you're making things happen to make it more buoyant. Yes.
Yes.
I mean,
yes.
that's clear. But I'm talking about a buoyancy gradient. We keep getting to the density gradient.
I still don't understand how you mean.
Can we have a buoyancy gradient below sea level?
Where things are more or less buoyant, do you mean? Again, I would have to say that would come back to the submarine, where you would change its buoyancy in relation to the medium that it's in. And if you were to enter more saline waters, more dense waters, its buoyancy dependency would change with the rate of the density of the salinity of the water around it. If you were going to fresh water, it would sink faster. Like when the submarines come into the Scottish lochs from the sea, they need a greater buoyancy because it's fresh water. Some of them, they're coming into fresher water. But again, I don't know if I understand how you mean by buoyancy gradient.
Did I hear something earlier about something? I don't know what it was. As far as the deeper you go, the hotter it gets, or the more that the temperature rises.
Uh, was it the Cola borehole? Was it when you drill deeper, or just when you go deeper in water?
Borehole, yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah, the Kola borehole over in Russia, dude. The deepest man's ever been. There might be China might have surpassed it by now, but not by much. They got to about 8 miles. They made loads and loads and loads of prediction on what what the terrain content would be as they went through it. The majority of it they got wrong. They hit pockets of water. They hit, rock where they didn't think there would be rock. They did experience increasing temperature, but the main problem was pressure, holding back the actual pressure of the depth. There is temperature does increase when you go lower, apparently, but eventually they couldn't. The gearhead, the mining head, couldn't actually function. It was like toffee. They couldn't pump mud down to clean it or water down to keep it clean at the depth they were working with eventually, I think. But it was like chewing through toffee, where they expected to find rock and maybe possibly the first, signs of lava. But even at that, they only got 8 miles, which if you look at the theoretics on the Earth's crust, it's barely breaking the skin, man. But yeah, temperature and pressure go hand in hand. But yeah, it did get hot. And apparently somebody put a microphone down there and allegedly it sounded like the screams of hell. But when they brought the microphone back, it had melted. So I would imagine that was a lot to do with the noise. But yeah, it does get hot. I mean, people working in coal mines, amazing temperatures. And they say that there's actually underground fires that just keep burning.
Respect our miners, man.
Yeah. I'm sure I've got a link for the Cola borehole thing. Drop it in the chat when I find it. Are you on our main server, dude? Hang on, I'll drop you a link to our main server. It's just actually a massive database. I'm not poaching members from politics or anything. It's a huge database. There's gigs and gigs and gigs of info, and it's all split up into A to Z. I'll drop a link in your DMs, dude, in case you're not on it.
Hello, testing, 1, 2, 3. Has anyone been able to demonstrate a container having a pressure gradient in it yet?
Yes, mate. There's a video on it. I can find it for you if you like.
All right.
It's basically a gas canister. If you think of any gas canister, the phase of the state of matter inside will more than likely be liquid at the bottom and gas at the top. But I'll find the video for you, dude.
Well, yeah, I know how gas cylinders work. There's normally like a sort of spongy medium, and there's like a liquid in the container at the bottom of the container, or most of the container, and then there's a gas at the very top. Or changing the pressure takes the liquid out of the liquid phase, it brings it to a gas. So not really equivalent to an atmosphere on Earth, like what we observe. Like we're not taking liquids to gases.
In a sense where if you think of the water cycle, it is part of it, but yeah, it's, I mean, obviously a gas canister's a much, much greater, extreme than what
we don't observe liquid nitrogen turning into nitrogen gas.
There you go. That's what I mean, dude. You know what I mean? It's comparison at best. At worst, it's nowhere near it. I agree with you.
I'm actually thinking about buying one of the Cavendish kits. I'm gonna spend $3,000 on this. I'm crazy.
Oofed. Bro, what can I say? Look, the money that we earn in life, as long as you get everything else covered the bases, and you're comfortable doing that with the money, explore the science for yourself. Yeah, why not? Go for it. But I would say approach maybe some colleges or some schools, because you might find that there's some dust-covered articles at the back of a cupboard or a shelf somewhere that they would happily let you have. Instead of laying out $3,000.
Maybe.
It might be worth putting out an email to some collegiate, bodies or, scholarly, whatever, and ask their science departments, do they have any Cavendish units that they couldn't get to work properly? And liaise it and do it fully in that sense. See what happens. Hey, you might get funding for it, bro.
Yeah.
But yeah, why not? Experiment with these things for yourself. There's no point in people on the internet just saying stuff about the reality of life unless you go out and try it hands-on and see if you can understand it at your own level. I agree with you.
Experience from it anyway.
Yeah, I want to have.
You can do.
I want to have like a 500 kilogram ball of lead. I want to go crazy. Like half of a ton of lead for my primary mass. Something ridiculous.
Pretty big.
Oh yeah. I want to go big or go home, man. So then I can make the torsion wire like super thick. So then I can account, or I can say that wind couldn't have caused the change in position. Which I don't know why it hasn't been done before. Probably just because it's pretty impractical to have a 500 kilogram lead ball as your primary mass, but that could just be me.
Also,
I mean,
poisoning is a thing.
The original, as long as it's not dust, you're fine.
Yeah.
The original Cavendish experiment was like 158 kilograms of lead. Still pretty big. And that was in like a sealed shed, basically. And he didn't even go in the room. He observed it from afar with a telescope. like on a vernier scale, so you could see how much the deflection moved. And then obviously electrostatic charges would like he grounded it and everything. So really the only thing that was to play was mass. He was off by like 1% of the value that we observed, like with better equipment today.
Yeah, you'll need a telescope to keek at it from somewhere else, because that might affect it if you're too close to it breathing on it.
I mean, the thing about
experiment, it really is. I mean, there's something going on with whether it's electrostatics or whatever, but I've seen stuff and it does appear to draw towards itself. What that is needs explanation.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, those are liquids. I mean, it's not. I wouldn't say that that's equivalent, but I give it like a B for effort. You're the best so far, old dude. I commend you.
Thank you, my friend. I can only pass on things that I've seen before. I'd love to do things like that too. I mean, I've experienced that in real life, dude. Like when I've been working with oxygen acetylene bottles, or you're working with an LPG bottle, you know, like what do you call them? A room heater. You know, the big burners, the room heaters. Sometimes your LPG bottle can be sitting, like in Scotland, we get extremely low temperatures. And if my LPG bottle's not sitting in the right place, it doesn't flow. The head on it will freeze up. So I have to have it sitting somewhere right. So I've sort of experienced these things. It does happen. You get temperature can cause pressure changes in a sealed environment. But I'd like to get more hands-on and get back to it. I'm just sort of away from that field of instrumentation, if you like, at the moment. But I'd love to get more hands-on and actually experience things like this more.
Because like I wonder why no one at least on the flat earth side has like even tried to do DIY gas or Cavendish sort of thing.
Yeah. I think a few of us, there's a few people messed around with stuff like that in the past. If you can get hold of Battle Mod, do you know him yet?
Yeah.
Yeah, like he's been involved with like stuff like that, I think. There's a few people messed around with it.
I mean, I know that Colum had his own sort of torsion bar setup thing that was like Cavendish used to derive the Coulomb constant.
Yeah, that's all stuff I've only really read a little bit about. Yeah, I've got a pile of big books that I need to sit down and go back through again. If I can ever be bothered to do it. Spent the last 8 years on a mad rabbit chase whenever somebody says things like Coulomb's law. I'm off researching it on the internet again. Try to learn it all over again, dude. But it's fun.
Crit. I have a question for you. Crit. Hello. Old dude, I have a question.
Aloha.
Has anyone like freaked out at you in real life for being a flat earther?
No, my family look at me differently though.
Like, did they think you're crazy or something?
No, they thought I was maybe too deeply involved in internet cultism or fringe theory, conspiracy theorism. But no, I can't say that anyone's freaked out. Face to face, I've had some heated conversations, dude. Close personal friends have actually gotten into fights over it. But I don't let a conversation go that far. I'm not faulting them in any, I mean, that was their deal. But I don't let it get to that. I've had some heated, very, very heated, angry people. One person just told me F off and turned round and walked away. Yeah, different reactions. But certainly nothing like I experienced on the internet. People are very different in reality.
Yo, what's up?
Hello.
Are you a liberal?
What?
Are you a liberal?
No, I'm a socialist.
Oh, even worse than a flat earther, honestly.
I'm not a flat earther, no.
I said even worse.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I think my opinions are pretty correct.
I don't know. I probably live next to a bunch of flat earthers. Then
Is there any disagreement that you'd like to hash out with me?
no, I just think it would be
Okay, you
fun
just
to-
want to like snipe and then yeah, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't have the courage like to defend anything you just said. That's
No,
yeah, I get it.
It's the
That's
flat
fair.
earth channel, you know.
No, that's fair. That's fair. If I were a liberal, I'd also be a coward. Yeah.
uh. Oh.
Hello. 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 Anyone in here? No talkie?
Hello.
Ah! Fucking hell, you scared me, man.
Sorry, dude. I was listening to Nathan Oakley and had to switch channels. How's it going?
Good. Except for the 7, bro. But bad luck today. I went into the channel did I go into? Immediately got banned. That sucks. Oh, unlucky, man. Bro, I went to the people in the sex slaves channel, bro. Them weird as hell. I called them out. Immediate ban. That weird, bro. Ask a
What can I say,
woman.
man?
Ask a woman
What
is
can I
filled
say?
with guys. Don't go there. I don't know where else to go. I got chilling here. So where are you from?
Where am I from? Scotland.
Yeah. I was gonna say to have a very thick accent.
Aye.
I live in Newcastle. Like bit down, bit up from Newcastle, but my closest major area is Newcastle.
Newcastle's alright, man.
Where do you live in Scotland?
Where in Scotland? Halfway up a hill in Perthshire.
Damn, that's quite far. Right, anyway, Pissar's not that big.
But Britain's kind of small, dude. To be honest, like I could be down by Newcastle in a few hours. Really,
Yeah, it is
it's
quite
not that
small.
bad. It's actually quite good. It's multicultural as well. I mean, you know how good the food is around your areas, and that's because the Asian cuisines.
Yeah,
It's
man.
phenomenal, man.
The Thai food here, bro, insane.
Yeah. What's your take on all this globe or flat thing, dude? Where are you on the argument, if you like?
I've been here a couple of times before, and like it's just been nonsense, man. Like I've been here before, like, and there was this one guy, like he was like a thing saying you're not allowed to say the Earth is flat. Then there was some guy saying this you're not allowed to say the Earth is round. Like, really, just seemed like a bit of chaos.
Yeah, man. Yeah, sometimes the word police get involved, but there's no need for that. At the end of the day, it's not an argument. It needn't be a fight. It can be a debate about certain topics, but it involves hard fact. So it's a bit beyond the debate, really.
Yeah, I mean, there's no proof that the Earth is like flat, and there's so much proof that the Earth is round.
Oh, there's plenty of evidence that the Earth's not a curving ball, my friend. It doesn't fit the dimensions we're given when you apply them directly. There's no curvature. We don't measure axial rotation or spin. Airy didn't. They say Airy failed to detect axial rotation or spin, but in actual fact, that means the Earth's stationary, and what we see above us, that's moving. It's treated as flat and stationary. Celestial navigation is based on the plane of the Earth. So it's one of these things you need to study it deeply. I mean, everything on TV tells you that Earth's a globe. Yeah, science says so. But
I mean, I've
that's
seen the
only on
curvature
TV.
myself, though. Like, I've seen the curvature of the Earth, like,
Oh, right, where?
in flying.
That's the usual one. Was it like commercial flight or?
Nah. I got my my private pilot's license in training.
Wait.
My max altitude test went for.
Uh-huh.
Finally, I got to see the curvature of the Earth. It was crazy.
Epic. What height is that?
It was about 25,000 feet.
Nice. And when you say the curvature of the Earth, what did you perceive as curvature? Like, is that the periphery of your horizon, or?
You could see the end of the horizon going down, and see the curvature of the horizon.
Got you.
Yeah, I've never really like seen it other than that. Like, but I take a lot of photos, and I got really good photos.
Nice one. Yeah, I've been up a couple of times. My cousin's got light aircraft license. I've been up with him, and I've been up in a microlight as well. Yeah, it's good stuff, dude. It is. It's good stuff. Like, it's very interesting.
Got me license in Australia. I went there. Like, I got like most of my family's like in Australia. I'm like half Australian, half from the UK, and I got family there. Got a cousin. No, not cousin. Got an uncle who's a flight instructor, and ended up getting my partial license from him, and then from his friend, I got my full license, and through him, I got my dual engine license. And in my dual engine license, that's when I got to go up that high.
Oh, well done, dude. It's a lot of work. I've done some of the work involved for like what do you call it? Like boatman's licenses and
I really want to get
license.
my boat license. I've been meaning to get that eventually.
Yeah, it's more in depth. You learn more about greater things. I think studying these things, at least, even if you don't get your license.
I've already got it, but like I'm kind of getting on to the bit where I need to start actually practicing for my next big thing because I've been putting it off. My next, where am I going to go from here? Which is like my big question. What do I do? What's my next big step? I need to get more hours, and then I need to find a job with my current licenses that I can do to get more hours. And in addition to that, and also like gone back to get more GCSEs in the UK.
Yeah.
And yeah, I kind of just put that off at the moment, focusing on doing my A levels, getting more. I never ended up doing science and physics, and I definitely did get my physics.
You want that PhD on the wall, dude? Do you?
Nah, man, I don't want that, bro. That's too much work.
Get ChatGPT to plagiarize it and walk the whole thing, bro.
It's not that. It's not that easy.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. If you want, to be honest, if you want the paperwork on the wall, it's worth the effort alone. It really is. But by God, is it a lot of work, man?
Well, I honestly don't think I do that well in exams. I barely pass my shit. Like, even the easy shit, like, bro, I just freeze up in exam conditions. Like, but I passed all my my written exam, my multiple question, and all my human factors exams. Like, my multi engine license exam. I did have to reset that again. I was the only one I've had to reset in aviation. Like, bro, I just shit was different. Was not used to it. It took me ages to learn it.
Yeah, something says, I've got a feeling you should perhaps contact the MOD and see if they've got anything in your field of ability that they would like to interest your future in. That's all I'm going to say, dude.
A multi-engine, that's like pilot shit, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
that's cool though. It's an accomplishment.
It was very expensive.
Mm.
But
I know dudes.
I saved up.
Yeah,
And
I know.
I'm
I know,
not
dude.
in
They
I'm not
got
in
'em.
debt, which is the important part. I'm not in debt, but
With that, listen. With that, you can get a charter license, man. You can run private chartered flights if you want.
I
I know.
get that.
Yeah, I know these guys. They do Great Northern Getaways. They're guides, hunting guides who go to Canada for caribou, fishing in the Great Lakes. But they'll fly you out too. You can fly out to an island, and he got the license just so he could do all the the nature getaways for outdoorsmen, hunting and fishing. But
I
they
saw
fly you
something
out.
similar, like in the UK and also in Scotland, like with the main system for flying to all the islands.
Yeah,
Big company.
listen, before I was in the Marines. I jumped out of helicopters in a couple aircraft carriers, but that was cool. But the coolest thing I did besides that was land on the water with one of them dual engine Celeste.
Damn.
But I didn't do the landing. Somebody else was flying. But we flew out to the Prince of Wales, as far north as we could get to go pike fishing for the weekend on an island where there was nothing but log cabins and an outhouse. But the way they land on the water and shit, that shit's cool. It's scary too, though. It was scarier than skydiving, man. I was like,
I've never wanted to do a water landing.
right.